What's up, everybody? Welcome to the National Signing Day live stream from Canes Insight. We're on all day. We're going to be on now till basically you're getting off work, man. So we'll keep this thing rolling. Lots to talk about. A lot of great Canes joining the team. No surprises yet, which is good. I think we're pretty much in the clear as far as playing defense, keeping our guys, and keeping this top 10 class together. But again, a lot to talk about, a lot of Canes to break down. Of course, the playoffs, I did an instant reaction last night. I'm sure we'll be talking about that, the team, the portal, you name it, other teams, other signings. We're here to talk to you guys. That's why the chat is rocking and rolling. Already a ton of messages to get to. So again, appreciate everybody joining us. Remember to like and subscribe. Shout out to Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. If you or someone you care about has been injured in an accident, you could be entitled to significant compensation. Dial 1-800-747-FREE, 1-800-747-3733. Take back control of your life. I know somebody is happy as a clam today because not only are the Canes relevant again, back-to-back 10-win seasons, not only is it a great class, but our Miami Hurricanes basketball team looked awesome last night, beating Ole Miss. The one and only Peter, hop in. Oop, there he is.
We got a little ball club down at Coral Gables, baby. we might have ourselves a tournament team this year, baby.
Listen, man, I love it.
Are we believing yet? I've been a believer in what Jay Lucas, has already brought to this program and the sense of direction that he has brought to this program, but the early returns have been great, D.
Yeah, man, it's look at this. Sorry, listen to ourselves there. Yeah, man, it's been awesome. I love the way this team plays. I love their demeanor. I texted you last night during the game. This is a serious team. They really don't smile much. They have fun. You can tell they're boys, but they're about their business, man. So no, I'm fired up. We'll talk about that a lot because I want to get into that. We got a lot of time to talk. But let's talk recruiting class here. Top 10 class looks in the bag. I want to start with the story of the day, which to me, no one kind of behind the scenes, and me and you've been talking about it. Ashari Charles, the defensive end from Venice. You've been talking about it a lot. I know we've been talking off air. That was a dicier one than maybe it was publicly shown.
Yeah, Missouri really made a push here the last couple of weeks. He even said last week maybe that he said again that he was going to stick with his commitment. But from yesterday, last night into the morning here, I've been told that Missouri tried to make a push there, and this is a guy that Miami values very highly. D, I think he's a 4-star prospect, but I think he's one of those guys that internally they look at this as he was a must keep for them, obviously, because again, Missouri's a team that first of all has done well with pass rushers. Damon Wilson, who was a guy from his same high school there. There was that connection as well, same position. So they had some ties there, and Miami fended them off. That was a big one.
Yeah, no, it was a huge one. I know the senior, we're going to go through a lot of the film. Shout out, we got some pretty cool film from these guys as seniors and highlight reels. We're going to be going through some stuff you might not have seen before. But with Charles, man, he was really, really good this year. And I think when you look at Messidor, the way he played, you look at the way that Ruben Bain played, I'm not saying he's those guys. Those guys are pretty special. But he's cut from a similar cloth in terms of his power, his motor, just the way he plays, I think is similar to those guys. We like having those guys around, and it's a lot easier to recruit those guys than to get those guys out the portal. So I think that to me is what Ashari Charles represents and why it was so huge to fend off Missouri, which look, Missouri's got 2 NFL defensive ends right now. I would say if you look at the best defensive end tandems in America, you're going to start with Miami. I would say Texas Tech, and I would say Missouri. So, the right kind of schools were after Ashari Charles. He was a big-time player, and I think he plays the way that that we like to see. A lot of comments here, a lot of playoff comments. I won't get too much into the playoff talk. I did right away, at least. I did the show yesterday. I think nobody really knows what the hell these guys are doing. And Bruce Feldman was your boy, Bruce Feldman, your mentor, was very candid. He was just kind of cussing on Twitter. I won't even pull up the tweet, but using some profane language to basically tell our boy Kevin Clark, another Duquesne alums, actually. He said, these guys don't know what they're doing. They're just kind of making it up as they go. So I won't try to figure out. Interesting news here, Pete. I don't know what you think about this. That Lamar Brown, who visited Miami multiple times and, of course, was from Baton Rouge, says he's not signing. He's going to wait to get to know, I guess, LSU's new staff better. That's where he's committed. That's where everybody expects him to go.
I think he has a tremendous agent, whoever's representing him.
I don't know why more people don't do this, Pete. I would do this
if you're that caliber of player, 100%, because you're just going to have multiple programs who are even more desperate than they were before.
You know what it reminds me of? Shamar Stewart. Remember Shamar Stewart?
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Who for those who don't remember Shamar Stewart, Monsignor Pace High School, Miami, Florida, 5-star player, ended up being drafted first round by the Bengals out of Texas A&M. But he didn't sign in the early period. And then you had other teams that just maybe they missed on targets. Miami, in our case, we had that was the Mario transition year, so we had some money left over. We were trying to make a splash. So, like, all the teams that had money left over, you have a 5-star defensive tackle / defensive end, you're going to spend as much money as you can to get that player because you have all the money left over. It's just going to roll over. No, these college coaches don't save money. They are not frugal. They're not forward thinking. I mean, they are trying to win as fast as possible. So I don't know what he made, Shamar Stewart, but I bet he probably set the record for that time. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lamar Brown sets a new record this year.
Yeah, and guys, if you're just joining us now, I think really to me the early theme here is that you have a majority of your commits that have signed already. You're missing right now the West Coast kids. So Van Spafford, Israel Briggs, those should probably be coming in here in the next hour plus as they get things going over there. And then Isaac Chukwura. So this is an interesting one I think we need to track, D, because Chukwura, former Penn State commit, and Miami flipped him pretty quickly there. Chukwura told me last night he was I asked him directly. I said, "Hey, are you?" Because he posted that he had his signing day ceremony this afternoon at school. I said, "Hey, are you locked in with Miami, or are you still considering Virginia Tech?" Because there were some stuff out there that James Franklin and some of his former staff was on him and trying to get him to flip. And obviously they have a relationship with him. Miami really didn't have a relationship with this kid before he flipped. So the kid told me he was locked in with Miami last night. I know sometimes there's a lot going on, so I can't say I'm holding him to that word right now. D, I don't know that Miami expected to lose him as of last night. But Virginia Tech, very similarly to Ashari Charles in Missouri, continuing to try to make a move here in the wee hours of the morning. Let's see if it gets over the line for the Canes.
Yeah. By the way, 1,000 on. Yeah, Chukwura, I had not heard any concern at all at any point. I know he told his coach or someone told On3 that there was like a paperwork snafu, which this is not my first signing day. I would say it's 50-50, right, Pete? Sometimes there actually are paperwork snafus and then people go insane and then nothing happens. And then other times that's just a word for something else. So we'll see. I'll pull up exactly what his coach told Shodell, because the coach was telling him basically, yeah, this was just a paperwork deal, nothing to it. So, we'll find out soon. Shakur is not from Virginia. He's from Delaware. Right. So it's not like this is like a local school and people are on his butt, like, in the area and he's visited a million times. So that's why I would kind of be less concerned about that one, just because it's not like he would have to really speed date with Virginia Tech. And
well, I mean, I guess he would be committing to the staff or committing to James Franklin.
Right. Which he could have done that already,
Yeah.
James Franklin's been there for a couple weeks or 3 weeks. So I don't see it. It could be, right? I'm not signing.
You know how these pitches are at the end, man. Hey, look, man, Miami's we're rebuilding here. You probably get on the field earlier. Like that's what's being told to him right now.
The truth is he's exactly the kind of guy they got to sign going forward. I just hope it's not right now. But in terms of, you're asking me like, what does James Franklin's Virginia Technique to look like that's like Exhibit A.
That's right up there. Yeah, that's right up their alley. Number one player in the state of Delaware. You know, what weight does that hold? Because of the competition level, right? I don't know that it really matters, but you got to grab the best players in the Northeast there if you're him.
No doubt about it. And he's just a fast, like undersized D tackle. Just kind of feels like their kind of guy. Long wingspan, 4'8" verified 40. That's why Miami's interested in just a major pass rusher. Really the hay's in the barn as far as the Miami recruits. So I'm going to go through some names. This should be up to date. Again, I'm trying to keep track of a few different things here. These are coming in hot and heavy, but these have been, as far as I understand, let me just, you know what? Let me just go off the official University of Miami website. That'll be the easiest way to do it.
Well, I've been going through the Twitter. Yeah.
I'm going to go through officially confirmed Miami Hurricanes. All right. So these guys are in the boat.
I'm telling you, it's everyone. That's why I have this up here, D. That's what I was saying. It's literally everyone except the West Coast kids in Chukwuora right now in the class. Everyone else is signed.
Nice graphic. So. Yeah, I think, yeah. So, so for those who don't know, I'll just go through one by one. So Darion Coleman, the quarterback from Orlando, Florida, 4-star player. We're going to talk a lot about him. Excited to see what he can bring. Javian Mallory, the running back. That was another one where Auburn, Alabama got involved. A lot of schools tried to poach him. Ends up signing with the University of Miami. One of 2 South Florida players in this class, both in the class, and both actually, were not locks after they committed. So Javian Mallory, the running back from West Boca in the class. Joel Irvin, who Texas tried to make a run at him. He was a big, once people realized how big and good he was, he had major interest, stays home. Jalen Waters, we know the LSU. Lane Kiffin, Florida State. This guy was committed to every school in the state, and LSU tried to get him. Big-time defensive back. Miami was able to keep him home. Brody Jennings, former Michigan commit. Camden Portis, of course, the nickelback, son of Clinton Portis, big senior riser. Him, we'll talk about him. Logan Nagel flipped from Pittsburgh, defensive tackle, defensive end. DeAnthony Lafayette, defensive end. The only decommit at the time, maybe there's been a couple since, but LSU held on to most of their class. He's one of the few LSU decommits going to the University of Miami, pass rusher, explosive from Orlando. Samorian Wingo, borderline 5-star player from St. Augustine, Florida, wide receiver, one of the biggest senior risers. Huge to get him in there. Milan Paris, the wide receiver from Akron, Ohio, flipped him from Iowa State. Another senior riser, top 10 receiver in the country. Tyron Evans, big, fast guy, banged up as a senior. I think they're trying to, they're betting on the come with him. He's a very talented player with upside. Keyshawn Stansel, big flip from Clemson, another big-time senior riser, top 100 player in the country, according to 247. Borderline on the composite. I think he's like 101. This is a big-time premium defensive tackle that you have to fight for. Reese Woodrow, they love his game, underrated. Pete's going to eat at his dad's restaurant when he goes to Orlando. JJ Sparks, big physical guard from Jacksonville Bulls. Ben Congdon, great evaluation from Alex Maribel. We got him as a 3-star. He's now one of the top offensive linemen in the country, high 4-star from Ohio, the Tuscarawas Valley. I'm not sure where that is. In Ohio. JJ Edwards, rising linebacker from Orlando, really fast, verified tester, 4.57, one of 247's favorites. They're really high on his upside. I know the staff is as well. Had a great senior year before he had an injury, which is a minor injury, won't hurt his Miami play at all. Cortez Redding, safety from Atlanta, Georgia, and his teammate Jontavius Wyman from Atlanta, Georgia, safety and corner. Redding, very talented basketball player, good safety, guy that can make breaks on the ball. Just great eyes, great instincts. Not the biggest guy, but just very good football player. And then Jontavius Wyman, kind of like the Bryce Fitzgerald of this class as far as being an all-around athlete. Cannon Pickett, big offensive guard from Tampa. His brother Booker Pickett plays on the Canes. Dad was a Cane. So this is a legacy player. Very, very athletic for a guard. He's a total guard body, 6'4", 325. We had to beat Clemson out for him. But looks exactly what you want a guard to look like. And then he's taken wildcat snaps as a senior. So highly athletic. Had an injury, needs to bounce back from that, but he should be fine, and that shows you his athleticism. I'll stop on this one, Pete, because I know this is someone you have an insight to. Jordan Campbell, the linebacker / edge from Northwestern, is officially signed. The other South Florida player, along with Mallory, that was not an automatic signing at all. I think that was one that was up and down throughout the process. Pete, you're on mute.
Yeah, Honey was barking a second ago. I had to keep it on mute there. But yeah, Campbell was that was an interesting one for sure. He had some schools coming after him. I think Florida was heavily in the mix at one point. Obviously, when Billy Napier, when that thing fell apart. But yeah, that was a good one to keep. Really interested to see where his career path goes in terms of his body type, D, because I don't know that we talked about him enough during the cycle, just because he's a heck of a football player, twitchy. If you want to use the word tweener, I guess you can, and that's what I'm talking about with like, where does he go? But Corey Heatherman, I think he showed this year, even with a guy like Lightfoot, you gotta use your guys to what they can do. And I believe that Campbell will have a role here down the line. Special teams could be really good at right off the bat. So
yeah, it's an interesting player. It's crazy. 2 South Florida players, right? And I think 2 things can be true. You look at Miami-Dade, 4 of the best 10 players in college football right now are from Miami-Dade County, whether it's Jeremiah Smith, Mendoza, Ruben Bain, Malachi Toney. If I put those 4 as top 10 players in America, I don't think anybody would really blink. Malachi might be a newer arrival, but at this point in the season, I think people are putting him in that category, Heisman candidate next year. But like, the depth is not what it used to be in this particular class. There were some guys we tried to get. Obviously, we tried to get Derek Cooper, who went to Texas. Calvin Russell went to Syracuse. Diabell, I think wasn't like, those quarterback situations are weird, but we talked to him. He ended up going to Texas as well. So we try to get local guys, but it's just not a big local class. I think with Mallory and Campbell, those are going to be your South Florida guys for this recruiting class. Peony Boy says, DeAnthony Lafayette is my sleeper of the class. Appreciate your support. Yeah, man, I know people love him. We'll be talking about all these guys and watching.
Yeah, we'll go, I guess we'll eventually go position by position here as we get, continue to get this this morning crowd in here, and we'll go position by position and break it all down with the highlights and all of that. So, but
let me just keep good, and then we'll just talk. I just want to get through all these names. So then, says Jordan Campbell, Ashari Charles from Venice. We talked about him. He's in. JJ Dunnigan, a big-time late flip from Kansas, one of the best athletes in the country overall. He goes to Miami. He's officially signed. Tyson Bacon, another guy who dealt with an injury, but a really talented guy, had a really good start to his senior year. And I think he's going to be a good player, hard worker. He's in the class. Gavin Mueller, probably the biggest senior riser of all, ended up being a top 100 player on some sites after not even playing football until his junior year. Basketball player, big, athletic, just kind of a real unique athlete. And then the last signee that has been reported officially, Jackson Cantwell, the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. According to some people, the number 1 offensive player overall in the country. So I was talking for a while, Pete. I just wanted to kind of go through the names. And like you said, with this very handy graphic, we're waiting on some Chikora paperwork, which they say is, in the works. A couple West Coast kids, and then Amari Latimer, who we should probably talk about now in a little bit, who's being crystal ball to every school in the country.
I'm also seeing for some reason Frederick Saintis is not officially in, but I just checked on that right now, and I'm told there's no issues there.
Yeah, no issue there. That's just there's no issue there.
He'll be good.
Yeah, so he has his paper. Well, they haven't done the official announcement yet, but he's going to be good. We'll see, man, on all these.
Latimer, should we talk about Amari Latimer?
Let's just go to that one, because there's 2 guys that are still there. So let's talk about Latimer.
Yeah, so look, I mean, D, we've both kind of reported on this, that this has been Miami's been hopeful to get this one over the line, but it's been as it is at this stage, right? When you are down to the end of this, the way it is now with NIL, right? You're negotiating something. Right. Oh, yeah. And that's kind of been where they've been at here with Latimer, from my understanding, for almost a month now, right? 3-4 weeks. I mean, he visited, he took at a certain point, D, and we didn't really report this at the time, but he had taken a visit to Miami during the season that we didn't really talk about at the time, but he was here within the last month and a half. And he's a guy that Miami's really worked hard to try to flip from Wisconsin. But now, as from my understanding, Tennessee's been the team that Miami had really been concerned about. Ohio State, they haven't really looked at them as a threat here the last few weeks. But Tennessee's who they were looking for. Now, Steve Wiltfong reporting this morning that West Virginia, I guess he has them at 60% confidence. And look, I know I remember earlier at a point this year, Rich Rodriguez was like really going off about the depth of West Virginia's running backs. I remember him having like a press conference where he was like, we have 7 running backs hurt right now or out or what, and then remember, Rooster was up there this year, and then he was like academically ineligible, Jalen Knighton. So that just knowing that, it strikes me as a situation as, hey, we will do whatever we can to land you. We'll build around you. That would be the pitch if I'm West Virginia. And if that's what ends up happening, it would not surprise me if they get it done on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you said that Wiltfong reported Latimer to West Virginia, which is true. They did say that this morning when I first woke up, he was saying he was sticking with Wisconsin. So I think that gives you an idea of kind of how this thing's going. It's one of those. I wouldn't concede him. I mean, unless we stop wanting him for some reason, but I haven't heard anything like that. So to me, I wouldn't concede anything with this dude until he signed somewhere. But obviously, I think when you see a West Virginia, right, when you see crystal balls to multiple schools in a matter of a couple of days, I think kind of people know what's up there. I know Miami had some confidence in him as of Monday night. So he's telling a lot of different people different things. Miami's the best team, obviously, of all these teams in the mix. They're going to have the best offensive line with Jackson Canwell and company. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I will say with West Virginia, it's pretty kind of running back friendly offense with Rich Rod. I wouldn't mind running in that offense and getting all those carries.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really don't fault any kid who in this era, and I think CJ Bailey was a great example of that, D.
Yep.
Miami came in late with an offer, really, should have been on him earlier.
Yep.
But even if he had an offer at an earlier point, like I can't fault the guy for making the decision he made going to NC State, where he's had a chance to develop these last 2 years. If he decides to stay there, I think he'll be all right and he'll still be an NFL prospect. If he, decides to move on, he's now created a real opportunity for himself because he was playing the first couple of years. If that's what's being offered, that sort of situation, not that he can't play. Miami plays freshmen early.
Yeah,
we understand that, but at the same time, I think there's obviously a little bit more in the way here than would be at West Virginia. So
no doubt. And we it's not like we were on this one early, so it's hard to. It's not like there's a guy that's committed to us the whole time, and then he starts doing this song and dance. Right, we're the ones trying to flip him. So, as much as we're like, oh yeah, this thing's kind of interesting negotiation. It's not like he's committed to us. So I can't blame Latimer for trying to get the most in this situation with teams kind of scrambling to get him. He had a great senior year, 2,000 yards. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pete. I know you're hearing similar things. My read on this is if Miami does not get Latimer, even if they do maybe, but let's say they don't, Mallory's already in the bag. I could see a portal player added here. I don't know if it's going to be a portal player that's necessarily going to usurp a Gerard Pringle, who you want to be your lead back, and Mark Fletcher coming back, who's going to have a huge role and be Mark Fletcher. Marty Brown, if he comes back, hopefully he'll be Marty Brown. They kind of have those three, and then adding Mallory. I don't know what you see in the portal. I think we probably add somebody if Latimer does not come.
Yeah, 100%. I think with or without Latimer, they might add someone because, not to speculate too much, but you might have a Mark Fletcher head to the next level. You might have a transfer there at that spot. Marty Brown, he's obviously had a solid year and had some really good moments this season, but I would imagine they're going to bring in a running back there. And I think that's something they're currently doing some digging on.
That way. Some digging, not, we're the tampering podcast. You can dig without tampering. I think that's kind of what you do is you dig.
And guys, by the way, everyone in the comments, are you talking about Lyle? I don't know if he's leaving or not, but you also have a Chris Wheatley-Humphrey there as well, who's been a depth piece. Didn't really get many opportunities, but you can't blame him if he wants to move on. Like, this is a different era. We're openly talking about this stuff. It's not like I've heard he's leaving, right? And I think he can play at Miami, and in what he's shown, he can. But again, can you fault him for heading to another place, D, and wanting to, showcase his talents and get 15 touches a game? Because he can do that. So I'm just openly speaking out loud here.
Yeah, I mean, I think none of this is settled on any of these guys. Like, Pete, how many times have you said, oh, this guy's transferring for sure, and then he's gone, or this guy's staying and he's gone? I mean, like, we don't know what's going to happen here, right? I'm not going to pretend like we know. We could speculate, and I think it's certainly when someone's not playing, and sure they think they should play, and this is a talented guy with Jordan Lyle. That speculation, I mean, there's a reason why people are speculating. So, to me, at the running back room, there's only a couple things I feel pretty confident on, which is Gerard Pringle. I think he's unless something changes, you want him to kind of be your feature runner or one of your feature runners with the way he's played. That seems to me a pretty safe bet. Number one. Number two, Mark Fletcher, if he comes back, which I think he should, based on, I don't know if you're feeling different, but just the way he's evaluated. He's a short yardage type of back for look at it as a pro who's had injuries. I don't think he's someone that necessarily should be going pro at this moment. I think he'd make it probably somehow just because he's such a good football player, but I don't think he's someone that makes a lot of sense to go pro right now. He's going to be a very highly compensated, good college player. Those two to me are the backfield. If Marty Brown wants to come back, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary, he could slide in right into the same role he had this year, which was a very, very valuable player who blocks, runs, I say depth, but not really depth because he plays as much as anybody on the team, but just, another guy there. Those three, I don't see them being replaced, but you never know if a premium guy comes on the board.
So, as you guys see in the bottom, they're still waiting for a few of these officially to come across the board here. We got over 2,000 live with us, and we'll be going here all day. It's about 4:00. We got the other uncommitted target here for Miami, D, that we have not. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm also like,
we're both working
on the back end. So if you did talk about this guy already, then I apologize. But Karsten Bush at linebacker, who just visited Miami over the weekend, a last minute visit they snuck in there, and I think Miami feels good about that one right now. Yeah,
we said it on the show. We did basically like talking about all the recruits a couple days ago. The sense I got was they felt very confident in Karsten Bush. When it came to somebody like, for example, Latimer, I sensed they thought they were to get him, but they knew it was a little bit more of a process with the way things could happen. Whereas Bush, he's announcing at 3. I think there's a lot of confidence that he'll be a Kane visited after the big win against Pittsburgh. Louisville native, former Louisville commit, decommits. Wisconsin gets a ton of buzz. Miami really, really wanted to get him. Heatherman visited him personally. And I think that aggressiveness and that interest for this 4-star player is going to pay off. 6'3", 220, looks exactly how you want your linebackers to look. Plays all over the defense, verified measurables, also plays offense. I can't wait to break down his film. Hopefully it's after he commits, which I think, again, we have a very good shot at that one. I love Karsten Bush, man. I think him and J.J. Edwards, with their length and their ability to run and do a lot of things, that's a pretty nice linebacker group, and very similar, very in the mold of what Heatherman wants as a defensive coordinator.
Yep. And that one will be at 3:00. So we'll bring you that one. See if we can bring it to you live without hitting any copyrights. We'll try to figure that one out. I think he said something about it. Rivals. There was gonna be a Rivals stream. So,
Rivals.
So we can't use that one, but normally there's some sort of Instagram live that the kid does. So hopefully we can do that.
Toby Rohrer says, "Dang, I'm way behind. I totally missed Anthony Kennedy flipping from us." Yeah, he didn't flip. He was mutual parting. Anthony Kennedy. I think, look, he's going to Arkansas. It's a good fit for him. That's where he's from. Got a new coach there. So we'll see how that goes playing the SEC. But I don't think what he looked like as a senior is what Heatherman is looking for in this front. He wants lean, mean, high motor, athletic guys who are making plays in the backfield consistently. That's why you see a Saintius. That's why you see a Chigura. Hopefully that gets over the finish line. That's why you see a Stancil. That's why you see Tyson Bacon, Logan Nagel, all kind of cut from the same cloth, size-wise, mobility, and the way they play their aggression. So,
D, can I build some suspense here?
please.
Tank Jones has not officially signed with Oregon yet. I'm looking at Oregon's page. They have a few commits in. It's not official yet. I did see, though, that his ceremony is supposed to be at noon. So his school tweeted out, noon for Tank Jones signing with Oregon. I mean, they said signing with Oregon on the official school account. So it's not officially in yet, though. So hey, stick around. We might have some interesting news here. No, I don't want to tease people like that. That's not the expectation. I'm just hey, people are asking if it's officially in yet. So I'm just updating what the current situation is.
Yeah, we'll watch that.
The one thing that is interesting, as John Z says, is Tosh Lupoy looks like he's headed to be Cal's head coach, and he's Oregon's defensive coordinator. So that news broke last night. Just saying.
Hey, listen, there's a window. How many times have you seen? My favorite thing is is when they do the ceremony and then they at least take a cell phone call in the middle of the ceremony. Remember Jaden Francois? I feel like there's always some weird ceremony situation the day of. Even if it doesn't go your way, you end up signing the guy.
Well, now we got Isaac Chukwura here. That one's in limbo right now, right? So
there's always some drama. I'm talking
like cat seat 30. Yeah, I know, like a 5-star. You saw what happened last year with the kid who's at Oklahoma. He signed with Oregon and then didn't put AM. He just left it. I don't know. There was some weird thing with his paperwork. I wanted to bring this up. Kane's Cat C35 says, update the title of the stream to Tank Jones Watch C. I'm playing 4D chess because you see how we just say National Signing Day live stream. A lot of fans outside of the Miami Hurricanes. We hope to join us here on this journey, on this National Signing Day live stream. So this is the bigger picture. We can't just be focused in on Miami here.
2,400 on Toby. Toby makes a good point, Pete, which is kind of weird being this early on sign day with so little drama or suspense. I kind of like it. So it is weird. I mean, it's the college football's changed so much. So for those who are not as old, it used to be February. There used to be only one signing day, and it was insane before. I mean, just as crazy as you can imagine, every kind of rumor. It was the hottest day of the boards by far. That was, social media was part of it, but it was even pre-social media, and you never knew what was going to happen. It was truly a day of huge surprises, flips all over, announcements on TV that people were going crazy about, crashing websites. I think the separating them to 2 sign days changed that a little bit, but even before sign day, it was still pretty exciting. The December one just got more exciting than the February one. Although even if you go back to 2022 when Mario signed, we got Valentine on signing day, the February one. We got Skinner. So they were kind of there were some sign day surprises. But yeah, the more NIL I think has become official, the more you have these summer visits. So guys are doing all their stuff earlier. And there's if they flip earlier because they sign earlier and they visit earlier. It's just kind of made signing day more of a celebration of the guys you sign as opposed to a very dramatic day. The drama's going in the portal, the drama's in the coaching searches, and the drama is in the college football playoff show. So it's the drama's still there in college football. It's just kind of separated, whereas it used to be really, really concentrated on the February signing day.
For sure. Go ahead. You're gonna say so? Yeah. Bearded Kane says old school sign days were awesome and stressful. I gotta say we did have the one 2 years ago with Jeremiah Smith. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I remember I was meeting with a friend at in Miami Beach, and this was a well-connected friend. We were in Lagorge Country Club, to give you an idea of the friend's level of connection. And he got a text. He goes, Cam Ward and Jeremiah Smith. Said, oh my, this is going to be a great day. Ended up getting neither at that time. You get Cam Ward a month later. But man, that was, I remember thinking like, all right, well, national championship. Can you imagine? That would have been 2 number 1 overall picks in one day, basically. Didn't work out that way.
Crazy.
He had the graphic prepared. For those who haven't heard the story, I mean, Jeremiah Smith had the graphic prepared, done, ready to commit to Miami. So
and remember, guys, it's also Wednesday, so we will get Mike Ryan at some point in the early afternoon here, which I'm sure will be a much needed jolt at that point of the show, D. And I know that he's going to bring it after the rankings drop last night.
Oh yeah, I am sure he's fired up. Let's see some of the comments here. J Diaz, appreciate you. Let's go. Yeah, man, it's a fun day, man. I just love watching all these clips, watching the pictures from guys put on the hat. You know, just even seeing Jackson Canwell. That kind of stuff is really, really cool. Trevante said,
I'm gonna start pulling up some of these highlights, D, and making sure we're good to play them. Making sure
can't work on that
or anything. We can
just put on mute and play with that. I'll deal with some comments here. Stacy Coley sign days goated. Yeah, that was so. That I'm gonna revisit that sign day because it was just such a.
These highlights are sick. These highlights are these are good highlights. This is not just the huddle ones, man. Oof.
Yeah, we're up.
Sorry, Charles, man. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, those would have hurt to watch if we would have not gotten this dude. So I'll tell you this: the Stacy Coley sign day story. I remember that vividly because it was 2013, and we had lost. Matthew Thomas was the best player in Dade County. Everybody thought he was going to be another superstar player. I thought he was going to be another superstar player. Pete, we went to see him at Trash Powell. He looked like the best guy out there. That's how he was ranked. Denver Kirkland, his teammate, we kind of played games with him. He ended up going to Arkansas. We ended up going to the Raiders, getting drafted. Good player. And Alex Collins, the late Alex Collins, couple days before signing day, decided to sign with Arkansas. So it was just a lot of bad stuff happening for the Canes. Jannard Bostwick never did anything. Signed with Florida, which hurt Miami's defensive tackle class. It's funny, we got Gus Edwards like first thing in the morning, which was like a Miami-Florida State battle, and no one really cared. The guy is like ended up being by far the best NFL player out of all these guys.
They were selling him on being the next Lonnie Pryor. Remember that?
Yeah, we thought he was a fullback. We got him. We're like, all right, that's cool, and no one cared. And then the guys that being the best NFL player on all those guys, but Stacy Coley was at like 6 or something. It was like later on in the day. Maybe it was like at 4. It was later in the afternoon, and we were so beat up the whole day. Canes fans were so mad about all the misses. And then boom, Stacy Coley goes ghost on FSU where everybody thought he was going. This was even at that point, we've been losing on those kind of receivers. Amari Cooper had gone to Alabama. To get a Stacy Coley was a big thing. And then boom, puts on the hat, the swag hat, picks the Canes, ends up having a good career for the Canes. Not quite what you expected, maybe, but I mean, he was a good player for us and a lot of highlights. So, yeah, Stacy Coley, that was a good one. But that's
Coley was a good one. The Tracy Howard was great. I mean, and you know what else that we don't get anymore, which was an awesome part of the whole thing, was you get them for the next class now. The young kids playing the games, but like the Under Armour All-American game and the Army All-American game, those announcements, you don't get those anymore. Deion Bush had a great one there.
Yep, Tyreek
McCord was an awesome one. So yeah.
So I'm trying to figure this out. Maybe someone can explain this to me. But the 247 composite now has a challenger. So for those who don't know, who follow all this stuff as close, the 247's a national recruiting service. So they have all the teams. They have composite recruiting score, which I use as basically the official rankings. When I'm talking about these players, I always talk the composite because that takes all the recruiting services and makes a ranking. So it's like the industry consensus on a player or a team. Miami's number 10 right now in the ranking, should be probably 10th by the end of the day for 247. But Rivals, which is the former On3, has their own industry ranking. And under the Rivals industry ranking, Miami is ranked 8th in the country. So interesting to me how those things are calculated. There's, Texas A&M and LSU are right there, so maybe Miami drops on those. Who knows? But I'm not sure exactly why those are different. The composite on 247 and on 3, but basically this is a top 10 class industry wise. Whether 8, 9, 10, you're talking about a good player, a good class of players. Daniel Rhodes, okay. He said ceremony at 2 p.m. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, that's again, a lot of these guys have ceremonies already set. So it's hopefully it's official before then. If I'll say this, if the paperwork's not in by then I would be seriously concerned. And if you're just joining, the kid told me last night he was locked in with Miami. Not that means absolutely anything. But just passing along what I was told from him directly. Lord Bankton's been asking this. He's asking us about Richard Anderson, I guess, with LSU. He's him along with Lamar Brown that we were talking about earlier. I think they're going to stick, but they're just, I'm sure gonna be squeezing some more money out of LSU for the inconvenience.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him. It's funny though, like when you sign a coach like Lane Kiffin, all the reporting is like, wow, he's getting a ton of NIL budget, right? He's getting so much money to spend it on NIL. If I'm a player commit to LSU, I'm saying, all right, give it to me. I want that money. If his money's getting expanded, whatever you promised me under the old coach should get expanded. So I wonder if that's going to be a thing.
As the show goes on, I'm sure more of these things will come about, but like we can kind of spill some secrets maybe that at this point, since the process is over, that maybe we didn't talk about as much. I wanted to bring up this comment here from Sworn to the Storm. He says, USC's not lose anyone. Their GM's running a tight ship. Those guys are contractually locked in and have a no-visit policy. They are tired of their class falling apart. I'll say this. Miami tried very hard at a certain point to get Brett Kaloje back on campus, and he did not budge, man. He did not budge. So they were really worried. That was, and I give Mirabal credit on this. He got his class locked in early. They said, we only want Kaloje. If we don't get him, we're not going to take anyone else. And he stuck to it. I didn't hear a single. The only other one that I did hear was Grant Wise. Grant Wise was the only one, which I think they acknowledged that was a miss, right? Like that was one that they really, they knew that they really should get that one done. So they tried again, but Brett Kaloje was one that they certainly swung back on, and he was not going to mess up what he had going there with USC.
Yeah, they do have certain things in their contract. That's not make believe. That's a real thing. They have some ways that they lock kids in. A lot of it depends on the state that the player's from and how much you can lock them in. It's kind of interesting how the whole thing works. Oh, here we go. CFB Moose says one of the coaches at Chikora School tweeted that he is signing with Miami at Carousel B-Ball. We'll see what happens to USC. Their class is really good. They have a lot of players that Miami wanted. I think if you talk about it shows you how much times have changed. Look at this class. Number one, the whole sign day and the whole schedule is different. Number two, we used to worry about FSU and Florida as the battles on signing day. Now they're like not even factors. They were Florida a little bit last year, but this year, Florida State aren't even factors at all. Miami's really battling USC more than this Florida schools. On top of all that, your South Florida hasn't been as much of a factor. There are only 2 in this class with Javion Mallory and Jordan Campbell. So in the past, it was always South Florida battles, Florida State battles. Now it's a much more national thing. When I look at the recruiting class for USC between Pepe, Winfield, Waffle, Collegier, there's a lot of players in this class. Bowman, Topui. There's a lot of players in that USC class. Sean Scott, that we made a real big effort to get. There's guys in our class that they wanted as well. Vance Baffer is a guy right from there under their nose.
It's a similar profile of obviously private school that is in a big city, so you can kind of attract a national recruit. EJ says, Ty-Wise, son, we slow played. Shaking my head. We certainly did not slow play him.
Yeah, I've heard that.
They wanted him very badly.
Yeah, there's like a slow play kind of thing. I would say maybe that'd be more along the lines of like an Amari
I'll give you one. I'll give you one. That I don't know that you would have classified it as a slow play at the time, D, but I think looking back on it, one of the moves here that I really would have liked to see was Jay Lamar. And I know that there was some stuff, right? He was like kicked off his team or something.
Yeah, there's
right?
some character stuff. Yeah, that's what it is.
But I think Miami had a real chance to land him, and I think looking back on it, hindsight's 2020. But they probably were a bit worried to scare off Derek Cooper, which obviously did not happen. I would have jumped on taking Jay Lamar at that point. And then look, if you have to assess the character thing at a later point, maybe you do, but I say you get him in the fold there. That's the one that I think that they might regret right now.
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's exactly what happened. The character stuff, I don't know if it all came later, but he was kicked off his team later, ultimately brought back. At the same time, Georgia runs I don't say they run a tight ship because they don't. We know all their character stuff. But I mean, Georgia, has options, and they still took him. So we'll see how that one plays out. I think he's definitely a dynamic player. I think the guy is a really, really athletic. Like just in terms of the highlights, his game film. I actually heard that when you break down the game film, Mallory is much more consistent runner than a Lamar in the game film. But Lamar, with his speed and like athletic ability, like when you see his really, really good plays, like his flashes, they're elite. So yeah, it could be one that we regret, or it could be one that he gets kicked off the team and we never hear from him again. I think that's definitely a boomer bust. But Miami needs a little bit more dynamic players in the running back room, because if Pringle gets hurt, God forbid, you have much more of a one type of speed back as opposed to guys that can shift into another gear.
So. Oh, wow! I just saw a tweet just came across my thing saying from Hard Rock Bet saying if Miami and Notre Dame played in a neutral site today, Notre Dame would be a 5.5 point favorite.
Yeah, they were favorite the first time. I don't believe they led the entire game. So, that's why they play games.
So, you want to get into some highlights here?
Oh, I would love nothing more, man. This is what I live for. Let's get into them. You be the DJ.
Well, I think we got to go position by position, right?
So
we'll start. Let me pull up Darion Coleman here.
Oh, yeah. So while you're pulling us up, I can say with Coleman, man, there were a lot of players that I talked to the coaches about and try to figure out, like, who's rising, who's falling a little bit. There was always a lot of love for Darion Coleman and what he was doing as a senior. And really the offseason, spring, you name it. He's always been named as a top performer. We are the Portal podcast, the Tampering podcast. I get it, but this is a guy that every time I talk to somebody about it, hey, who's looking good as seniors, this name came up. So very, very fast rising player as we pull up the highlights. Here we go. Look at that, standing tall in the pocket. That arm talent, man, is easy. I've seen him in person. He's got big hands, just kind of flicks it, man. He can change arm angles. It's not like even though he's trained for a long time with Balin Trujillo, who's done a great job with him, it's not like he plays like a very stiff mechanical style. He's pretty loose and fluid. Look at that throw. What do you see with Coleman there, Pete?
I mean, the arm talent's undeniable. I think his command of what they ask him to do is really good based on everything that I've heard and just seeing how he plays out there. Right. I mean, a lot of people have compared that to having some cam work. I mean, you see him just flick it on the run there, as Just Jay says it there. I sworn to the storm. I think as he gets to it there, he said he needs to add some muscle. I think I'm not concerned about the height necessarily. I think it's more about how he fills out in that frame. Yeah. And he's very obviously that whippy release. Sometimes when you put some weight on it just, I don't know, it doesn't translate the same way. We see how he moves, which is really good right now. But just want to see how he continues to fill out that frame, because he's going to take some hits at the next level.
No doubt. And I heard he's a tough kid. He's definitely a tough-minded kid. Very good decision maker. Sees the field well. I think he's got 25 touchdowns, 1 interception on the year. His team's in the quarterfinals. He was in the state finals last year. I was there in the state championship game. Malachi Tony was the quarterback for the other team, and it turned out to be a shootout. Coleman scored some touchdowns and moved the ball, but really with his legs actually quite a bit. And then Malley was just like Cam Ward. Man, look at this throw off platform. Roll again if you can. Let's just keep it rolling. I haven't seen these highlights, so I'm excited. If you're looking for like a comp body wise, this is not a comp like he's going to be these players. I'm just saying like the way he looks and is built. Bryce Young, probably pretty similar, big handed, kind of skinny guy. Kevin Jennings from Southern Methodist, who's one of the best players around at the quarterback position in the ACC. He's actually better than I thought Kevin Jennings is. That's been a comp for Coleman, certainly size-wise, I see it. And then Marcel Reed would be one I would throw in there. I think Reed's probably a better runner, although Coleman runs more than people think. But size-wise, I don't see a huge difference between a Marcel Reed and a Darion Coleman. It's going to be interesting because he's playing behind probably one of the biggest offensive lines in the country with some of the guys we're going to be talking about. So you're going to have the biggest offensive line in the country, then a little guy behind him.
Yeah, that's always interesting to see how he fits through the windows of the big guys there. And yeah, just you see a lot of these. You see him rolling out here to the right. As Sworn to the Storm says, his arm is elite. Certainly is, man. I just, with any young quarterback, but you see him here in the face of pressure doing some of this stuff. Is he going to be able to do that at the next level? Right? How can you? It's with the Cam Ward comparisons also come you have to avoid some of the stuff that Cam put himself in the situations, but also was able to get himself out of. Like, how will that translate to the next level? Will he be able to do that and sit in the pocket? And you see he takes a hit there at the end.
Yeah, rewind that last play.
It's just a different level. So,
because he plays a high level competition. Orlando Jones. I mean, this is big time Orlando public school football. They play good teams. He's under some pressure. He's not just sitting there like on some private school team that's killing everybody. Look at this. I mean, they're coming after him. Alludes to his left, keeps his balance, delivers the throw. I mean, that's a nice play. He's not out here just throwing to wide open guys with all day.
Yeah, he's playing quarterback. He's not playing playground ball at all.
Yeah. And there was a free rusher, so he had to be a little bit elusive, and he makes a spectacular play. So, I'm impressed by these highlights. Are awesome, man. I want to watch these like 4 times. We got a lot of time on the show today. I want to watch these like 5 times before the show is done. Watching some of these senior clips. Shout out to the team for giving us these access. This is pretty sweet.
I mean, I think when we talk about these guys too, we should talk about kind of where they fit in year one, and quarterback is unique situation. We understand, and there's only one guy who plays, and you expect them to go now to the portal once again. Probably have a player or two transfer out. So there's probably going to be an opportunity for him to get a good amount of reps here, I think, at least in the springtime.
Yeah. And look, again, like you said, who knows what happens with the anyone who's not playing. People say like, oh, why are you talking about this guy as a potential transfer? Like, it's not, I would never say that based on any information. If I had information, I'd probably be quiet, about the situation, quite frankly. But when guys don't play, they're going to be the ones you worry about for the portal, for either, whichever way you want to look at it. So the guys that haven't played at quarterback, I think any of them are potential transfer candidates. Any of them are candidates to come back and keep developing and compete for the job. It's just, we'll see how it plays out. You got Emory Williams, you got Luke Nickel, I think is Judd Anderson, then you got Judd Anderson behind him. So whoever leaves, there are going to be opportunities for Darion Coleman when he is there in the spring. He's going to get here early. He's going to gain some weight. Who knows how good he's going to get. One thing I've heard about him is his personality is very much like, he's like Cam Ward, in that, like, if a receiver messes up, he'll cuss him out. Not like he's not a guy that's going to be timid in any way, right? And not cuss out of frustration, just like, hey man, get right. He did run into some things at a couple camps where, he's got an edge to him, man. And he'd get into it with the counselors a couple times, but he won MVP of those camps. So it's not like he was screwing up. I just think this is a guy he's an alpha, and he is from what the coaches tell me, they like that. That's one of the reasons they like this player, is that he has that personality. Cam Ward has some of that edge too. I mean, Cam Ward's not, he's a team player, but Cam Ward's not just going to take what you tell him if it's stupid. So that's the comp I've heard for him, not in terms of the game necessarily, but just in terms of the edge and the competitiveness that he plays with. Is like, personality wise, he's more of like a Cam Ward than maybe a Carson Beck or Luke Nickel or some other guys, Dorsey. Like, they all have their own kind of leadership styles, but he's more in the Cam Ward mold from what I've heard.
Ty Evans says, if Dawson's not a QB developer, why don't we bring in a quarterback developer then? Well, he's developed these guys pretty good the last couple of years to play good football for Miami. That's the development that I care about. Is your quarterback playing good football? And he did a pretty good job of that last year, helping Cam Ward get into certain positions, helping him make good decisions, which wasn't always the case early in his career. Cam Ward, I'll say it again, we got almost 3,000 on here. Cam Ward was a late round pick to undrafted free agent before he came to Miami. He was able to showcase abilities that he had talent at Washington State on the perimeter. So what did Miami, Shannon Dawson, Mario Cristobal do? They put him in a situation that was conducive to his success. They are obviously doing that this year with Carson Beck, albeit it took maybe half a season, but things have been rolling here. Shannon Dawson, to me, has done a phenomenal job at the quarterback position. How's the quarterback playing? Been pretty good to me.
Yeah, look, this offense, I'm just going to say post-Dorsey, right, which is a long period of time. Dorsey graduated in 2002. It's 2025, so 23 years, okay? Post-Dorsey, this offense, believe it or not, is the second highest scoring offense relative to the nation. So I think total point wise, it might be third behind 2020, but 2020, everybody was scoring. That was the COVID year. So even though that it scored more, it ranked lower nationally. But if you look at like national rank in scoring offense, last year we're number one by far. We're the best offense in the country. This year we're number 20 in the nation. That's the highest we have ranked since Dorsey. So Dawson has the two best offenses we've had since Dorsey by the numbers. And the two best, in my opinion, and I think you would agree, Pete, the two best quarterbacks since Dorsey. Certainly the NFL draft rankings, everything else would support that those were the two best quarterbacks. We'll see when Beck gets drafted. I think day 2. Ward was number 1 overall pick. So if you're getting higher draft picks and playing better offense, keep it rolling, man. Now, if you bring in a Darion Coleman as a super talent, and if he shows a ton of ability, which very, very possible he's going to get a chance to, or a Luke Nickel or whoever, well, they would have a chance to win that job. And you don't have to bring in a portal guy. But I think the system we have going now is working really, really well. And if a guy like Coleman breaks it up because of his talent, perfect. That's why you brought him in the first place. But I don't think you're
I want to get to this comment real quick because I think people always misconstrue what I'm saying with the Cam Ward thing. Steve Smith says, Pete, you're tripping. They did not develop Cam the season before he came to Miami. He was him. Cam Ward's talent was Cam Ward's talent. His draft stock was a late round pick to undrafted free agent. Otherwise, he would not have come back to school.
I've not heard the undrafted free agent thing.
Well,
I've not heard that.
I'm not
I've heard.
I did last year. I heard that
I'd be
before
shocked.
he came to Miami.
I'd
Well,
be
you could
shocked.
be shocked, but I mean,
And
let's
that's
call it
not
late
what I
round
heard.
then. Let's call it late round
Day
then.
three. I think day 3 is fair.
Day 3, which is not where you want to be picked.
Yeah,
if you're going to be a day 3 pick as a quarterback, you want to come back to school.
Yep.
It's semantics at this point. He was a day 3 pick. Well, I'll call it a day 3 pick.
Yeah, let's call it a day 3
pick. Round pick. Day 3 pick. Because the undrafted word scares you. He was a day 3 pick. Miami put him in a position to succeed. When you say development, we can classify development as whatever. Is your quarterback playing well or not?
Yeah.
Is your quarterback playing well or not? If not, you can call development. What are the guys behind him doing? Is your quarterback doing well? I mean, that's what I care about, really. And whether you want to call it development or whatever, as Sworn of the Storm says, they put him in the best situation for his skill set. They gave him an offensive line. They gave him some reliable weapons on the outside. They gave him a top 50 tight end. They gave him a great run game. And I think that's the pitch to other quarterbacks in the future here. But that's with Ward, that was the situation. He was a day 3 pick, and then he came to Miami and lit it up. His talent was his talent. They didn't make his arm any better. They didn't make his football mind any better, his playmaking ability, his ability to extend the play and get the ball downfield. But they did something for him because obviously he had a much cleaner season, did not turn the football over as much as he had, and he turned himself into the number 1 pick.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Albert asking, Beck played well this year with a question mark. I mean, yeah, he was number 9 in the nation in passer rating. Our offense is the second best offense since Dorsey. Our passing offense is significantly better than our running offense. Our running offense took a step back. Obviously, he's not the reason for that. Maybe you could say his lack of mobility. He's not a threat on keeps, but ultimately those are issues that are not his. He really carried this offense, not him, but the passing offense carried the offense to where it is one of the top 20 in the country. Had a bad game against Louisville. That does happen to quarterbacks. I mean, look at Jackson Dart, who's starting games in the NFL this year as a rookie. He basically blew the game against Florida last year. I mean, those games happen, unfortunately, to pretty much every quarterback. But when you look at the whole, I mean, Beck played phenomenal, second in the nation in completion percentage. He's high up in yards per attempt as well. I think he'll be drafted high. I think if you look at all the top coaches and you said, okay, you can't take your current quarterback to the playoff for sentimental reasons. We'll put them to the side. Which quarterback would you pick? I think, Beck's coming off the board pretty fast in that analysis. But Pete, I don't know if you agree, but I think Beck.
No, I do agree. And I want to add something too. There's been some stuff about Dawson and Tulane that we talked about on the show a couple days ago. And I posted this on the Discord yesterday. I'm hearing that at this point, he's not the target of Tulane's search.
Yeah. So
there's some Blake Baker buzz there, but from what I understand right now, he's not the focus of it. Could things? You see how Florida landed on option 18, right? He didn't even make the vaunted list, the TM list. So when you got to land on coaches that aren't even on your top 15. It's not a good situation, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. Things could change, but I think Tulane is focusing on someone else right now. So it looks like that link could be. Now I will say, D, not to start rumor mill here, but I will say there is a link between Corey Heatherman and JMU. He was the D coordinator there for 3 years recently, and they've made some outside the box hires before. So we'll see what happens there, but they're looking for a coach. So
yeah, that's you definitely want to keep Heatherman.
Definitely want to keep him.
I think with Tulane, the name that jumps out, and they've interviewed him already, is Blake Baker, LSU's defensive coordinator. Kiffin wants to keep him, so he has an opportunity to try to compete for championships. You stay at LSU, defense stays where it needs to be. Kiffin presumably gets the offense cooking. You got a chance to win championships. Coach guys like Lamar Brown. I mean, that's the sell there. He'll get paid well there too. But I think if he wants to be a head coach, Tulane's his alma mater. Blake Baker, it's a good job. The last 2 coaches have gotten raises and better jobs, or at least jobs they wanted more. And the program's been winning. So take over winning programs is a pretty good thing. You got players that know how to win. You got a culture that's strong, not a lot of toxicity. So if I'm taking a head coaching job and I am Blake Baker, I'm looking at Tulane, which again, that's already his alma mater. So yeah, that to me makes a lot of sense. Drago saying Beck had a busted wing. Mario and the medical staff fixed him up, and he's just not getting stronger with his arm. I do think he's playing the best of his season, which you'd expect given his injury. It's not just the fact that he's healthier, although I do hear that his arm was always live, but it was like he wasn't used to throwing with the new elbow joint, the brace that he had. So it took some getting used to. Wasn't like a horsepower kind of situation. His arm was just as strong, but it just took a little bit getting used to. And I think more than anything, it was the timing with the receivers. No spring, no summer. So those very much on the go with these receivers who are a lot of them on the younger side and guys he never played with. So it took some time. And I think that's really improved. The offense has improved, a lot going on. Pete, I want to ask you, because we talked about this yesterday off air, so I know you have thoughts. Anthony Manzano's asking D, but I'm asking you, Pete, because we talked about this. If we continue going in the portal for an established quarterback, doesn't that push away the top end recruits at the position the next few years? What are your thoughts there?
I think you're probably going to see a full-fledged commitment to this portal lifestyle. D, I mean, you're really. I don't see them going after a quarterback. Things can change, but right now I don't know that they have like a 2027 quarterback that they're really keyed in on. And normally you have they already swung on Trent Seaborn, didn't get him. I know they had who was the other guy in the mix there? There was someone else who came kind of around the time that we were talking about Seaborn a lot, who was also in the mix. But
yeah, Elijah Haven.
But I don't, from what I understand, man, right now. Because you know how it is. Tomorrow, they already have meetings about 2027. Like we are already on to 2027 tomorrow. And you already kind of have an idea, position by position, who your top early targets are. From what I understand, QB-wise, they don't have that guy right now. So I think you're going to really see the commitment to it. And if you want to call it Portal QBU, then call it that. But guess what? Branding does wonders.
Yeah. I like offenses to score points. I like offenses to win double-digit games. I like quarterbacks that get drafted. I know the NFL's not everything. There's good college quarterbacks. But look, man, even Dorsey started games in the pros. Dorsey was actually our most successful pro quarterback of the last few, until Cam Ward, basically, despite not really being a prototypical pro. So, yeah, listen, all things equal, I like quarterbacks to get drafted, man. I like traits. I like ability. And I think with the portal, you're getting access to those players. You're skipping the learning curve so they don't learn on your dime. Young players are expensive too. So if you pay a top quarterback, they better be playing, because if they're burning a hole in your bench with all that money, that's a problem for your roster management and construction, because you're allocating money to a player who doesn't play at all and doesn't help you. All these things are why, and I have an interesting phenomenon to talk to you about, Pete, and Toby, we'll get to your question in a second. I appreciate you. Actually, here, he's asking, does Keelan Marion have another year left? He does not, but appreciate your support. But Pete, I want to point something out to you that I think you might find interesting. Certainly, I found it interesting. All right, so I'm going to pull up. So we've been and we've been on the same page. I know we disagree on certain things here, but this topic we've been on the same page from the jump, which is there's no reason, in my view, to ever get a high school guy if you don't, you don't have to. Now, Darion Coleman, the talent he has, the fact that he wants to be a Cane, I love it. Bring him in, and you're feeling great about it. And you have him and Nickel to compete. So you have young quarterbacks already in the building. One of those guys could be your quarterback of the future. So you got guys in the building. Coleman, I think, was a great get. I'm excited about Coleman. Everybody's excited about Coleman. But in terms of like that top 5 ranked player, look at this list, Pete. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you notice about this list that I'm about to pull up. These are the top quarterbacks in the country. What do you notice when you look at this list?
No, first of all, the top 2 schools there, and then you got BYU in the mix as well. I mean, I think that should be the way. We were talking about it earlier with like Amari Latimer, for example, if he ends up going to West Virginia. But why not go and play early? Get the ball in your hands, be the man, get reps. If it doesn't work out to the degree that you think it's going to work out, then you say, well, you chalk it up to not having enough around you. I think at Vanderbilt, Curtis should be there for the long haul, I think. But yeah, if not, then you just up your stock. Look what we just saw with JKS at Cal this year, right? That guy's in such a great position right now. He can stay at Cal, make a boatload of money. He can have his pick of wherever he wants to go. I mean, but the ball is in his court right now because of getting on the field early. And I think you're going to see a lot more decisions like this moving forward.
Yeah, no, for those who are just listening and not look at the screen, Jared Curtis going to Vanderbilt. This is number 1 quarterback in the country. Number 2 quarterback, Kashawn Henderson going to University of Houston. Faison Brandon, another 5-star going to Tennessee. Diabell, Texas. But then Ryder Lyons going to BYU. Now, look, BYU is ahead of us in the playoff rankings right now. Vanderbilt right behind us. Houston had a good season. They're ranked. So these are not bad teams by any means, but you wouldn't say these are the teams you'd expect to be signing the elite blue chip quarterbacks. And I think what you're seeing is a team like Vanderbilt, it makes that sense for them to spend a ton of money on this young Jared Curtis because they don't have access to a lot of other quarterbacks. Kashawn Henderson, both those are local guys. Ryder Lyons, he's not local, but he's Mormon, so the BYU connection's there. So when you have these elite blue chip quarterbacks that have some tie to your school, and you're not a school that's recruiting the best defensive lineman out of high school, the best offensive lineman out of high school, you just don't have that cachet, then spend a ton of money on these quarterbacks. They can be the face of your program. But if you're a team like Miami, pay the Jackson Canwells, try to pay the Lamar Browns, and then when you're spending money on quarterback, get someone you know is going to win you games right now, because that's a lot more important than having like a face of the program like Vanderbilt needs and like Houston needs. That to me is why you're seeing this trend of smaller. I say smaller, these are good teams, but not the blue blood programs signing the elite high school quarterbacks. And then Miami's going to be in the top of the transfer market. LSU is going to be on the top of the transfer market, and teams like that. Obviously, Ohio State's had transfer quarterbacks the last few years. Notre Dame had one with Riley Leonard, went to the championship. Now they're going with the homegrown guy. But you're seeing top programs go to the portal market a lot more, and you're seeing some of these other programs picking up these guys that used to be automatic Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama. Not the case anymore.
I love this comment here from Alec. He says, can we start using FIU as a farm school? Maybe pay half their NIL on a QB so they can get some snaps.
Yeah, I like the concept, but the problem is someone else can go and get that quarterback too. So, let's say you send like Luke Nickel to FIU and the guy's balling, that Georgia Tech wants to throw money at him. That's I think the bigger problem. Dan Alden, always appreciate your support. Just like NFL, you want guys who've seen a lot. Yeah, experience kills. That's why I think Ty Simpson and Dante Moore would be crazy, unless they just win the championship or something. They would be crazy to go in the draft. They need reps. NFL is all about reps. College football is all about reps. Get reps. I think if those guys stay, Carson Beck has a chance. We talked about this a couple of shows ago. Carson Beck has a chance to be QB2 if Dante Moore and Ty Simpson stay and get reps. Dante Moore, another one who's a transfer portal player. Ty Simpson, a homegrown guy. But let's say he goes pro. This is why I say, like, what's the real benefit of homegrown guys? If the guy's the best player is the best player. If Darren Coleman's the best player next year, great. That's amazing. We have a freshman phenom. He's going to be there for 3 years. Perfect. That's a home run. Ty Simpson's homegrown, developed. If he goes pro this year, what do you get him for? 12 games, 13 games? You maybe more in the playoff. So it's not like he was developmental, but in terms of starting, he was the same as a rental. And you paid him for 4 extra years while he was just sitting on the bench. So, doesn't all mean homegrown doesn't mean you get these guys for 3 years all the time. Oh, Mr. Lex, speaking of your heart here, says you can do it like a loan in soccer, pay half the salary and all. Stephen Heath says Ohio State got a homegrown kid. Saints signed with Alabama, did spring at Alabama. Then when Saban left, he went to Ohio State. So they got him young, and you can get young players in the portal. We've talked about it. There's going to be I think there's going to be some quarterback movement with the class of 25, which is a really highly rated good quarterback class. just because, like, Ohio State signed a 5-star in Tavian St. Clair. Is he going to sit behind Sane for 2 more years? I don't know. Maybe he is fine doing that, but he's going to get some interest in the portal. So some of those you can sign 5-star players that haven't become the top portal quarterback yet, as far as like current production, and bet on developing them. Dante Moore is a transfer to Oregon, but was developed there. So you can get guys like that are transfers, but young transfers that you develop a little bit. That's another way to do it.
So, Sworn of the Storm says adding a legit QB running throw would make Dawson's offense unstoppable. Yeah, it is something interesting to consider.
Yeah, I would like, in a perfect world, I think it's time for Miami to have a quarterback that can run, whether it's Bailey, whether it's Sorsby, whether it's Sellers, whether it's Sam Levitt. I'd like to see, especially with the running game kind of stalling this year, I'd love to see a running threat.
Anthony Manzano says, Pete, this is where I disagree with you. Michigan is a big-time program. They pay Bryce Underwood $12 million for NIL. Do you call them desperate for doing that? They decided to make that investment. I don't know that it seems to be working out early on. I think he's a stud, but there's outliers. There's certainly outliers. Not everyone. I don't think Miami is in a position to pay a quarterback $12 million to come play here, though.
And he started as a true freshman. So if you're going to get a guy like Underwood, okay, this is your quarterback. Now, are any of these quarterbacks that you see on this list, Curtis, Henderson, Brandon, whatever, are they capable of leading Miami to the season you want now that you've gotten accustomed to 10-win seasons? You tell me.
It's a question mark. I don't know.
I mean, Michigan, was okay this year. They weren't great. I think it made sense for Michigan.
Right, I was going to say, as Nick West says, he's held them back this year. If they had a QB who was ready-made right now, you don't think they would be in the playoff?
And I think it made sense for Michigan because I don't think Michigan was ready to win right away. Anyways, they lost a lot of guys to the pros, so it's kind of like, all right, we're going to rebuild anyways. This guy's local. He's from Detroit. He's the number 1 player in the country. He's an exciting player for our fan base. Let's get him. They didn't have anybody in-house either. They would have to gone to the portal. So it's like, all right, well, instead of just getting an average portal guy to hold together a rebuilding year, let's just rebuild with this spectacular player who's local, going to add excitement, and then he'll be ready when we're ready. So to me, that made sense. If Michigan was a fully ready-made team and you spent all your money on this guy, that's different. So I think it's all also about timing. It's about the player. It's, there's a local guy who's the number 1 player in the country. So it's like, man, this is a different kind of guy. If there was a number 1 player in the country quarterback out of Miami, and look, maybe Diabell is that. I don't see Diabell and Bryce Underwood quite the same. I don't think he's going to play as early. But, there's always it's case-by-case basis. But I think if you pay a guy like that, they better play. And Bryce Underwood has played. 850 Kane says, you think Chase Smith has done enough to get drafted? If so, where do you think he lands in CMC we trust? I think he's more of a priority free agent that has a chance on special teams. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, I hope so, man. I root for Chase, man. He's stuck it out here. He has a lot of talent. I think just how will the medical side look for him, because he's had the injuries, right? That's always a factor in terms of if you're going to take a late round pick flyer on someone. But there's no reason he can't get into a camp D, and like as you said, and flash, because he's got the size. He can fly all over the field. And again, it's going to be about getting the right situation for him and right fit. But that's, to me, man, he is such a great example in today's modern era of NIL, of someone who stuck it out and carved out a real role on this team.
100%. From the class of 21, man, he was the same class as Leonard Taylor and James Williams and Arroyo and all those guys, just to give you Cam Kitchens, same class. And Cam Kitchens probably make a Pro Bowl this year. Shout out to Canes on top. Appreciate you. I bumped my Canes connection one more time. Special piggy bank for number 10, Tony. Yeah, we need it. Peak, we get that Canes connection banner rolling too when you get a chance. We got the telethon mode here. There it is. Shout out to Fonzie Restrepo for writing this thing. Love it. CanesConnection.com/CIS. We kind of took a step back from pushing it as much as we had, just because, when you lose to SMU, it's a hard ask. But I think now you've seen the roster. You've seen how fun this season is, man. You've seen what it is for Miami to be in the mix. Only one way for that to happen. That's CanesConnection.com/CIS. So look, either if you're not a part of it, join up. If you were a part of it, maybe you canceled because you were frustrated about the SMU loss. We're back. Joins Canes Connection, canesconnection.com/CISP. You were going to say something, and I feel like you got cut off by some questions. I don't know if you lost your train of thought, but
I don't know. I don't know what it was. I was probably going to ask you if you wanted to get to the next highlight of Javion Mallory.
Yeah, man, let's watch. I want to watch his senior stuff. I'm excited to see this too. So Javion Mallory, we talked about South Florida, right? And needing to get some South Florida guys. This is one of them, right? This is one of the more productive players in South Florida. He's battled some injuries, nothing catastrophic that's actually affecting his, his ability, but he's
Canes Cat. Don't even put that out there, because Canes Cat C305 is going to ask if the car accident that he got in last year is still affecting him. He's asked us that question for a year and a half now, and every single time we say, no, man, he's fine.
Yeah, these are his senior highlights. It looks pretty good to me. He's not this player. So again, I use these comps and people will be like, oh, he's not this player. Okay. Don't even get it twisted. His style of running, if you were to say, who's this guy's hero or model as a runner, I would say he's probably I'm sure he watches Frank Gore highlights, because that's kind of how he runs, where he just natural, good vision, hits the hole hard, and cuts without losing speed. And look at that. And he actually kind of gains speed when he cuts. Look at that. Pete, rewind this play when you get a chance. Because, you wonder what Javion, like, Derek Cooper's an easy guy. He's a track star. Look at the way this guy cuts. Look at the angle he took to that daylight. It's just an efficient mover to get to the sideline. And that ends up being a really explosive touchdown. But it was set up by his vision and his cuts. And then I saw him at camp. He was the MVP of a camp with Derek Cooper. They were right next to each other in the same group. Mallory ended up being the MVP. And his receiving is better than you think. But yeah, look, he's not going to be a Derek Cooper track star. He's running 10.7, but nice move right there. I mean, this guy can make big plays. I like his senior film. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, he's a good back. I think the top end speed, I think it still remains to be seen. But he looks like a guy to me, D, who will, when he gets in the college weight room, we see a lot of guys who get bigger and they lose some of their speed. I think he does the opposite, just how he's built. I think they'll try to lean him up a little bit, and I think he'll lose some of that baby fat, if that makes sense. I'm not saying he's got like bad weight on him, but I think he just he chisels up a bit and maybe looks a bit more explosive at the next level, if that makes sense.
Certainly does. He's got good size, man. I've seen him in person. He's got a good frame. So yeah, a weight room would help. But yeah, I mean, I like this guy, man. I think the one thing I'll say
he's a real back, as Stephen he says. He looks like he has good vision. Yes, he's not a track guy, athlete playing. I remember Usman Kroma last year. Usman Kroma was just like a freak of nature, and I think he's a stud of a talent. But like, he didn't really seem like someone who was setting stuff up behind his line. Like, didn't have that same sort of feel for it. This is a guy that is a real back.
Yeah, and he can catch too. That the only negative you could say is when you talk about the way this room is, like, if Pringle goes down, you don't have that true home run hitting kind of guy with pure electric speed like a Derek Cooper has, for example. So you have a lot more solid runners as opposed to spectacular, explosive playmakers aside from Pringle. So you'd like to add one more dynamic player to that room, but I mean, this guy's a good player, man. He can play next year.
I gotta say, it's been. I gotta pull this off for a second. It's been coming in the comments here, but it looks official. Brian Hartline to USF. We got to talk about this one.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So you're gonna get a lot of Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith to USF.
Yeah, man. I wish this happened 2 years ago. Oh wow, look at this. Another bit in news. Chris Kleiman stepping down at Kansas State, and Colin Klein, who's been rumored for some jobs, is taking that job. So a couple offensive coordinators move into the big seat. But yeah, with Hartline, look, I'd rather him be there than at Ohio State. He's not going to be taking recruits from us at USF, you don't think?
There was also a rumor that he might head to Oregon to be the offensive coordinator, that now Will Stein left, which that might have been a lateral move unless they were just giving him complete play calling duties, which I'm not sure what that was like at Ohio State this year. But that's I think it's a good move for USF too. By the way, he'll get some guys from South Florida.
No doubt. I think it's a good fit. It's the right type of move for him. Yeah, I've seen him. They talked about Kentucky for him. I know Will Stein took that job. That's a hard job, Kentucky. Mark Stoops did some really nice things there. So I think USF, not that USF's an easy job.
I don't think he's going to take anything from Miami necessarily. Like if you're going head to head on a kid, but they will get he'll make some early buzz. He'll get some high profile commits early in this cycle. I think whether or not they stick with them, we'll see. And he will get guys that USF should be getting and not letting go to a lower tier P4 team.
Right.
Like they should get the best of the rest here in Florida. So
I agree. And he'll get the occasional blue chipper, I think.
Yeah, he will.
Just because he has the NFL pedigree. Maybe someone's not feeling the love. Like he's like, maybe like you get like a 4-star in a class that's got a 5-star, and he's like, hey, I want my own shine. I'm going to USF and I'll be featured. I think he'll land a couple of those guys too. So, you shout out to Brian Hartline getting out of our hair. I think that's a great news for Canes fans. I don't know if this is a Jeremiah Smith situation where it has any impact. I mean, Jeremiah Smith, I could coach him right now, and I think I could produce a 1,000-yard receiver pretty easily, but then get him out of there. One last thing here on Mallory, because I want to mention he did have his signing day ceremony today, which we'll be posting these throughout the day, just the pictures from the ceremonies, because this is to me one of the coolest parts about the whole thing. You're just seeing all these guys that you've been following the recruiting and then stressing about, hey, do they flip? Do they not flip? And now seeing them wearing the colors. Here we go. There's Javion Mallory signing officially with the U. I mean, you see, he's got good size, man. He's like, I've stood right next to this guy in Cooper. So it was the Under Armour camp. They were paired together. They were by far the two best guys. You could see him go toe to toe in every single drill. Mallory was the MVP of that camp, but the size wise, they weren't that different. Cooper's a little taller, maybe a little leaner, but Mallory's a big bone kid. Like he's going to gain weight and have every down back size with that cutting ability and vision. So I'm excited about Mallory in this class. I think he's going to play next year. Talk about who's going to play next year. I think Mallory is going to play next year with that cutting ability, with that vision.
Hold on. I'm getting a text about Tank here.
Check that. Hold on. What do you say here? 863, been this way for the last few streams. It's pretty bad for the Mario stream. Are you guys having technical issues? I haven't heard anything. Everything's fine on our end. So like it's hard. We don't know if there's any technical stuff. If there is, let us know in the comments and we'll try to play with it. But right now it looks clean to us. So you got to let us know.
It's funny because I think there's people noticing he hasn't signed with Oregon yet. People inside, not fans, right? So it's #noticing, right? I'll say this. I was laughing a second ago because I see a lot of Calvin Russell comments about like he hasn't signed with Syracuse yet. I've heard zero buzz about something crazy happening there with Miami, but I will say when I Twitter search his name, the Syracuse fans are losing it right now. They're freaking out, asking why he hasn't signed. So that's pretty funny to that's pretty funny to see. So there's a fan. I'm gonna pull this up. A Syracuse fan says, "Calvin Russell, where are you?" with the time to sign.
Well, listen, can we start rumors right now, Pete?
I love starting rumors.
Jordan Campbell goes to the same high school as Calvin Russell, and he's already like signed, sealed, delivered, NIL in. Mm-hmm. So usually those things come from the same school at the same time. So I'm not saying, but I'm saying.
You're not saying, but you're just saying.
I'm just saying. Now, for all we know, he might sign with West Virginia. I haven't heard anything really on the Miami side with him. Has Jason Lopez signed?
Let me check. I don't know.
That's the one. Again, I know I'm a broken record, and you are too. But it's like I just know this guy's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver in his sleep. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
Signing day drama here, baby. Not Canes Inside National Signing Day live stream, baby. Stick around. We got a long afternoon ahead. Who knows what lies ahead?
I'll tell you, Pete, the thing that I'm suffering with is, man, would you like anything more than to they had the fried broccoli from the Lickin'? Like, they're not even paying us for these ads. I'm just actually fiending because I'm used to doing these long live streams from the Lickin', and now I'm actually fiending for that fried broccoli, man.
Yeah, no, I'm missing those lamb chops, man. I'm missing those lamb chops.
Shout out to Taylene. Taylene works in the Lickin' here by Miami Beach, man. I need to stop by just to get that fried broccoli again. It's killing me. But you want to talk hoops, man? We've got a lot of questions about hoops. My boy Ty Evans in the chat, not the one that signed with the Canes. Another Ty Evans in the chat. A lot of questions about the hoops.
Well, this is the train of thought. Now that you bring it up. This is what I was going to say on Calvin Russell.
Let's hear it.
I'll tell you what. He was probably watching the Canes basketball team last night and having second thoughts. He was watching Jay Lucas's boys out there against Ole Miss get their first road win since January. I didn't even realize they had not won a road game since January 2024. Did not win one last year.
Insane.
You've lost 16 in a row on the road. And the true road games in college basketball are, few and far between outside of the conference games, right? Because you obviously do that, but then you do the midseason tournaments, and you have this out of conference game against Ole Miss here. So you had that. They had not lost a non-conference game at home in 21 games, Ole Miss.
Yep.
And Chris Beard, trying to get that thing back off the ground there. So he's still early in his process. But Chris Beard's an established coach in college basketball. And outside of Miami not having Dante Allen, not having Marcus Allen last night, relying on guys like Timothé Malovich, whose shooting was not great, but I really liked the trigger that he had, the quick trigger, he hit it really the dagger at the end of the game there. There was multiple daggers. Trey Donaldson was phenomenal last night. Malik Renew really turned it on in the second half, playing through his ankle thing. But again, when I talk about the thing that really I thought was interesting as the SEC network announcers were pointing out was Jay Lucas, the last 10 minutes of the game, was calling a play every single time. The announcer said he's calling a play every single time. It's not basically like YOLO ball. It's not like ISO one-on-one or, hey, get to this set and then we'll see what's there. He was calling legitimate. And he said, the announcer was saying, man, he's showing the value of these possessions down the stretch. Between that and then switching from man to zone a couple different times. That's what they said. They said some would say, as Canes Cat 305 brought it up, the announcers were like, yeah, some would say he's joysticking it right now, like he's trying to be too in control. But that's what that team needed down the stretch, and they were flawless every time. Ole Miss kept making a little run. They brought in some guys who really could shoot it off the bench there. Man, they really stood their ground and kept it with double digits and didn't really let it drop below that. So
100%. Yeah, dude, I'm pumped. I just like the way they play. Like we were texting about it yesterday. Like they're just the way they compete, the way that Ole Miss would have runs. I mean, we had that lead the whole game, and you know how it is. I mean, home team, especially a team that's been around like Ole Miss with a legit coach, they're gonna make runs. And it felt like every time they even started to make a run, it got squashed out pretty quick. Man, the lock in, the focus of the team, I think has been consistent. I don't see a lot of goofing around. I don't see a lot of unintelligent basketball. It's not perfect. It's not, again, you saw the limitations when you played against a BYU or UF, but just the way that they play, I think is really, really impressive. I like we talked about the trigger, pulled up the team stats here yesterday. Look, the makes are the makes. They were shooting well yesterday from three, but I liked the attempts with 25 attempts. Timo, you mentioned that last one, I think, was a real good one for his confidence because the teams are begging. When Malovich catches the ball, teams are begging for him to put it on the floor. They're begging for it. But he's so tall and he's got such a high release that if he just sets his mind like, hey, I'm getting this ball and it's going up, he's going to make a lot of them. He's going to scare teams. That's why I always go back to Coach Bolstra of the Heat. He is the biggest proponent of his role players having no conscience. He tells his shooters, like, get the ball and shoot. Take bad shots. I'd rather you take bad shots than turn down easy shots because you're a shooter. Team's scared of your shooting. I think Malavich, although he can't put on the floor and do that, he needs to be with that quick trigger. We saw it last night. Also, your boy, the Israeli sniper, gave us some pretty good minutes as well, and seems like he's getting more and more juice.
Yeah, definitely. They're shooting with more confidence. Knox Kane asking Pete, why do you think Udez not getting more minutes? A couple things there. So he missed a couple games last week, 2 or 3 games. When I was told it was a groin issue, with those soft tissue injuries, you got to keep the guys like really on a minutes restriction, so to speak. He was moving around good last night, but really I think more than anything, and Jay Lucas has alluded to this before, he's basically said every game is going to be different in terms of the matchup. Last night, they were killing them going small. Like when Malik Renew was playing and getting the ball on the post, they were doubling him every single time, and he was able to facilitate. We also shot it better than we had all year from 3. We hit 11 threes last night, most we've hit all year. So when you're like, if he would have been playing at the same time as Malik, the floor would have been condensed a little bit more. But Ernest Udez was in there to close out the game and had some big time defensive stops, big time rebounds. He, like, when there's a loose ball, not only him, but the whole team really has good instincts to go chase the ball, and they're running after it. Like, they're diving for it. Shelton Henderson had a huge loose ball that he got that started a transition fast break. He got the ball up ahead to Trey Donaldson, who got fouled. It's just nice to see everyone kind of playing the role that they were brought into play at this point.
So, and we got an announcement here, a signing that I want to get to real quick, but a good signing, a great signing, 4,000 on. Before we get off basketball, and we'll keep talking basketball. We got a long time on the air, man. Plenty of time to talk about this great win and this team.
I want to keep talking basketball, D. You're gonna get me off. We're just getting started. I know. I see it.
But when it comes to Henderson, and the comment I made, it was kind of a hot take, I guess, was I said, really after the first couple games, I think this guy's gonna be the best 5-star we ever signed. And when you watch him play, he had a very good statistical game yesterday. But it's not even that. It's, first of all, the size is ridiculous, how big he is. When you see it in person, you're out there on the court side, the guy's size is insane, how strong he is. His handle at his size, like, and his change of pace, like, he's a guard. Like, he's basically a point guard that is built like, a college power forward and an NBA power forward these days. And then mentally, he is a hustle player. Like, what was the last 5-star that we got that I could say this guy's like a hustle player was Bruce Brown, right? To me, that was the last guy that was that highly rated guy that I would say that was a hustle player and obviously an NBA talent. This guy Henderson is a hustle player, blue collar to the bone, who just happens to be 6'6", built like a defensive end with a tight handle and finishing ability. You saw some of the crazy finishes he did yesterday. So I love this guy, not just as a Canes fan. Like, I want the Heat to draft him. Like, I think this guy, I would bet big on him just because of the way he plays the game, his intangibles. Love Shelton Henderson. If this is what Jay Lucas players are going to look like going forward, we're in good shape.
Yeah, as Joel says, last night's going to come in handy on Selection Sunday. I agree, man. I think I've said that I thought this team could be a 10-11 seed sort of team, and I feel good about that right now. And that'll be a team that's kind of, on the bubble there, but ACC play, it's around the corner. But you got some news here, do you want to get to?
Let's get to it, man. So, new signee. We were waiting on a couple guys. We knew that West Coast was a little late, 7 o'clock on the West Coast in the morning. Bright and early, who sends it in? There he is, Vance Spafford, wide receiver, Orange County, California, Mission Viejo High School, 4-star player, flip from Georgia, the raw killer. I always talk about how great raw Miami is as a 7-on-7 program. Jalen Waters, Ben Hanks, Bryce Fitzgerald just on the defensive side of the ball. Some of the guys that you're talking about there that have played defense for that program, Ellis Robinson, and Vance Spafford regularly lit these guys up and cooked them. with his speed. Do you just do you have his highlights handy? That'd be cool. Let's
I'll bring him up right now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this dude. The big issue with Vance Spafford, the reason why he dropped, and it's not like he dropped like to like a 3-star or something like that, but the reason he's not the top 100 player he was early in the process was because he was just hurt as a senior. Nothing like he didn't like tear his Achilles or anything like that, but he just was banged up, didn't play, has dealt with injuries, a smaller frame guy the last couple of years. But when he's played, man, his production is insane. Sophomore year, it was his healthiest year. He set records, 83 catches, 1,500 plus yards, 22 touchdowns. Then senior next year as a junior, missed some time, but still had 1,000 yards and 14 touchdowns. As a senior, he's been hurt. But yeah, dude, I could watch this a few times. This is so fun to watch. 4.35 speed for Vance Spafford, laser timed, and he can run routes and catch. I haven't seen these highlights. I wonder if these are like the few games he played as a senior. Look at this. Change of speeds, quarterback friendly, comes back to the ball, and there you see him running after the catch. Yeah, I think these might be senior highlights because there's only a couple games in here. He only played a few games. I mean, look at his route running. Catches the ball. He could play slot with his route running in hands, but his speed, I think, makes him a different type of player, more similar to like, if I were to compare him to a Miami slot receiver, I've heard Braxton Berrios comps. Obviously, it's, I think skin color has to do a lot with that. Restrepo, Malachi is, of course, the best slot in the country. The guy that Spafford reminds me the most is actually Philip Dorsett. If you guys remember Philip Dorsett, first rounder, had a long pro career, started a Super Bowl, which he won for the Patriots, just because legit 4.3 speed, runs his routes well, hands catcher, not great after the catch for being as fast as he is, which Dorsett, that's how Dorsett was, but kills you with his speed and route running. Pete, I know you're digging into some news here and working the phones. The comp, and I don't think I'd shared this one, but my comp for Vance Spafford watching this, Philip Dorsett, just with the speed and route running, not a crazy after the catch kind of guy, but somebody who kills you with route running speed, good hands.
Dorsett was the only difference I'll say is that Dorsett was really strong. Like Dorsett was, I think there was like, I don't know if it was weightlifting or track. He was a track guy. Like he was Spafford's twitched up, but like Dorsett was actually like physically strong in the weight room too.
Yeah.
And I think that's the next step for Spafford.
And I think, look, he can get it. I've been around him. He is a smaller guy. There's no question about it, but he's not short. Number one, he's good 5'11", 5'10" maybe, but probably closer to 5'11". I think and he's tough. When you watch him on the field, he's a physical player. It's not like he's a guy that runs away from contact. He's had injuries, but not because he's, soft or anything like that and trying to milk it. So with him, I think he can gain weight. And when he does, he goes to a whole nother level. I love this pickup, man. I think it was a guy you wouldn't expect to sign. This is not like the guy that you're expecting the Miami Hurricanes to sign, quite frankly. So you're excited when a guy like this comes all the way across the country. This is a Mario deal, signing this caliber of player from California, man. This was never happening ever under some of our prior coaches. Where you're going to California and landing a Vance Spafford.
Green Tree Canine with an interesting one here. He says Travis Benjamin.
So Benjamin was super dynamic, and Benjamin. The thing with Benjamin is, like, he returned punts for the touchdowns in the NFL. He was very good with the ball. Even though he was skinnier, he was very, very explosive with the ball in his hands at Miami and in the NFL. Dorsett is the comp for me because Dorsett, as fast as he was, like, Dorsett wouldn't be taking like a punt to the house. He was like a real receiver that just happened to be fast. I think Spafford's like that, where he's just a really good receiver that happens to be fast. I want to share this because, again, these are always cool. This is the official. I'll turn the audio off. This is the official moment where Javion Mallory signed with the University of Miami. So let me just check this real quick. Let me turn. I'll turn. Let me. You know what? Let's put the audio. Let me share it with the audio.
Yeah, you should be good. Normally those aren't we don't get hit on those.
That's why you'll never hear me say me. It's we. It's them. It's we and them. they're the reason why this program is as successful as it is. I couldn't be happier for him. 4 years ago when he came in, it's always a dream to be the #1 player, sign at the top university. Now, I have no doubt he's going to the right place, and he's going to do a lot of great things over the next 3 years. 3 years at Miami, 3 and done into the NFL. So signing with the University of Miami, J.D. Mallory. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, on the day, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, without him, all
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I want to thank my parents, mom and dad. Thank y'all. Without y'all, pushing me, waking me up each and every morning, getting me to where I need to be, where I want to be at. I mean, it's unbelievable. Thank you. I want to thank my teammates, all of y'all. Coming in, it wasn't easy. We wasn't good at all. But I believe in the process Coach Potts had. He had out for us. Look where we at now. Coach Potts, I don't know. Without you, Coach, it's really good.
Next up, we got 26 cornerback, 4-star Jaden Broadnex.
Who? Yes. Oh, what happened?
Nah, messing around. He was talking about some other kid who's not committed to Miami, who's a 4-star. So I should have said that. Disrespectful, but we love our Canes here.
Yeah, so no, I like Mallory. Yeah, I should have probably put that a little higher. But you got the picture. He's a grateful kid. Man, his size.
But I'm telling you, man, I think once he gets in there, he's gonna chisel up. And I say it in a respectful way. I just think that I think he's gonna drop a little bit of that weight. Like, he's naturally big, D, but I think he's gonna turn some of that into some real muscle.
Yeah, I agree. And he's tough. Like, he's a physical runner too. On top of that, by the way, another announcement here, as we're only waiting on Chukwura, which who knows what the deal is there. But Izzy Briggs, another California kid out there in Fresno, beautiful country out there. I was at Kings Canyon and Sequoia last year. But Izzy Briggs, now officially a Miami Hurricane at tight end. So that's a good one right there. I mean, I love the talent of this dude. I think I heard Ivans compare him to like an Aronde Gadsden. I could see that if he gained some weight, which Gadsden did when he got to college.
I'll pull up the clips here in a second. I'm interested to watch these because his senior highlights on Huddle were a bit scattered.
Yeah.
So I think this will be cool to see here. Just give me a second. I'm making the post on our socials right now.
Yeah, handle it. So in the meantime, I'll talk a little bit more about Israel Briggs, who had some, he moved around a lot. He had a really rough kind of family situation. He's overcome a ton, which, these kids all come from different backgrounds and they all have different stories, all their own types of adversity they overcome. But man, with Briggs, dealing with just, I think his coach said it, so it's public information. He was dealing with homelessness for a while, so to see him really blossom and become one of the top players in the country, 4-star player, really, really cool. And he plays everywhere, man. He plays receiver, he plays D-end, he plays corner, he plays returner, he runs the ball and he catches the ball. So like all that stuff is really cool. He plays basketball as well. So I like his overall athleticism, like his instincts to be able to play those multiple spots. He's bounced around schools. Again, I just mentioned the reason it's not the most stable situation as far as like where he's situated. Had a situation, I think we got in a fight this year, which got in the papers, like on the field with an opponent. So look, it's like a lot of these kids, there's going to be a developmental process. He needs to gain some weight, but speed, talent-wise, I think this guy's going to be really, 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 really good.
I have something to pull up here in just a second for you. Let me find it real quick. One moment here. Hold on.
Let's see.
Because we are a speculative, tampering podcast.
I would love nothing more. Let's tamper. Let's speculate. What do we got here? Ooh.
The 2-year anniversary, man, of the great chase. Actually, that was later in December. It wasn't early December
Yeah,
yet.
they
It was like
moved it up.
mid-December. But yeah, if you're not watching, if you're just listening, Jeremiah Smith posts a picture with his former wide receiver coach now, Brian Hartline. He says, "Love, coach."
There it is. Made him everything he is today.
I'll pull up the Israel Briggs highlights here, D.
Let's see.
So we can take a look at those.
Yeah,
I'm
I love
interested.
it. I love. Yeah, this is like I said from his over his career. Return kicks to the house. I've seen him play defense, play corner, look good. I've seen him play linebacker, defensive end, those kind of positions. Of course, he's a tight end. He can play wildcat. He can get handoffs. I've seen him take jet sweeps. Obviously, catch the ball, running routes. He's just a stud. 26 has all-time performance from Pete during that whole saga back in 2023. I don't even remember that. I don't remember you acting wild.
Well, I wasn't acting wild, but we were gathering info. Remember, that was the first year we did it. We had 30,000 people on live or something. It was like crazy because people across the country were trying to. Yeah, I did that one by myself.
Yeah, I was still working. That's right. That's when you were balling that day. All right, let's see Izzy Briggs. Where's he at? Okay, I guess he was blocking on that play. Here we go. Number 14. I mean, he really, his run after the catch for a tight end. You see in all his clips, he's returned kicks to the house. He's really, really good at that, man. He's got good balance, good speed. Look at the quickness there. Separates, makes a nice play. This is all senior film, by the way. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this dude, man. Look at the route running there, nice release, and then there's the after the catch. Look at him just bouncing off players.
Yeah, I think maybe more on the developmental side, D, just because he's the man right now where he's at, and I think first of all the level of competition and just some of the refining things of the position. Tight end's a very tough spot to get on the field immediately, but I think understanding that his role should be more of a guy who's stretching the field for you. We'll see how much of the blocking stuff he gets asked to do early.
Yeah, keep this rolling because I want to watch it again. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's going to be just how's the transition going to be, right? We talked about, all this, everything he's had to overcome. Now he's going to go all the way across the country. Fresno's pretty country too, where he's the part of, especially where he's from. He's from Visalia, which is like real kind of in the mountains. So, they're deep in the Sierra Nevada. So look at him returning these kicks. Look at this. I mean, how many tight ends you see return kicks like this? So it's going to be a wow. It's going to be that was a sick play. There's going to be a developmental process with Briggs, but I think if he can acclimate, and sometimes like the added stability. Look at him just take this handoff. I mean, dude, this guy's a big time athlete, man. This is not normal stuff. Sometimes these guys, when they start gaining weight and they're in a stable situation and they're getting, college level meals where they're just feeding you and feeding you and feeding you. A lot of times these guys really, really take off. So I think I would say, I don't say boom or bust, but I would say, there's a floor there because you're counting him gaining weight, you're counting the transition, all that. But I think ceiling wise, he probably is one of the highest ceilings in this class.
Canes fan Brandon says, patiently waiting for some good news. Man, we've been getting good news all day. The number one player in the country signed with Miami today. How about that, D? We got to get into that here in a bit. But no, man, I think, look, if you're just joining the stream right now, because we have almost 4,500 live, most of Miami's work is done here. You now have all of your signees in, except the only two they haven't officially announced. Well, they haven't officially announced Frederick Santis. I'm told there's nothing wrong there. I don't know if they're waiting to send it in when he's doing his ceremony at school later today. And then Isaac Chukwura, who again, Virginia Tech has been pushing here. James Franklin, he was a former Penn State commit. So they've been working on him through the night and into the morning. He told me last night he was locked in with Miami. He tweeted out, the graphic signing with Miami and all that. But again, James Franklin has been pushing very, very hard here. Miami was able to hold off Missouri this morning for Ashari Charles.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Amari Latimer, we don't have official word on that one yet.
That one feels like a show.
That one's probably the biggest situation we're tracking right now in terms of uncertainty, I would say, if we're being honest, right,
Yeah.
D? And then Karsten Bush, I think we feel good about that one. That'll be at 3:00 Eastern. So we'll get the official word on that one in the afternoon. We'll be taking you guys through. Chukwara as well. Yeah, Chukwara and Latimer, to me, are definitely the two situations to monitor. And they don't want to lose Chukwara. So that wouldn't be a good loss if it ends up coming to fruition. But they're not going to let that one just happen. I know that if it's not in yet, then it's not official.
Well, also Lamar Brown, right? Where he's in contact with us. Nah. Although I will say this about Lamar Brown: if he really does extend the process, we're calling him. Yeah,
I would think Texas A&M is probably in a good spot there. Not a better spot than us, but we'll see. I had asked about that one a few times in the last month with all LSU stuff, and there was zero indication that we had anything going there. But you would know better than I.
Yeah, that to me feels like a situation where he just gets more money from LSU. That's my feel on that one.
Yeah, me too.
Arias Williams asking, did Tristan Keys sign with Tennessee? Tell us why you were confident during the summer, D. At different times, those confidence, I mean, his agent straight up said he wants to be in Miami. Obviously, we all know. Like, I think towards the middle of the process, everybody figured out that this is, Key's a charismatic guy. He talks a lot. I think people seemed like a great kid, by the way. I'm not saying it is negative. Like, we dealt with him and he was awesome. He was awesome on camera, off camera. He was great. Family was great. But charismatic guy, likes to talk. So I think a lot of people thought he was going there. And I think towards the middle, people figured out, hey, that's kind of where he's at. He's just telling everybody what they want to hear. I think the Adidas thing was a real thing. Ultimately, he goes to Tennessee, which is an Adidas school. So I don't think we were off on the Adidas factor, just led to Tennessee. I wonder if, FaZe and Brandon, one of the benefits of having a high school 5-star quarterback, which we've talked about not necessarily being our favorite strategy, but one of the benefits is it does help you with these top receivers. So Tristan Keys going to Tennessee, FaZe and Brandon's there, 5-star quarterback, Adidas school. I think that's ultimately how that one turned out. It's crazy though. Certain rankings, I think on 3 Rivals, and I like Tristan Keys a lot. I think Tristan Keys is a 5-star top of the market player, but it's interesting. On 3 he actually has Samorian Wingo ahead of Tristan Keys, which is funny because there were 5 Tristan Keys threads that melted down CanesInsight.com. And then Samorian Wingo is kind of more of an afterthought when we committed. Turned out to be obviously a really, really great player. By the way, you can track all this stuff. You want to keep track of signing day. Maybe you get to log off the pod because of the noise and you do some work. Go to CanesInsight.com. How many posts we got and counting? Make sure I'm updated. 7.7 million posts and counting on Canes Insight. Sign day threads already got 12,000 views. That's rocking and rolling. The board is all over. Get updates. You see it right here. Very active. CanesInsight.com for signing day, after we're off the air. Conversation will keep going at CanesInsight.com. Sign up today. All free. CanesInsight.com. Talk to all your fellow Canes fans. 7.7 million posts and counting. And, I don't think we have a lunch break baked into this thing or built into this thing. But if we did, I'd be headed straight to East Las Canarias in the Dayland Mall Dining Pavilion. 7 different types of croquetas. You got the cubaritos with the just great options. Beef, chicken, you name it. They have it there at East Las Canarias. Even vegan options if you're into that, which I am, but they got all other stuff as well. Sandwiches, Cuban sandwiches, soups, shakes, dessert, whatever you need, they got it. East Las Canarias Cuban Express.
So you want to get into some more of these highlights here?
Yeah, man. Surprising. Who you got keyed out? This is fun. I like watching these senior films.
We've been on the off. We've really just been on the offensive side of the ball. So let's go.
Yeah, let's stay with the skill. Grab a receiver.
Yeah.
Pull a receiver up there. Let's see. We talked about Vance Spafford already. That was.
I'll pull up Milan Paris here.
Yeah. So Milan Paris, man. Story with this kid, pretty simple. He is a very, very fast and big wide receiver, verified 6'5", meaning when I say verified, I mean they measured him, independent third party measured him 6'5", over 200 pounds, extremely, extremely fast, verified 4.4, 4.5 range on the lasers. There you see it right there on film from Akron, Ohio. 4-star player, was committed to Iowa State, which has become a pretty good wide receiver evaluation school. There were Jaden Higgins comps when he committed there. Ultimately decommits, goes to Miami. Look at the ability to go up and get it. There's a basketball player as well. Very good blocker. That's another thing. Very physical blocker. Just has a really good attitude. But he was a 4-star player committed to Iowa State. Ends up opening his commitment, and his ranking just kept rising. He's a top 10 receiver according to some services. There you see him returning a kick. You see the speed, man. Just an ascendant player with size, with speed, with basketball ability to go up and get the football, with the tenacity to block, with the willingness to work on his game. Hands catcher. Here you see him throw the ball in case you need to replace Malachi Tony at quarterback. I mean, I don't know what's not to like Pete. He plays small. He plays big with the ball in the air, but when he's running his routes, he's able to sink his hips a little bit, get in and out. Obviously, the post is going to be his bread and butter. You see it all over his film. But
yeah, his ankles aren't stiff. A lot of the bigger guys have stiff ankles in their, in breaking and out breaking movements. But he can jiggy.
Yeah, he definitely can. He reminds me of you're a Houston Texans fan with your client Titus Howard. He reminds me of like their kind of receiver. Like they got a bunch of
Nico Collins,
Nico Collins, Higgins. They got like a bunch of big
Higgins,
receivers. I could see this fitting. This guy's that kind of guy, and this is real size and speed.
Yeah, for sure. We have some questions here about because listen, we appreciate all of the daily people, and I think this is a good time to also just tell the people about the Daily Show, D. But we have a lot of daily fans here and a lot of people who are with us all the time. But Sound the Alarm Missionaries asking who's the number one player in the country we got, and that is Jackson Cantwell. Man, what a recruitment this was, D, to be able to land him. Really, everyone in the country wanted him. It got really dirty at the end there with the way that Georgia was leaking a lot of stuff because they got desperate at the end. But massive, massive get here for Mario Cristobal and Alex Mirabal. And he's going to be someone who probably plays very early here next season.
Yeah, probably the most unique player, one of the most unique players that I've ever seen at the University of Miami. And that's why he is ranked so high. First thing you start with Jackson Cantwell. Pete, are you pulling up the video there? Because I'm gonna pull it up. I'm like a fan.
Yep.
I mean, I am a fan, but I'm like a kid on Christmas getting ready to watch these highlights. Like I get so excited on sign day, man. This is my favorite part, just watching these highlights of the guys who are gonna be Canes. But this was a guy who start with the profile genetically. Both of his parents were Olympic shot putters. His dad won silver, one of the best ever produced in America. His mom also an Olympian. As you see him here at left tackle, just tossing guys. He should be pretty easy to find. Just look at the people flying backwards. There you see him. Look at the athleticism. Catching the ball, getting upfield. Started off as a tight end earlier in his career. Also played some basketball. But his athletic...
it looks like I'm having issues. I'm gonna let it buffer.
Let it buffer a little bit. But with Cantwell, both his parents were Olympians, like I mentioned. Shot put. So the power through his hands is remarkable. He's probably the best. You see him just tossing. That's when you see him just let these clips roll twice, because this is the number one player in the country. We got to roll these clips a few times. Oh, there you see the hands here and the athleticism. But when you're a shot putter like this guy, I would say, I'm not a track expert, but based on everything I've seen and the numbers he put up as a junior, he's not going to throw as a senior because he's going to be at Miami. So some of the national records that he came close to breaking as a junior, probably won't be able to break them because he's going to be in Miami playing spring football. But if you just look at what he did his first 3 years of high school, you're talking about maybe the best high school thrower ever in the United States. There's, look at this, taking this guy out of bounds. His shot put numbers and his discus numbers are off the charts. Again, look at good athlete, man. Good athlete. He tested well as well, from what I understand. But his PR in the shot put 76 feet, 210 in the discus. Started off playing basketball and tight end. I understand from the verified measurable standpoint that his shuttle was above average for an future NFL tackle. So he has some lateral quickness as well. Got the wingspan 6'7", 325. So he's got all the traits you want. But I think really what stands out, the two things that stand out, number one, the hands, which you'd expect from a elite shot putter is that his power in his hands is ridiculous. So that's why you see a lot of times he's just pushing guys. Like if he's like, it's like, look at that, just pushing this guy 7 yards downfield. And yeah, play this again, Pete, if you can, let him buffer. And the mentality. He's got a 33 ACT as like a sophomore in high school, so he's super smart. Both of his parents were Olympians, so he's worldly. He's from Nixon, Missouri, but he's a worldly guy. He's been around, or his parents have been around, so he has a much more professional mindset than a lot of kids his age. I mean, honestly, he talks like JD Vance. That's what his voice reminds me of, the vice president. He's just that kind of guy. And combine the athletic tools, the size, the unique hand power, the fact that he wants to get better. He came to Miami because he just trusted Mirabal's coaching the most. He goes to every single one of these like OL Summit. He's constantly working on his own game, and he plays nasty too. Was he benched 225 32 times with long arms as a junior? I mean, just a complete freak. And
I'm told, from what I understand, he essentially already has a deep understanding of Miami's scheme up front and like the offense. Like he's mentally, and we're already getting a lot of questions about that. Hey, how early can this guy play? Is he a left tackle? Is he a right tackle? I don't want to make that call yet. We have a lot to sort out in terms of Miami's offensive line. You have Markel Bell, who has a decision to make a left tackle. If he comes back, expect him obviously to stick in that spot. But you're going to have a lot of moving pieces here. I will say, though, as it is with any player, but especially with an offensive lineman that's going to probably be protecting an expensive quarterback, right? Your football IQ and your understanding of what's being asked of you and the communication needs to be top notch. They think that he's absolutely elite in that aspect.
Yeah, 100%. Again, that's that 33 ACT, and just being that professional atmosphere with your parents both being Olympic athletes. He knows what he needs to do. He's turning down the opportunity to set national records in these throwing events just to get to campus early. That's how important starting is. Obviously, he's getting paid like a starter, so you hope he starts as a freshman. T-Love says that benching 225 33 times would have had him number 2 for an offensive lineman in last year's draft. And remember, he's doing that with long arms. He's 6'7" with a plus wingspan. So just unheard of strike numbers and explosion numbers. Yeah, smart, like you said, he's been basically, it's like he's been on campus for the past few months because he got the playbook and he's been learning it. Like you said, he's already gone to OL summits with our current offensive line. He knows our roster backwards and forwards. I mean, this guy's locked in. I think in a perfect world, if things go the way you want it to, and this would be the financial path in terms of paying the guys what they should be paid. Markel Bell's your left tackle, comes back, one of the best left tackles in the country. And then Mawanoa is replaced by Cantwell, who basically does what Mawanoa did. 5-star, top 10 player in the country. Starts as a true freshman, a right tackle, 3 and out. I think that it'd basically be the Mawanoa path is what you want with the Cantwell. As far as left tackle, I've seen some questions in the chat. Cantwell's very self-aware. He knows his pass blocking is not as good as his run blocking right now. Often the case for high school tackles. Plus, his team doesn't throw the ball as much as they run. His power is so freakish that in the running game he can just push guys. It will help him in the passing game as well to have those powerful hands, but he's going to need to pick it up. I'm sure there's going to be some days where, an Ashari Charles is eating his lunch in practice, and that's fine. That's part of the process. But I think he's going to do everything in his power to get to that elite level as a pass blocker, and then, just really developing into the best player he could be. By the way, I see people in the comments that, every time you say politics, some people are saying, oh yeah, you're comparing to JD Vance. The way they talk, just listen to his voice and then the way he looks. Like he just kind of looks like him and talks like him. But I mean, look, Cantwell does not talk like a 17-year-old high school kid, 18-year-old high school kid. He is so professional with the process. And look, he's getting paid like a professional too. That's so you need him starting at right tackle, but hand power is the key when you watch that film. He is pushing guys and they are flying back 10 yards.
Beard Kane says, is the rumblings Bell will come back or considering? Yeah, I mean, he's talked about it himself. It's not rumblings. He's said on record that he's, in the process of deciding. From what I understand, he's getting some mid to late round grades. at this point could come back to Miami and make a lot of money next year, solidify himself as a guy who makes a roster the next year as he continues to improve. And from what I understand, there's people around him who are advising him to stay, D. So it's on him. I mean, at the same time, he's a guy who will get drafted. Maybe not a top 3-4 round pick, but goes through the process strong, and it could end up being that way. That's just what happens to the offensive line. So I say that all to also say he's an older guy. He went to JUCO. He maybe just doesn't want to do college anymore and is just ready to be a pro. He's gonna make a team most likely next year and be a draft pick, right? So if he feels like it's just time in terms of that, then you just sometimes have to take that leap. But he's got the opportunity to come back, make a lot of money, and continue to improve.
Yeah, and he's got a good relationship with the coaches. I mean, everything they told him, like, hey, this is how you're going to develop. This is how much better you're going to get. He's been doing it, right? I think he's probably been ahead of schedule. But if he's a day 3 pick, which is what I've heard too, Pete, is that he'll be somewhere in that day 3 range. Maybe he goes to day 2 with the way he finished the season playing well. But to me, he should be a first-round pick. Not saying like he will be. I'm saying like if I'm leaving to go pro, I'm leaving to be a first-round, maybe second-round pick if I'm Markel Bell. And if that's not in the cards, then go back, work. And if he makes another leap like he made from year 1 to year 2 or from JUCO to year 1, I mean,
yeah, I think the only thing is how far, because there are physical limitations with his sheer size, D. And he's got for his size, he has solid feet, but I think the lateral movement is still what's going to be can he physically get there, right? And can he use the length and use his other tools though to combat it? And I think another year of development would be great for him. But yeah, we're both huge fans of the person too. We both had chances to sit down and talk to him. Really humble guy, great locker room character, and whatever decision he makes, like if he leaves, I don't think people should say, oh man, what a stupid decision. Like if he leaves, it's because he feels like, hey, it's for me, I gotta just go to the next level. Like mentally, I gotta go and be a professional football player now. And sometimes guys are just in that mindset, and there's not you can't really put a finger on like, oh well, this is why. But if that's the case, then I think we should be behind him and support his journey.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's been great. I mean, he's, to me, just in terms of what he's meant to the Canes, one of the best offensive tackles in the country this year. I don't think that's an outlandish statement. I mean, how many times has Carson Beck been touched from the blind side? He got hit with a blitz against Pitt, which really wasn't Bell's fault. It was just someone else was supposed to pick him up, or I don't know, they didn't shift the protection, but it wasn't like Bell got beat or picked up the raw man. At least it didn't look like that. So, I mean, protection from that blind side. Can you remember like just a defensive end, and which happens to everybody? But can you remember like a defensive end just
there was a game near in the stretch, I think it may have been Syracuse, where there was like 2 plays in a row that like one time Bell did allow a hit and then he had a holding like on the next player, back-to-back plays. That would be that's the only thing I could think of, D. But other than that, no, I really can't.
I mean, he really was good this year, like really good. Pass blocking more than run, but I think his run blocking was good too. So, yeah, get him at left tackle, get Cantwell. Those are big boys, man. Those are some big boys and good character guys as well. We talked about Cantwell and how serious he is about everything, and Bell is just as serious as an older player. So, those two, you're starting. If Cantwell can adjust to the pass blocking, which I think he will because of how hard he works at it, his length and his power. Because those hands, just like they rock people in run blocking, when he learns how to use those hands in pass pro, he's gonna be shocking some defensive ends as well. He'll have a chance to. I think the goal is, can he play as well as Mawanoa played in 2023? That would be, to me, the goal for Cantwell, because Mawanoa was a freshman All-America that year, has transitioned into one of the best players in the country. Some news, Pete. So on Heartline, right? We know those who are joining us now, Brian Hartline, Ohio State offensive coordinator, receiver coach, has now left to. I don't know if he's left because I think he's going to coach probably through the.
He's coaching. They've already said he's coaching through the playoff,
but he has now taken the job at USF. At Ohio State, Coach Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jibba, Marvin Harrison, Emeka Ibuka, Carnell Tate, and Jeremiah Smith. Is pretty elite. I mean, that's not going to be top for a while. So shout out to him and all the recruiting staff there. I hate to say it, but you got to give credit where it's due. Now, that's not guaranteed to last forever. Jeremiah Smith's gone next year. Carnell Tate's gone this year. Ohio State had 2 extremely talented wide receivers from Mater Dei committed. Caden Dixon-Wyatt, kind of your more physical, strong wide receiver, 6'2", 190 from Oakland originally. And then Chris Henry Jr., of course, the son of the late Chris Henry, Cincinnati Bengals receiver, 5-star receiver. Caden Dixon-Wyatt just flipped shortly after the Heartline news, flipped from Ohio State to USC. That USC class, strong at number 1. Rumors that Chris Henry, who's got 5-star player, might sign with Oregon, given this news. So you lose 2 of those guys. I mean, it's hard to keep that streak of 5-star elite wide receivers running when you don't sign your 2 top guys. So could that streak for Ohio State, where they have first-round receivers every year, which has helped them win so many games, could that streak end potentially with Hartline leaving? I don't know. I don't know the answer, but that to me is something to keep an eye on.
I'm just trying to get some confirmation as to why Saintis has not been announced yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if it's a credit thing. I mean, he's from Haiti. So
yeah, and he came in early in high school career, so maybe there's something there. But from my understanding, he's all good. That's what I've been told a couple different times now. So
very interesting, by the way. I shouldn't be happy about this because this is our conference, but I do like James Franklin, man. Maybe I'll hate him once they start winning and causing Miami problems. But I'm a James Franklin fan. I thought he was the best coach available in this cycle, including Lane Kiffin. Look at the signing day ceremony dessert choice, Crumble. They're asking, is that coincidental? I don't know if it is. I mean, Crumble's a pretty good cookie company, but that Penn State class without Franklin completely collapsed in a way that other teams that had their coaches leave did not. So I don't know if he's being petty or not, but he's right if he is. That class completely fell to pieces without him, crumbled. And Virginia Tech went from like one of the worst classes in the country, which, by the way, that's what Penn State is right now, to
I don't get the joke with this. I know the BYU guy owns the company, but is that
no, it'd be like,
is this like a famous thing? Like, are these famous?
I think that what they're suggesting is that he's saying that Penn State's class crumbled without him.
Oh.
Which it did. I mean, that part's a fact. Is he making a reference to that with this? I mean, I don't know.
I don't even, because I didn't know what crumble was, so I didn't know if it was like there was like another meaning behind it.
No, it's a cookie company.
Got it.
Very good cookie company.
Surprised that Mr. Vegan, you can eat them.
They always have one. Cookies, actually, you'd be surprised. I mean, obviously you miss out on some good ones, but there's some good stuff. By the way, again, and I could text. Let me check my text, make sure I haven't missed anything here. It's funny. There's so little news on signing day as far as like stuff that you're freaking out about. So I haven't even really been checking. I've been chilling, but I don't think there's a lot of concern about Chikwara. That's not what I'm getting at all.
I don't know that that concerns the right word, but I don't know that it's done yet either.
Yeah, no, it's not done yet. So I'm looking around, I'm seeing nothing of the Dawson sounds like he's out of Tulane. I'd say that's some information from our guy Mike Ryan, who's pretty plugged in.
What'd he say?
He doesn't think that Dawson gets Tulane.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier too.
Yeah, no,
that Mike's getting similar info there.
Yeah, I think Blake Baker was when's Mike coming on? Someone just asked.
I don't know. What time did you tell him?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
We're always an organized situation over here.
Yeah, we're here though. No one else is in the paint live all day. I can tell you that right now. Well, man, we're asking who is Crumble. It's a cookie company. They're saying that the class crumbled when James Franklin left. Which, by the way,
I don't think that's why though, D. That's why I was saying I was reading what happened was the CEO of that company is a BYU guy. Apparently, he stepped up to pay Kalani Sitake more, so he didn't leave to Penn State.
Oh,
so I think it's something about that. That's what I'm. That's why I was like,
right and wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was something else. That's what I was alluding to. But then,
so I've been wasting all this time with his BS crumble comment. Yeah, I'm looking through. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, I think it was a bigger shot than you realized.
It is bigger than I realized. I thought they were just trying Penn State for the class.
Or it could
you're
have
right.
a double. It could be a double entendre, right?
Well, yeah, like that's like a which rapper, Pete? Because I know you're obviously you're big into wordplay with your rappers. What's the latest guy you're into?
The latest guy I'm into now. Well, I mean, I'm always into a lot of the new stuff, but I think what's old is new again. And like I told you a few weeks ago, man, I'm just glad Hoodrich Pablo Juan is home and he's starting to. Yeah, he was gone for a bit. He was gone for a few years, but he's back now. So I'm just enjoying some of the new stuff he's dropping. Money Man is one of my favorites these days. So yeah, Money Man, Hoodrich Pablo Juan. Yeah, and then I have a very European test. I have a very European ear these days. Very South American. I mean, I could get some African in music in there. I have an eclectic ear these days.
Croxan, what you know about Hoodrich Pablo Juan?
Listen, man. I've been on Hoodrich Pablo Juan for a minute. I'll go through my library here in a second as you get to your next thing you want to talk about here.
Well, now that you've explained the context, so just for now that I understand it better, you were right, I was wrong. Crumble's owned by a big BYU booster who stepped up and paid for Sitake to stay at BYU and not go to Penn State. Which, by the way, we're cheering like crazy for Texas Tech to beat BYU. So I wish they did have a little more disorder. Hopefully, it doesn't hurt the Canes at the end of the day. But look at Penn State's class, man. 134th in the nation, 144th. How is a class 144th on the composite? There's not even that many D1 teams.
They are, and the crazy thing is they got rid of their coach earlier than anyone.
Right.
Honestly, if I'm them, I just hire Brian Dable and call it a day.
What about Brian Brom or the other Brom?
Jeff Brom would be good, but I think Dable is a heck of a play caller. I think he's a really good offensive mind. He's obviously been in the college game before. How much does he want to recruit? I don't know, but sometimes, as much as you don't want to recruit, I think sometimes these college coaches or these NFL guys are also realizing, why don't, with as brutal as these coaching cycles are in the NFL, you get really 1 to 2 years in the NFL where you're at least getting 3 to 5 in college, right? If you set it up a certain way, then it's a more comfortable situation than the NFL sometimes. The NFL is brutal. You get the off seasons. That's a huge thing, but sometimes you're in the NFL and you want to get back to college. You get more control over everything.
Right. Yeah, he'd be a pretty decent option, certainly better than what they have now, which is nothing. I never understood why Matt Campbell wasn't in this mix. I mean, they've won 19 games and counting in the last 2 years at Iowa State, which is one of the worst programs historically in the country. And then you look at the skill position guys he's gotten. Higgins, Noel, 2 NFL receivers, Breece Hall, David Montgomery, Brock Purdy. I don't think a Florida team's gotten that much skill talent. Plus, they've signed DBs too. So it's like, if he's doing that at Iowa State, he can do that at Penn State. I think he's a good ball coach, man. And his team's playing well right now. Why is Matt Campbell not in this mix? I don't understand.
He's turned down a lot of jobs over the years, though, man. He really has.
This one he would. I don't think so.
I don't know. He's turned the NFL down before. I know that's a whole different thing, but still.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but that thing's a disaster, man.
Lord Bacon says, D Money, check out Benny the Butcher. I feel like you would like Benny the Butcher because our boy Champy likes him, and you guys have
the New York style. Is he one of those guys from Buffalo? There's a bunch of guys from Buffalo.
I think he is. I think he is from Buffalo.
Yeah, there's like it's like the Griselda. I've heard a couple. I think Champy has sent me a couple of those things. Yeah, it's like a old school New York style, New York City style rap. So yeah, I got to check him out. Let's see what's
so we're waiting on. So let me get the graphic. Let me make a graphic here, D, so that we keep ourselves on track too, because we gotta remember people are coming in here and they're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we're
right now. There's 3 situations we're monitoring right now, and then maybe there's some weird stuff that happens. But number 1, Amari Latimer, running back who is up in the air here. West Virginia apparently has come into the mix. Now, Wilt Fong said this morning that he thought he was sticking with Wisconsin. You and I have both heard that Miami has really been trying to get this one over the line, and there was an underlying feeling like they could get it done here. But that one looks like a true signing day decision here. So that's Amari Latimer. Karsten Bush at 3 p.m., linebacker, former Louisville commit from Kentucky. Feel good there. Then Isaac Chukwura, who former Penn State commit. We've been talking a lot about Penn State here. He has been a Miami commit for a bit here, for about a month or so, but Virginia Tech has come on strong. He has not officially, I guess, been announced as a signee. Once that gets done, I think we'll feel better about things there. But that's really the one that's like the only signee who's not, I guess, unofficially that we know of.
Yeah. Well, Saintius and
Saintius, yeah.
Tank Jones watch. We should change the name. So let me see. Hold on. So I'm gonna do a quick search here on our boy Tank Jones, because I've not heard anything new. Still hasn't signed. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah. Again, he's at 12 p.m. and I think he's in Mobile, right? So they're an hour behind. So that might be 1 o'clock our time.
Do you think he's still thinking about the licking?
There's no doubt he is. Whether or not it could help us in this situation, I also don't know.
Yeah, Lopez apparently. So here's the ones that have not signed apparently. Carson Bush we know, but Jason Lopez, Blake Stewart, Tank Jones, and then our guys. I don't know if any of them are going to come. I don't think so, aside from the guys that we have. But yeah, you never know. I'll tell you this: Kellen Wiley last year. Okay. Kellen Wiley last year was a huge surprise. We were looking at the guy TJ Alford, who was it was between us and Ohio State from Vero Beach, and then going to Ohio State. There were a couple other guys that we were monitoring, but I don't think any of us thought that Kellen Wiley was going to do anything aside from signing with Texas. And yet he ended up going to the Canes. It was a big, big surprise to me on signing day. So you never know. That was probably the biggest surprise last year. Last year was tough, man. Just to show you how far we come. Last year, the record is the same. So you say, all right, how far you really come? But man, losing that game to Syracuse late as opposed to finishing like the way Miami did, and then sort of stumbling into signing day, no juice, losing guys decommitting, our defense being terrible. It just feels different. Cam Ward out the door, it just feels different watching where we're at right now versus where we were at this time last year, sitting in the same exact seat. At least that's the way I feel. I don't know how you feel about the whole thing, taking yourself back.
I said it the other day. People also forget we didn't feel like we were coming off a 10-win season last year because the defense was so bad and you lost Cam. So it didn't feel like you had that stability. You're like, who's going to be the quarterback? What are they going to do on defense? They need a whole lot of changes. They need to bring a whole lot of talent in. They need a new coach. And now it's like, all right, you feel good about the foundation defensively. You feel like whoever they bring in at quarterback should be able to get the job done. Not whoever, but you know what I'm saying? You feel good that the people making the decisions to bring the next quarterback in have done a good job with that the last 2 years. And now you can kind of tee it up for some big swings here in the portal. I think you can probably spend big on 2 or 3 guys, D. You don't really need to fill out the roster with a ton of guys who are making a lot of money, if that makes sense. You can swing big and then hopefully retain. Retention is very important here. And I think some guys that you may not think of as important players for this team this year, you need to retain here to be players moving forward.
Yeah, I think you're going to see retention of guys you know are good. And then also like trying to find out who, because you're paying guys, right, in terms of to get them in the class. These are expensive players. So you bring, I love it. You bring in one of these expensive guys, they got to play or else they're just burning a hole in your budget on the bench, right? You got to play these guys. So I think guys like SJ Alfatuli, Max Buchanan, right? Guys that you like that have performed well as freshmen. You know, we talk about SJ. Look, he's had problems snapping. He's not the biggest guy right now, but the guy's played a lot of snaps, like actual snaps. So, and I've heard good things. So it's like he gets paid a lot. So it's like those guys, I think, are going to be pushed to potentially help us as opposed to bringing in veterans at those spots. So guys like that. Talk about the guys we're talking about today: Samorian Wingo, Milan Paris, Keyshawn Stansel, linebackers, the defensive backs, JJ Dunnigan. I mean, these guys are being brought into play. I don't think you're going to see them. I don't think you're going to pay those guys and then leave them on the bench. We played a ton of true freshmen last year. A ton. I mean, look at it. Just look at the guys that played in terms of real snaps, like real in-game, in-doubt snaps. Gerard Pringle, all 3 freshmen. Luka Gilbert on the goal line. SJ Fatuli on the goal line. Scroggins, Dante Simpson, Bryce Fitzgerald, Jabori Antoine played a couple. I think I got them all as far as guys that played like when the game was in doubt. Not including special teams where you saw Marcelin, you saw Kellen Wiley, you saw other guys doing that. But I think in terms of the game in doubt, all those guys played. And if Hayden Lowe was healthy, he 100% would have been one of those too.
So I'm doing some digging here on the Tank Jones situation.
What's up?
So, like I said, oh, thank you. Have my lunch here. Appreciate it.
Oh man,
oh, look at this. I don't know what this is, but protein shake. Look at that.
Oh, look
what
at
a
that.
lucky what a lucky guy I am. So Tank Jones has not tweeted anything today. What he did retweet was last night something from Oregon, I guess like a little video for signing day, but that was 13 hours ago. His school signing is supposed to be here at 12 p.m., which again I assume is 1 p.m. Eastern time because he's in Mobile, Alabama. But nothing else there, nothing official there on Tank Jones. Tank Jones watch.
Tank Jones watch. And yeah, well, it's also Mario Latimer watch too, man. Look at that. That's a real one. Bringing you lunch on the pod. There you go. Bulking you up. I mean, Latimer too. I haven't seen anything on Latimer since the flip happened. And knowing, I say flips, since the crystal ball flip happened, and knowing how these things work, that's not a guy you want with time on the shot clock. Like that is, I am sure that is an active negotiation as we sit here today for Amari Latimer. So we'll see. I mean, are we still in it? Who knows? But I got to think he's taking calls from everybody. When people project you to Wisconsin, Miami, and West Virginia, you talk about literally all over the map in a short span of time. I think there's some negotiations going on.
They've been going on, man. I'm getting that graphic ready now as well.
Oh, so apparently Oregon missed on Chris Henry flip. Let's see the Chris Henry sign with the Gator or with the Buckeyes. Let's see. Let's Google it right there. Yep. Chris Henry signed with the university. Well, the Ohio State University.
Oh, and I will say this on Tank Jones. This is, not trolling or anything, but even though the defensive coordinator left, he's leaving to Cal, Tosh Lapoy, Dan Lanning has really controlled this recruitment. And I mentioned this on the Discord a few months ago.
Yeah.
What I think really turned the tide here, Miami, I think D at a certain point was very close to a flip. And I think we both agree with that. We thought it was pretty much happening. I think at a certain point there, Dan Lanning understood that, went out to go to see him himself. When the head coach midseason goes to see you, it's a huge deal. Pretty much cross country there, right? He's not a local or West Coast kid. So when Dan Lanning really reasserted himself in this recruitment, I'm not saying Mario lost a battle against him head to head, but I think once they sensed it was slipping a little bit, Lanning said, I gotta take control here a bit.
Yeah. Look, kudos to him, man, for getting it done. It's those of us who've been to Oregon are familiar with the state. I know Nick West out there in Medford is in the comments always, my boy. Like, my dad grew up in Oregon. I'm there all the time. Hopefully there for this playoff. But like, Eugene is really not nice. And I love Oregon. Like, I'm not like saying like everything there is not nice. Like, Eugene is not a nice part of town. Like, Eugene sucks. So for a guy to recruit to Eugene, yes, money's there. Yes, the program was in a healthy place. Kids grew up with them with the uniforms and all that. But to get a kid from Mobile or all the places they're getting guys from to go to all the way to Eugene, it's good recruiting, man. So shout out to Lanning. He's a good recruiter and a good coach. Love to test him though, right there in the middle of the playoff, Miami and Oregon. That would be unbelievable matchup. I think fans would be going crazy, media as well.
Shout out to our boy Clutch. He says about 30 minutes behind the live, but what happened with Evans? I know Pete was leaning towards him leaving class. What changed? Appreciate you boys going live. D, I think there was a point there that, you know, we've seen. I'm not going to say it would have been the same situation, but he was hurt a lot of the entire year, pretty much. So we've seen Miami go different ways on guys who didn't have great years or the film didn't live up to expectations. But I think it shows you that long term they believe in this guy, to bet on his physical ability there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I think it's part of it is like, we're going to be losing a lot of receivers, right? So you look at the list. CJ Daniels gone, he's a senior. Keelan Marion gone, he's a senior. Tony Johnson gone, he's a senior. Who knows how the portal's going to work? I mean, again, I'm not pushing guys out the door, but some guys are not playing, right, at that position. You could think of the names. So those guys go out the door. One school of thought is we just need players, not bodies, but you want players that can potentially be impact guys for you here. You need him in the building, so you're not trying to push those guys out. So a guy like Evans, who maybe with the injury, maybe he was on an upward trajectory as a junior. Wasn't a guy that played a ton of football before, had a great junior year, was very much on an upward trajectory when Miami got him. And he got hurt, so that trajectory kind of stalled. He didn't get that 4-star. I think he was a four-star for a second, then he lost it, but he was hurt. So you say, okay, well, a guy like that, bring him in, bet on the upside, see where it goes. We just need people to catch footballs. We don't want to be throwing walk-ons out there for Darion Coleman. So more players, the better. You're still probably going to have to go in the portal, but I think adding these young guys and then figuring out who can play from there, and then one of those guys, a couple of those guys end up breaking through, that's great. But I think that's really what it is. It's a numbers deal, and I think they're saying, why not just play the young guys and see what we got there on top of Malachi and the other two that are playing right now. That's how
Nick Isaac asking about Latimer. If we don't get him, we hit the portal. Assume that. Yeah, I think they're hitting the portal one way or another, honestly.
Yeah, but I do think if they take Latimer and Mallory, it's not going to be as much of a priority because those guys would play as freshmen, at the running back position. Real quick, while you're reading, Pete, I want to talk to folks about our friends at uhealthsports.com, the University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute. If you're an athlete or consider yourself an active guy, you know how hard it is to sit on the injured list with pain or injury, maybe even try to hack your own rehab. But if compromising your movement and performance is not an option, call the experts at the University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute. Whether it's a league competition with the University of Miami or just everyday movement, the experts at the University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute will get you back on track playing your game. Make an appointment today at uhealthsports.com, the University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute, 305-689-5555. How was that shake?
It's good. I'm still drinking it here.
Yeah, look at that. Did you work out this morning?
No, because I was getting all the social media stuff ready. I have a match later tonight though. So
Oh yeah, you're right. Who's in that? Like, is it like a team that you guys have that just plays teams in the park, or do you guys?
no. It's like a group of like 20 of us, and it's just different teams every time. Mike Ryan plays with us sometimes, actually.
No Smoke says we need same strategy of casting call elite backs across nation. How we landed Martinez talent running game was not it this year. Needs to be better. The problem is you have. I think look last year. I think what happened last year is we had signed Jordan Lyle, top 10 back in the nation that year. We knew Fletcher was good and was going to contribute. And you signed Gerard Pringle. And I think the idea was, well, we think Lyle is going to be our guy. So we're not going to go and sign. Like a lot of people want us to sign Mekhi Hughes for $1 million. He ended up being the sixth string running back at Oregon. So that was not a very good idea. But when it comes to like the setup last year, I think they wanted to see if Lyle could do it. And if Lyle couldn't do it, you still had Pringle he had just signed. What ended up happening is Lyle struggled for a lot of reasons. I still think he's going to be a very good back somewhere. Running game really struggled with him with him not contributing. Pringle ends up juicing the running game up late, and now you have Pringle and Lyle. So I think what you're going to see this year is same thing. You say, okay, well, we have Pringle. We want him to be the feature back. Fletcher will come back. He's going to have his role. He's one of the better football players around in terms of all the things he brings. You know what you're going to get, but you need to pair him with a dynamic back. They thought it would be Lyle. Turned out to be Pringle. So now you bring Pringle back. Marty Brown would be your third guy there. And then the young guys, whether it's just Mallory and Latimer, will fill in. I think with Martinez, the reason you spent a lot of money on Martinez is because Fletcher was hurt. And Lyle had just gotten there. You didn't have Pringle. You didn't have Marty Brown. So it's kind of like, all right, well, we need a number one back. It's going to hurt to stretch and pay for this guy. And that was before the salary cap era. Now it's a little harder, even for teams like Miami that will go over the cap. It's still a little harder to bring in a guy like that. So that's why it was different then. Right now, look, could you sign an elite back if it falls into your lap like an Isaac Brown or something? I mean, maybe. But I think the plan of running back, you have Pringle. So I think you want Pringle to progress. That's the one that you have to look at because the problem is, like, it's not fantasy football. You got to pay those guys. So am I going to be paying a ton of money in a back? Like, again, Mekhi Hughes for Oregon, who was a bust. For me, I have a guy Pringle that I like. We know Fletcher is good and is going to do what he does. Those two complement each other well. If you keep Marty Brown and you really have three solid guys, you basically just have to bet on Pringle because going outside to sign someone else is extremely expensive. Maybe it could work. Maybe the stars line up. I'm not saying it, not removing it from possibility. I'm just saying, okay, so let's say you sign a number one back. Now you lose Pringle or Fletch. So now you lose that player. So now you got a lot of money here. And we'll answer Brandon's question in a second. Let me just finish this thought. So you lose all those guys. You're paying a running back a lot of money. Do we need to sign a defensive end to replace Ruben Bain? That's kind of where my eyes look. If a Dylan Stewart comes on the market or some other great back with a coaching change or some coaching weirdness comes on the market, defensive end, wouldn't you rather have that than a running back? I probably would. If a receiver comes on that can alleviate some of the burden on Malachi Toney, is that where you go? We need tight ends. We need linebackers. Obviously, quarterback's a big one. So I just think if you're looking at all the positions, that's the one that running back I wouldn't overpay, considering that we have Pringle performing at that level. But go ahead and answer Brandon's question if you can.
No, so Canes Van Brandon and some other people may have the same question. He says, got to head into a job. How do I listen to the audio version? The audio, we put it up after, but I would say my suggestion to you would be if you're watching on YouTube right now, it's streaming on Twitter as well. And sometimes you can open up the Twitter app and close your phone out and still hear the audio, if that makes sense. So you can try that out.
Yeah, and YouTube too, right? You could listen to the audio on YouTube.
Yeah, but if he has to close his phone and he wants it to just play like in the background, which is what I think he's asking.
Got it. Yeah, YouTube Premium does it, which I just bought finally after 3 years of doing this. So
there you go.
Was it like $10 a month or something? Good comment from T Love, which I agree totally. Says, I agree on tight end. Really need a blocking TD. We missed ninth year McCormick this year. I agree. I think it was a big joke when McCormick was here. People were like, oh, McCormick sucks. You know, why we have this guy. We missed McCormick big time this year. I think we also missed Riley Williams this year, quite frankly, as a blocker, his size. Our running back took a step back for a lot of reasons. Some of it is, you don't have Martinez, who was averaging 6 yards a carry, a really good back. But losing those blocking tight ends, I think, was very detrimental. Very detrimental. And Lofton and Bauman, they're starting to come on now when you need them, but I don't think that they really didn't help us blocking. I thought Lofton would help you. Let me say it differently. Bauman helped you blocking, but he's a receiver. He's like more of an all-around tight end than like a pure blocking tight end. So I think the pure blockers block better than him because he's a better receiver than them. Lofton, I thought would block better. I think the shoulder might have hurt him because he was really a good blocker last year. It's like that fullback collision type of dude. And you didn't see that this year, the physicality, or at least you haven't seen it yet at a consistent basis. I think he has that. I think we saw it last year. I saw it in practice. He just needs to get healthier. And Sworn to the Storm saying he needs to make a permanent move to running back. He isn't going to go into the league playing tight end. I've always thought he's a running back. Should lose weight, though. He needs to lose a little bit of pounds to bring some of the speed back that I think he has.
Yeah, I think that might be the move to save his career here.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's helping us right now, right? I know we're disappointed with the whole thing, but he's helping us now. And I think, yeah, losing weight. You saw what happened to Ruben Bain, just getting his speed up. So, we'll see.
I have another highlight here, ready to go here. Samorian Wingo.
Yeah, let's
talk about a guy who, I gotta say, the recruitment was interesting, D, because it seemed like Florida, South Carolina, and then Miami, things weren't trending good with Tristan Keys, and I think Miami reprioritized him, so to speak. And they could have reprioritized other guys, but let me tell you something. This was the right call.
Definitely the right call. And I think this guy's going to play early. Obviously, his ranking suggests he's going to play early. He's almost a 5-star player now. He's jumped up considerably on all the recruiting services because of how good his senior year is. I think he got stronger, looks a little faster. What I like, you see the hands catch there. This is a basketball player. His basketball clips are good. Like, he's not just a guy that plays basketball. Like, he's a good basketball player, good guard. And I think you see, look at his hands catches in traffic that he keeps. His ability to catch the ball full speed in traffic, not slow down, take a hit. He's got great core strength. Everything he does is functional to football. There you see, again, you say, how fast is he? Well, look, he took that one to the house, sped up as it went along. I just think he's just a very functional athlete, functional football player, hands catcher, quick route runner, great strength for his size. There you see the balance there to hold on to it. Just great core strength and balance, great feel with the ball in the air, can go up and get it, can catch in traffic, runs after the catch, can return, plays defense, so he's tough. I mean, look at that. I mean, hands catch, doesn't slow down. That's the most, we talked about it with Amon Richards. One of the more underrated things is being able to catch the ball with your hands, not slowing down. This is not a comp before people go crazy on me. But one of the reasons why Jerry Rice always played faster than his 4.6 speed is because he would catch the ball full speed, right? So he was running 4.6, he's running 4.6 the whole way and full speed catching the ball as opposed to running a 4.4 and then slowing to a 5 flat to catch the ball. So I think that's what made Jerry Rice very good, made a lot of, St. Louis Rams receivers, or I guess now the Los Angeles Rams receivers under Sean McKay. What's his name? McVay, sorry. They have McVay. Yeah, they're kind of like that, where they're all pretty strong guys. They have good hands. They're not running 4.4, but they just have those functional receiver abilities. That's what I see with a Wingo. He's like that kind of a receiver, and I think very productive, which is a big thing you look for at receivers, is how productive are they in high school. He is definitely that. 5,000 on, by the way, live to watch this. I think he's somebody who plays right away.
Yeah, he got better, man. He got really, really, and I think physically better, because sometimes people say, well, how much faster can someone get? He looks faster. He looks more explosive. He looks twitchier. We've talked about the ball skills and the yard after catch ability. I mean, he looks, his play strength looks good as well, D.
No doubt. He plays strong. He's got great balance. He's just good, man. There's nothing about him you say is like, this is elite. He's just good at everything. Dalen Upshaw was kind of like this too. I think Dalen Upshaw's a guy that's going to help us a lot. But I think Wingo, you put him right there. Look, you bring back your the top three freshmen, or the three freshmen, who I think are going to be some of your top receivers. You hopefully bring those guys back. Malachi being one of the best freshmen the best freshman in the country, one of the best receivers in the country. And those other two guys are going to keep progressing. So you have the JoJo Trader, right? He's shown some flashes. The other guys haven't really played as much. Then you add someone like Wingo, who comes right away and plays. I would lean more towards, especially when you got to make these hard decisions in this pseudo cap era, I would lean more towards youth at wide receiver than. And like, if I'm going homegrown, wide receiver and running back, I'm probably going more homegrown. Tight end, we got to get some guys. We still have some young guys that are developing and helping us, but I think we got to go get some tight ends. And then I would say, we do need another Pringle type player. So Sworn to the Storm says we need another running back. Pringle's not big enough to carry a heavy load. I mean, Mark Fletcher and Brown would relieve the pressure for him to carry a lot. But I do think if Pringle gets hurt, you don't want to be stuck like you were this year, where you didn't have that explosive guy when Lyle was kind of, stuck in the mud and Pringle was banged up. You didn't have that explosive presence. So maybe we could have one more, maybe it's like a kick returner, like a Jalen Lucas type guy that's like not a every down back, but you want the ball in his hands. You add a guy like that to take some pressure off Tony and Pringle. I could see that, because I don't know if we sign someone like that. Vance Spafford, to me, more of a downfield speed guy than a like a Desmond Reed who can carry it and do things like that. So I don't know. We'll see what the portal brings, but I don't see the need to add a number one back if you're bringing back Pringle and Fletcher. Like those guys, if those guys went to the portal market, they'd get paid. So you're not going to lose those guys and then easily replace them for cheap. So I would just keep those guys and go from there at that position. But you do need more.
So, but a receiver, you're saying to stay homegrown because you need to save money for Jeremiah, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Well, you get CJ Bailey. You'll keep JoJo. Maybe you'll bring Jason Lopez. Do a little Chaminade reunion. How about that?
It was a really good offense.
Yeah, they scored all the time. Oh, Jackson Cantwell tweeted, true to form, all business. Here's what he said. He goes, "Let's work. Officially official." Jackson Cantwell, number one player of the country. Let's see here. So yeah, shout out to Jackson Cantwell. We got to do an interview with him. I'm gonna bring him on the show.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, really good dude. We'll set that up now that he's officially a Cane. I'll wait till when he wins the state championship game. We'll set that up. All right. Yeah, let's see. Let's see the news here. Nothing really crazy. That Ohio State thing with Chris Henry was a big one. Oh, this is an interesting one. Zion Robinson potentially flipping from Michigan to Texas. I actually was texting with him the other day about something because he visited Miami, and he said that he was going to go to Michigan. So,
wow,
they're Texas making a run there. Let's see what else we got going on. American Heritage linebacker Kimani Morales signs with Georgia Tech. Really not a lot of juice out there in South Florida. There's not a lot of interesting stuff happening. It's crazy given how good some of the top, 4 of the top 10 players from Miami-Dade. And aside from the 2 guys we signed, Cooper, Diabell, Russell, there's not a lot happening locally. Jason Lopez. Still looking for that official Jason Lopez sign. It hasn't happened yet. So
yeah, I mean, from what I understand, there was some. Remember, when a guy comes in as a 2-sport athlete, how do you treat them? Are they getting paid in both sports? Are they getting paid one fee for your talents across the board? Different questions that are asked by different people, because there's an argument to be made. Hey, this is my value as a football player,
right?
And this is my value as a basketball player. So I want to get paid the total of that. And I think that, not to speculate, but I from what I understand, that is a big part of the equation here when it comes to these dual sport athletes who want to get paid what they think that they'll get paid, which in his mind, hey, if I'm going to go to a school, I'm going to go play basketball there, I'm going to get paid this. If I'm going to go to a school, I'm going to play football, this is what I get paid for. What if I'm doing both? So makes negotiations interesting.
No doubt. And I'm curious what he ends up being better at. I mean, I think football, but you never really know until they play, right? He could be a whole different.
He's a baller, man. He's a baller. they have a fun style of offense out there. They pretty much let it fly more than anyone in the country. They did not. They got beat pretty badly last night by Georgia, from what I saw. At least it was getting out of hand later in the game. But
Yeah.
Luke Lux is going to be, I think, a good fit for them. Guy who played there and was a big assistant with the Warriors. And yeah.
C-Rock says Lopez signing it too. I wonder if C-Rock has any relation to J-Rock, which is his nickname. Sword to the Storm says 2025, the two sports stuff is dead. You aren't going to be a successful basketball player trying to play football. I would agree with that. I think football, he'd be fine. I think football, he'd be great. I don't think that'd be a problem, the football side, even if he's playing basketball. I think you're right. The basketball would probably be.
I think the only thing you can realistically do, and it still does take away from spring football, is track.
Yeah. I agree with that. P, I'm gonna step away for a second. So handle the mic. I'll be right back.
Yep, do your thing. D, man, he removed me there for a second instead of himself. So I'm here solo. We got over 5,000 live right now. So I'll try to get to some of the comments here as I continue to sift through the latest here on National Signing Day. Miami waiting for a few letters of intents to officially roll through. Frederick Saintis, defensive lineman, originally from Haiti, St. John Newman High School in the Naples area. And I've heard there's not concern there, but for whatever reason has not been officially announced by Miami yet. You have Isaac Chukwura, who former Penn State commit, Virginia Tech has been courting him here into the early hours of the morning, late hours of the night, and here as he's supposed to have his signing ceremony at 2:00 today. Amari Latimer, that one's up in the air. West Virginia has gotten into the mix here. Tennessee has been a school in the mix as well, but Wisconsin has tried very hard to keep him committed. His brother, and get him signed. His brother plays there. Miami got into the mix a bit late there, but he took a visit. Miami's been on him, and hopefully they get that one over the line. And then Karsten Bush, 3:00, big time linebacker for Miami, or for not for Miami yet, but a big time linebacker target for the Canes, who originally was committed to Louisville, big time athlete from Kentucky and Wisconsin. Interestingly enough, the other school who's been in the mix there, as he visited there a week before he visited Miami. So really a big opportunity for Miami to close strong there. A linebacker with an athletic guy who can get sideline to sideline, has the physicality, loves to get downhill, can play in space, type of athlete, type of speed that Corey Heatherman really wants to add to the mix here at Miami. That they're going to retool that linebacker room. You're going to lose some guys, but essentially that's what we're looking at right now. And other than that, it hasn't been too much crazy stuff to follow in terms of Miami. Not the old signing days. We got an early signing day here in December. Used to be obviously in February. Andre says we need a center big time. I've heard some conflicting things whether or not Ryan Rodriguez will be back next year. I think there's an option potentially for him to have another year of eligibility, but I need to confirm that. That could be a possibility. SJ Alafatuli needs to continue to develop, needs to continue to grow as a snapper of the football, not something that he had to do at the high school level, and needs to get bigger. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them look in the portal either, because they've had some success there. I know Brockermeyer had some ups and downs this year, but internally they were very happy about what he brought to that locker room. Connor Liu, that's a name that's been floated around in the comments, and I think there could be some validity to that, just knowing the history there. Of course, coming back from the ACL, how quickly can he be ready? Probably won't be there in the spring, but you could say that you get him ready for fall camp. That could be one of the best centers in the country. So we'll see what happens there. Let me get into some of these comments as we've been going down the list here. If you guys have not been with us since the beginning, obviously you can go back It's now we're about to be on our we're finishing up hour 3 here. We'll be getting on hour 4 here in just a second. So we haven't actually gone through all of the film just yet. We've been bouncing all over the place, but if you go back to the beginning, we've gone through Darion Coleman's film. We've gone through Javion Mallory at the running back spot. Darion Coleman, of course, the quarterback. We've gone through Jackson Cantwell. We've gone through some of these receivers now, Milan Paris, Samorian Wingo, Vance Spafford, who is a dynamic player at that spot. Tyron Evans, we have not worked through his film yet. A guy who was hurt for a big portion of the season, but former Tennessee commit, big wide receiver, 6'3", 6'4", range, strong, long strider. And, we'll see how he continues to develop, but the upside is very, very big on Tyron Evans.
What's up? Oh, did you watch the film on Evans yet?
No, that I was just going through kind of who we have spoken about, and I was thinking that we need to get to Tyron Evans.
Yeah, let me see the film on old Tyron Evans. He didn't have a ton of senior films. He was banged up. Hopefully, we got some of it here. I liked what he did as a junior. I think he's an upside play, right? He his sophomore film, he was playing like tight end and stuff. Like he was not one of these guys that's like been like the star wide receiver his whole life. He was definitely more of a late bloomer. With size and speed. And last year he was, I believe, the number 1 receiver nationally when you talk about yards per catch. Now, these guys all play different competition. Not all stats are created equal, but he played pretty legitimate competition there in Charlotte, and he was elite from a yards per catch standpoint, as you see here in these highlights. Why? He's just running by guys.
And you see the time stamp on the bottom. So this is this year.
There you go. Nice move. He's got speed, so the ability to stretch the field. I like how they're throwing him screens. Kind of reminds me a little of Tommy Streeter in terms of how you might use him. Just that tall, down the field kind of guy. Big dude. I saw this guy in person. I forgot what game it was, but I went to the Hecht after the game. It was like a Sunday, and he was there. It might have been Notre Dame. He's a big dude, man. He is easily, 6'4" with the room, with a sturdy frame. He'll gain weight. Nice job. I like what I'm seeing here. He has talent, man. Now, the 4, he's going to be the most developmental, no question. I think the ranking reflects that. I wouldn't push back on that because you're banking on him getting better. But there's definitely stuff to work with when you're that big and you have fast.
How do you think he compares to Isaiah Horton?
Horton was a pretty productive high school receiver. He played against private school competition. I don't think it was as good as this competition for Evans. Maybe it was. If you guys live out in that area, let me know. But Horton was pretty productive, and he played receiver. He was a basketball player too. I would say this guy's probably more raw than Horton, but not that much different as far as like what he could be. Like, could he be a Horton? I think Horton became really big. This guy I think is naturally bigger. Like this guy, I was shocked when I saw him, how wide his shoulders were. Like he's a big dude, man. And Milan Paris is a big guy too. Both of those guys are going to be like on the high end of size, and they can both run. So that's clearly what they're trying to build here. Yeah, what's his?
I'm getting texts from people asking if Mike's coming on today because they want to hear him fired up about the rankings.
Oh yeah, we'll do playoff talk for sure. We'll see here. A lot of talk about JKS. Yeah, so Evans' team's playing for Charlotte State titled 8A. They're 13-0, so he's coming from a good program. But yeah, I mean, look, there's talent there. I'm in Tennessee, and Horton played the best comp and not against private. So, yeah, I could see the comp. But we'll see, man.
We need some drama is what we need, man.
We're gonna make
some drama to spice this thing up, man.
Thankfully, our guys.
I'm surprised you didn't come back and say off of you having to hop off there for a second and say, man, just got a crazy phone call. That would have been fun.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's happening. Like nothing's really popping. It's like very quiet, man, but a good quiet because we have a good class. Let me see if our latest rankings, because sometimes guys commit to other schools and we drop in rankings. You wake up and you're like out of the top 10. So let me see. looking at the 247 composite, yeah, right there, number 10 in the country, Michigan right behind us, and then on rivals, I think we're still number 8. I'll tell you right now, but I believe we're still number 8.
I'm searching different recruits' names here on Twitter. And I just, earlier I was laughing at the stuff that Calvin Russell, that these Syracuse fans tweet Calvin Russell. Amari Latimer. There's a tweet here from a Wisconsin fan that says, need Amari Latimer signing his national letter of intent to play football at Wisconsin like I need oxygen to breathe.
Wisconsin.
I would love to beat them on that one again.
Yeah, that'd be great. People are, I'm asking people say, we need more speed, which we talked about. We do need more speed. Man, I want Latimer in the building. If we need to figure out speed in the portal, we figure it out in the portal. But man, his senior film is awesome. I liked what we saw from Mallory. Those are some nice cuts, man. I don't think people realize how talented Mallory is now until they saw that film. Like, he's got something going himself. Yeah,
I think honestly though, fans have been a little spoiled by what they saw with the speed of Pringle. It was so different. It was so different than what we've been used to that fans are like, their eyes are getting a little bit recalibrated to that burst.
And look, we need Pringle. Like, he's a big guy for us. I could see and again, maybe it's the portal, adding another electric guy just in case you lose Pringle for any period of time. He's been banged up. That's just the nature of the position. He's a smaller guy anyway, so it could happen. Let's see. So we got through Evans. We've seen Wingo. We've seen Vance Bafford, Milan Paris. How have we seen Izzy Briggs? How about Gavin Mueller, man? Let's talk Gavin Mueller.
Mueller, big mule.
Let's break down his speed.
By the way, big mule.
Matt Sieg, 4-star guy. I really like a quarterback, like all-purpose.
Went to West Virginia, I saw.
Yeah, flipped from Penn State to West Virginia. He was a really talented guy. Ran a 10.9. He's one of those guys that just does everything. Good for Rich Rod, man. I got no hate for West Virginia.
Could he play QB over there?
Good question. He probably could. Could. Oh, wait a minute. You got to be kidding me. You want drama? We got some drama for you, Pete. You ready?
Talk to me.
Hold on. Let's see. Apparently, Calvin Russell has got the whole thing melting down. Now people are saying he's not going to sign. Oh, that's not official yet. Not official yet.
Let's see. Oh, thank you. Getting the food taken away. Yeah, it was starting to smell a little bit in here. I needed to.
Look at this. Look at Locked On Syracuse. Oh, they're saying he's live on IG right now. What do you think this guy's saying on IG?
Should we watch it? Should we pull it up?
You know what though? You know for a fact he's listening to like something copyright. Yeah, they're saying he was on live. He threw up the U. Don't fall for it. Yeah, we're not falling for it. I like I said, I don't think this is. If it was like Derek Cooper, I could see more of a situation there. But yeah, I think we moved on from Russell. When you talk about Samorian Wingo, how good he was, adding Milan. Milan Paris was added after Russell kind of stopped being in the picture. So I would read into that where you say, all right, Russell gone, Milan Paris in. That to me is something I would keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen apparently Gabby has said, and we've gotten the comments a few times. Gabby, who does a great job, says staff wouldn't take Russell even if he begged to come. I mean, look, right now, today, if he doesn't sign, I'm not going to completely count that out.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't count that kind of stuff out.
I don't count that type of stuff out. I think.
Look. Oh yeah. By the way, let me just clarify. I am sure Gabby was told that.
Yeah. No. I'm saying Gabby reports great. I'm not going against that. I'm just saying like that's right now today. But like I'm if he does not sign today, I'm not gonna say it's completely dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'd ever be dead. Mario's a big game hunter, man. Who knows?
Mario wanted him badly at a certain point. I have a hard time believing that if it became an option that it would not not be on the table. He didn't come to the game against Syracuse. They were trying to get him to come to that, from what I understand. He didn't make it. And then, we didn't. Before that and after that, we hadn't heard much, but we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, and look, he won a lot of money. I mean, he's to me, I've said this before, Calvin Russell could be a really, really good player. He's got size. He's got bloodlines. He's very fast. I heard he's a hard worker. I think what's going to end up happening is, now Harold's tweeting that he's definitely not signing today. Let's see what the latest is. He needs a lot of work. Oh, can you imagine? Look at this, man. Here you go. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Calvin Russell announces he will not sign today. There it is.
Play the audio.
Yeah,
Shout out to Marcus Benjamin on this one. Go follow him.
Yeah, I'll get the audio right now. Give me 1 second. Let me get the audio good on this. But Pete,
time to make the new graphic.
Yeah, you want some drama? This is gonna be the segment today. So let's see what Calvin Russell's got to say. Turn on here.
The whole administration. First, I want to thank my mama. Without her, I wouldn't be nothing today. I love her with everything in my heart. I just thank you again. I love you. And then I just want to thank my father, my family, my support staff, and my brothers over there, my brothers up here. And like with this decision being made, it's been hard. The 3-4 days. I've been thinking, and I won't be signing today.
Woo! There it is. That's what you needed, Pete.
Calvin Russell watch, baby. Bull pride, baby. Where we roam. Proud Northwestern fan, man.
Well, here, Pete, let's do the sweepstakes. I know you're a lifelong Northwestern fan. I seen you wear the shirt that you got. Did you get that shirt at the Opelika flea market?
No, I got it at Traz years ago. Like maybe like 12 years ago now at this point. I still have the shirt though. Should bring it out. Listen, if things continue to get interesting today, I'm gonna bring it out.
Well, listen, at 5,400 on for Calvin Russell watch. So let's handicap the field here. I have no info on this. I do think that him being back on the market puts Miami back on the market. I'm not saying Miami would take him. We got a lot of money tied up in receivers and some good ones. But I can say, we're going to lose receivers. I think we're trying to sign a lot and then figure it out. These guys are already signed, so what are they going to do? Like say, you signed another receiver and get mad? I don't think that's the case. So I think, is it possible that Miami's in the mix without any particular info since this happened? I do. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, again, there's a price tag for everything. There's a lot goes into it, right? And I think Calvin Russell, we'll see how it goes. I would say people joked about USF. Listen, if I'm Calvin Russell, you ask me USF or Syracuse, USF with Hartline, right? And I don't think Hartline's like, a miracle worker, but obviously he's done well with guys that are in that tier of ranking. So he can do it with you. Obviously the quarterback and USF, and that's something you got to watch as well. But Syracuse, you keep him in the mix. Although I think I agree with D Frost that Calvin saw Frank Brown taking that wrapper and said, "Yeah, I'm good." And then Sworn to the Storm says what I think is the most likely outcome, which is he's probably trying to go to LSU because LSU was in the mix with him initially. Now they got Lane Kiffin. They're going to be trying to elevate. That one I think is the most logical of all them is
for
him
sure
going to LSU, and it makes sense for everybody. Asian Galahad says D's praying for Fran's downfall. Pete, you know this because you've been on the show. We always we supported Fran and thought he was doing a good job. And I didn't care off the antics. He beat us, whatever. You win, you get to talk. But the stuff he's been doing in the last month, trying Michael Irvin, these stupid press conferences, signing rappers, losing Calvin Russell after he did so much to get him, wasted so much time and money trying to get him. I think he's just coming off more like a clown lately, whereas for a while it looked like he might be a serious coach. I just think he's getting to the point where he's coming off as a clown. And I don't think you want your head coach to come off that way as a clown, especially when you're losing by 70 to teams. Just his stock with me. Not that it matters, but his stock.
I
with
think
me,
I think it would have looked a lot different if he had Steve Angeli healthy.
it could have. But remember, the quarterback that started was the one that was supposed to start before spring. Angeli kind of fell into his lap, so it's not like Angeli was always the plan. He got
the
lucky
plan, no, but they still would have been fine. Like I think generally probably won 7 games this year, 6-7 games.
If they had Angeli. No, I agree. But I'm saying like the guy that started was the guy they got from LSU to start. So if Angeli was a summer signing at quarterback, which is like very unusual. So like it's not like they had a guy like Angeli was their guy the whole way and he got hurt. Angeli became their guy, and that was a smart move. Me and you both loved Angeli. I thought, and now that, by the way, now the season's turned out the way it is. At first, it looked like a bad take, but I'm kind of thinking we were right. I would rather had Angeli than Aguilar, seeing how it turned out. I think Aguilar came back to earth pretty good. I don't know what the stats show. I mean, they got a pretty quarterback-friendly offense, but I thought Aguilar over the course of the year, what's his stats? I'm just pulling them up now. 24 touchdowns, 10 picks, 3,400 yards. I mean, his stats are good. Again, pretty quarterback-friendly offense. His stats are good, but I still think they would have rather had Angeli and done better with Angeli than what Joey Aguilar gave him, my opinion.
Yeah, probably. He would have been a steadying force for them, that's for sure.
Let's see what else. Would Mario take Russell to spite Fran Brown? I think if Mario got Russell, it would be more to like, hey, we're keeping the best players home type of deal. I don't think I mean, maybe Fran Brown by 4 touchdowns and it was a slow game, So I don't think that's their priority right now. I think it's more about like, hey, you don't want, like, if you're negative recruiting against Mario or just kind of narrative on him, you'd say, well, you only signed 2 players from South Florida, right? That would be the narrative against him. And I think when you sign a Calvin Russell, again, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think LSU is the logical, but just in terms of like why I think Mario might raise an eyebrow here is because you want to sign the best players in South Florida. I think the best player in South Florida is Jason Lopez, but certainly as far as upside and ability to be really, really good, you throw Calvin Russell in that mix, you throw Derek Cooper in that mix, and I don't think he likes those guys leading town. Diabell, kind of different scenario. We'll go portal there. He missed a lot of time with injury. I can see not paying a lot of money for a Diabell, even though I think Diabell's good. But we'll see. We'll see. That'll be
look what I just put on the bottom of the screen, D.
There it is.
For this occasion.
Yeah, you want Calvin Russell? You want all these guys? CanesConnection.com/CIS. If you canceled, I understood the frustration. Get back. Finish strong. 1. Obviously, this roster is getting better and better. CanesConnection.com/CIS. Before we wrap up Calvin Russell, what do you think? Like, what do you see with the Calvin Russell? Like, where should he go? Where do you think he'll go? Like, how do you value the player?
I mean, I never disliked the move of Syracuse for him. Like I understand the idea of him being the guy over there and probably getting force fed the football. I think definitely the way this year turned out, yes, as we were talking about, there were some factors such as the injuries, the quarterback position that changed things, but USF's a nice little situation if I'm him. USF's a good situation. I know that I believe in his ability. I think he's going to be a really good. I know a lot of people don't agree with it. I think he's going to be a really good player at the next level. I think he's a hard worker from everything I've been told. I like the basketball background stuff. I think at the collegiate level, he can be a really good player here. And to me, I go somewhere that I know I'm going to be force fed the football early and made a focal point of the offense. Does that happen in LSU? They're going to be big game hunting. They're going to be probably bring in some big portal guys. They're probably going to be bringing in some other high profile recruits. But obviously, I would love to see him in Miami.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Plus, we got some more recruiting to talk about for the new signing period. Maybe we'll do like a 30-minute signing day show on the new signing day. It's crazy. It's December. The new signing day is in February. That feels like that's 2 months away. That might as well be 2 years away. Think about all the stuff that's going to happen from December to February. Like think about it. Like, look at the calendar. We have the playoff selection. We have all the playoffs. We have the portal It's going to be the coaching changes. It's going to be insane. It's going to be a whole different team by the time you get there. Comment I want to get to. Oh, by the way, I don't know if we got to this from Isaiah Holt. If we didn't, I apologize. Isaiah says no playoffs. Miami needs to not play in a bowl game. I don't agree. I think bowl games have value. If you win them, you get some momentum.
Just don't play Malachi Tony in the bowl game. And I'm going to stand firm on that take.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't think Ruben Bain, those guys aren't going to play. I think Mally, he's too young. Players play. If it happens, it happens. You pray it doesn't. Big Butt Jones, appreciate your support. Hopefully a female. A Heartline to USF and we take Bailey. JJ comes home for a year. I just think, man, this guy's such an icon. Like, I don't think he would. The only way I could see it happening is if he pulls like a LeBron, and he's just like, he starts comparing himself. Like, man, I'm so high up that I could do stuff like this. Because obviously he doesn't need to do it for his career, like, or the money or anything. He would only do it if he's like, man, I'm such a star. I already won a championship at Ohio State. I can just do it for legacy. My boy Night King, shout out to Big Mike, says these are some of the same people that were saying before the season that we need to get more wide receiver after the spring session. Turned out UM was great at the wide receiver position. Obviously, Mally made a big difference. We did get Keelan Marion, who helped us a lot. So, I'm in the middle of that. I mean, look, we got guys we can develop, but we also got to add to.
Sworn to the Storm says people only want Calvin Russell because of his ranking. His tape isn't better than Milan Paris. I'm looking 2-3 years down the line with Calvin Russell. When he fills out into his frame, I know he wants to play basketball at the next level, but I think if he settles on football and that's his thing full time, because like he was a real basketball player. He's a real guy who focused on basketball when it was basketball season. So yes, right now Milan Paris, I think, is a more finished product than what you're seeing with Russell. But give it a year or two. I think Russell's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and look, Milan Paris is developing too, right? He's a guy as a senior that had a huge year, also a basketball player, not as serious as Russell. What I'll say about Russell is, like, I think playing basketball would hurt Russell more than it hurts Lopez. Like, I think Lopez, that receiver, is going to be what he's going to be.
Yeah, I think he's not going to get any bigger really from playing it. T-Love says 2 to 3 years he'll be in the portal by then. I get that. I'm not saying 2 to 3 years until he's ready to play, but like Josh Moore, we saw enough in year one this year to know that he's got some ability, right? In another year or two, Josh Moore should be a finished product. Yeah. In being within the system and all that, but he can still play now and has given you some really good moments, but also shown enough to build upon, right? So that's what I say. In 2 to 3 years, it's like he could be a monster in 2 to 3 years, is what I'm saying, in my opinion. D. Right. Like if he continues to progress, it's not going to happen right overnight. But I think people's thoughts with him and judgments have been kind of clouded sometimes about with the recruitment and how it turns out and how certain things play out, certain comments that are made. People don't like Fran Brown already. So like, I think that kind of clouds people's opinion of him in a bit, but I'm looking at the bigger picture with him. And I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I agree. I think he's got big upside. He needs to focus on football. I think the first priority with him is his body is not good. He's skinny. That's why I think with the rankings, him and Cooper, and they're different types of players, Derek Cooper and him, I think, and Diabel, all different positions, different things they need to work on. But I think all three of those guys can easily live up to their rankings. But I think there's more of a gap between where they are or where they need to be than the usual guy with that ranking. Jeremiah Smith was what he was.
Grow with Jason says, with kids signing right before bowl season, it would be cool if they could practice with a team in the postseason. Hey, listen, if we get to the big boy playoffs there, when we get to games after December and you're fighting for those games, they can play once they're enrolled. Remember Bryce was it Bryce Underwood last year? Who was it that started practicing with the team during? There was a high profile quarterback that started to practice with the team.
Yeah,
I don't know that it was Bryce, but
Julian Sane.
I can't remember it, but yeah, if you can start to practice once that semester has started, pretty much once you're enrolled. So,
by the way, Calvin Russell talk. He said that on IG apparently that LSU, and FSU, I think, called him. So
What did he say?
LSU,
Yeah.
maybe FSU. Let me see if I pull it back up again. But they talk freely on those lives. Those lives are pretty good, are pretty good source of info, man. They talk like no one's watching on those lives. Then you get them in a real interview, they don't say anything, as if people didn't see him say everything on the live.
I think you also were saying similar things. What I was told earlier in this process, like even when the season had begun, was like Mario did not want to lose Calvin Russell for the sake of, not only did he believe he was going to be a really good player down the line, but you already lost Derek Cooper locally we've talked about these misses locally, and you don't want, they've done well without all of them, but like Malachi Tony, people will say that they did not say this stuff, but can I really need to do this as an experiment one day, D. You remember some of the comments that came when he decommitted and visited Alabama. People were saying, "Oh, let him walk, let him go. This isn't the old Alabama." I'm glad we did not let him walk. I'm glad we didn't let him go. I'm glad we kept recruiting him. And I'm glad that we stayed true to saying we got to keep a local baller home. And I think I'm not comparing the players, but I don't think Miami wants to lose Calvin Russell if this opportunity presents itself once again.
I agree with you. Big Butt Jones got a question for you. Again, appreciate your support. He or she wants to know, I just started watching. Has Pete given his take on our playoff chances? Usually a little more cynical. He is not. I know Mike's coming on a little bit, but what do you take? What's your take on this? I'm ready for that big show on Sunday.
I understand that why the questions are, why would they move Bama up with Notre Dame? But like, was I not told? Not from you, not from you, but like us. Were we not told that if Miami and Notre Dame were within 3 spots of each other, they would be looked at?
Yeah,
the same.
Making it up as they go.
So like, I don't know what to make of that statement now. I personal opinion right now is the whole thing about idle teams moving and all that is to continue to string teams along at this point, like string us fans along into keeping us interested, which goes to your point of the WWE thing. I don't know that it's all that drawn out as and planned in terms of that, but I just like my whole premise this entire time, D, is okay. They've said that Notre Dame is this, and they've said Miami's this. What's going to change to make their opinions different? I just feel like they've set their precedent that way. If they're sitting side to side and they say it makes a difference, I hope it makes a difference. But like, that's not what they said. That's not what they said a month ago. So what am I supposed to believe? I don't know. I don't know. And this is why I can't trust anything that they've done. I don't necessarily think the last time was great for Miami. I just think that they've shown what they think Miami's and what they think other teams are at this point. So
yeah, they're making it up as they go. I would say the one thing that caught my attention, the two things. So he talked more in the press conference after they had like a conference call roundtable. I think the clip surfaced of him talking to Mike Golick, who's a Notre Dame guy, and he basically saying, the committee thinks Notre Dame is better than Miami, which of course, they got that, I guess, from watching them play some of the worst teams in the country. Obviously not from the game that was played, but he also said that he goes, obviously it's different when they're right next to each other. Like he said it like that. So I think here's what I think and it's hard to put, there's a lot of people in the committee with one person speaking. So like one person doesn't necessarily speak for everybody. Number one, number two, I think they're doing it for views and they're not really being consistent. But the one thing I can understand, I think, is if Miami were to jump Notre Dame yesterday, they would have also had to jump BYU. And that's a whole different conversation because Miami didn't play BYU. So what I understood his comments to be, and again, I'm trying to add sense to a process that makes no sense, is, well, if we're just putting BYU, Notre Dame, and Miami in a cluster of which BYU didn't play Notre Dame, didn't play Miami, we're just going to go off which we think the best teams are. And we think the best teams are Notre Dame, BYU, Miami, in that order. Now, I don't think any really are. I really don't think BYU is as good as Miami. If you're giving Notre Dame over Miami, which I wouldn't, but you know, they had them ranked ahead. They got to rationalize it somehow. But if BYU loses, drops out, and then Alabama doesn't drop, let's say they win or they play good and they stay where they're at, and now you have Notre Dame and Miami right next to each other, you only really need to judge two teams. So you could jump Miami over Notre Dame and say head-to-head was the reason we did it. They were close enough. Whereas with BYU, it becomes a little more complicated because Miami would have to jump BYU, who they didn't play. That's what I understood based on the way they explained it. But again, the whole process doesn't make that much sense. That to me, though, makes a little more sense because of what I just laid out.
Yeah, it's all the back and forth. I don't know what to trust really, or again, really have much of a feel for what matters and what doesn't. I know I haven't been getting myself too worked up about it, so I feel good about that.
Yeah, man. Look, I think it's entertaining. I mean, I wish we were in already, but like the whole show is meant for entertainment. I'm going to try to see my text, see anything interesting. I'm getting some text, some rumors that Byron Brown might be headed to Auburn. There's rumors. Gabby put out a tweet asking, saying, I do not expect Miami to be involved with Calvin Russell. I'm sure he's getting that from somebody. Let me text some people. My view is, again, I think these things change and eyes get big. So I agree with you, Pete. I don't think it's going to be like, oh, wow, all systems go. We got to get Calvin Russell. But it could be a situation where.
I just got a text from Balin Trujillo. He says that he can join anytime. Yeah. What time do I tell him?
Shoot. Whenever he wants. Yeah, so we can do now. We can do anytime.
Send him the link.
We're not going anywhere. So Balin Trujillo, for those who don't know, this is Darion Coleman's quarterback coach for many years. Big time Canes fan. He was on Pete's podcast back in like 2017 or something. I forgot what the topic was, but he's a big time Canes fan. He's big on.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, D. But I just sent him the link, so he might be on here in a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So big time Canes fan. Based Jaren says the chairman contradicted his comments on ESPN when he won a Golick show. They simply think Notre Dame is better. Will keep Miami out. Head to head, be damned. I mean, I heard the interview. They didn't say that. He did say they think Miami's better, and they thought that BYU was second. But again, I think it's because they're all clustering. When they're touching each other, and you don't have to jump them over BYU, then the question is going to be from the media, which again, this is a media deal. Like they got to deal with the media. They got to answer questions. The media is going to ask, why is the head-to-head not being respected when these teams are ranked right next to each other? And what are they going to say? What are they going to say? We think Notre Dame's better because of the analytics, which don't even really have a huge spread between the teams. Common opponents, 3 out of 4. So again, I think they're going to hold this off as long as they can. But when they're touching each other, I think it's different. And look, as a Canes fan saying it, you saw national media saying it all over. You saw Herb Street saying it. You saw Dan Wolken. You saw a ton of writers saying it. I've talked to people who are much deeper in this process than me and know what the national people are looking at and know some of the players involved. And they all said the same thing before it even happened. They said, what we need is Miami to be touching Notre Dame. And they're judged together as an independent cluster, and Miami jumps them. So could be wrong, but I think, again, what the chairman said when he was on Golick's show, and I watched that, is, look, you're judging BYU, Miami, and Notre Dame all together. And if they're ranking those, they rank them Notre Dame, BYU, Miami. Again, I think BYU is they're well coached. They're a plucky team, but I think the Big 12 has zero chance of winning a championship, whereas Miami could. My opinion, Big 12 did good against ACC this year head-to-head, but I mean, based on my watching football my whole life, the Big 12 sucks. The Big 12 sucked when Texas and Oklahoma were in it. They sucked when they played real teams. So I think that's kind of what the Big 12 is, just a very limited conference. It's fun for numbers, but ultimately sucks. But they won their head-to-head against the ACC this year, so you can't, SMU lost to 2 Big 12 teams, beat Miami, so I can't just totally disregard them. But I will, because I think the Big 12, having watched football my whole life in college football, at no point was the Big 12 good, ever. They always sucked. And Oklahoma would beat the teams by 50, and then they play a real team and lose by a lot, because Big 12 just wasn't real football. All that said, I think the committee had BYU, Notre Dame, Miami lumped together, and they said we're going to rank it. You can't say Miami beat BYU head to head. We can't say Notre Dame beat BYU head to head. We can't say BYU beat them head to head. So given that cluster is not a tiebreaker cluster, we're just going to rank them, and we'll rank them 1, 2, 3. Which, by the way, is how they were already ranked because they dropped Miami real low after their losses, and it's hard to flip teams when they're not losing. Anyways, that's how I think it went. Remove BYU from the picture. Hopefully they lose by 2 touchdowns and it becomes clear that they can't compete with a college football playoff level team, which I don't think they can. Now you have Miami and Notre Dame right next to each other. So, Peony Boys, I just left a 3-hour meeting and all hell broke loose. Heartline gone, Calvin not signed. Are we getting the Stones lined up for Smith? Hey, maybe. Maybe. You never know, man. I've seen these processes. I'll give you a little example here how these things go. Boys, thank you, Peony Boys, for the support. So I remember when Carson Beck got the surgery that basically allowed him to come back early, the Brock Purdy surgery, right? I remember when that happened. And when he got that surgery, it became clear, at least, to me and other people watching it, that he'd be able to play this year. It wasn't going to be Tommy John. And the day he got that surgery, I texted a friend with and I said, Carson Beck, he's going to play this year. No brainer. Bring him to the Canes. And they were like, no, that's not going to happen. And they weren't trying to trick me. That's not where it was at that time. Then a week later, the conversation shifted big time. It's like, man, we need this guy. This guy could come here and be one of the best players in the country. We know how it turned out. So I think these things change. And speaking in relation to Calvin Russell, these things change. Go ahead, Pete. Yeah.
Just talking. Balin Trio will be on with us at 12:20. So
perfect.
Darion Coleman's quarterback coach, who's been with him since he's 11, 12 years old, will be hopping on with us soon. Did I just saw a comment here? Did we officially get word that Saint is signed?
I'm looking. I'm not seeing it. I'm trying to find it. I haven't seen it here, but let me see.
I saw Kane Sport posted something earlier that he signed. I guess he told them he signed. So I don't know if he, and I DM'd the kid now to see if he would get back to me.
Yeah, not yet. He's saying he signed. I don't doubt it at all. I just he's not one.
Yeah, and I asked someone directly who would know, and he said there's no issue there. So again, maybe there's a paperwork that might be an actual paperwork snafu where they need to get something fixed there. Right. As opposed to, we'll see what happens here with Chukura here. Tank Jones should be coming up here. His signing is at 1:00 here Eastern time. So see what happens there. I still don't think he's officially inked with Oregon.
Yeah, so I just sent a text on the Calvin Russell thing just to get the official word. Again, the truth is, though, I'll believe it when I see it. Again, so Gabby, who he's reporting what he's being told, and he's talking to real people. So believe me, he's not making it up. He says Miami's not interested. They're thrilled with the wide receiver class. I agree. Amped about the talent on the roster, which is Malachi Toney, Josh Moore, Dalen Upshaw, JoJo Schrader. Not a good fit. He's not going to be here. Yeah, listen, I mean, I could see it, but then again, I think these things change. So, they're saying they just announced Saint TSA. I haven't seen that on the. I haven't seen it on Twitter. Maybe it's on.
I haven't gotten it from the official
on Instagram.
They literally right now just got it on Twitter.
There we go.
So.
Shout out to Frederick Saintius. We'll watch his film in a little bit here. We got to catch up on some of these films. I want to keep watching it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Shout out to Fred Saintius. So they call him, I think, Fred. They don't do the whole Frederick. There he is, right there. Excited about this guy. I think this guy's gonna be real good. Very athletic player, hardworking, good frame, productive. Bad competition, but he dominates. Raw, but
let me pull up his film since we just got this one across the board. He's to me, and I heard he's like 285 right now. 285.
I've seen him. He looks good. He's one of those guys that looks the part.
And he plays angry.
Yeah. He plays hard, man. I think he wrestled. He threw shot put a little bit. Like, he's done a lot of sports since he's been here. So
You know who we didn't get to watch, by the way, because I think we were talking about the Russell situation, was Gavin Mueller.
yeah,
I was about to bring up the film, and you're like, "Oh, hold on, we got some potential drama here," and then that's when we got into the whole thing. But
all right,
here's Frederick Saint.
by the way, I have an update on Calvin Russell, which I'll give in a second. But let's talk about Frederick Saintius. Look at this guy right here. Boom. Explosive. The competition sucks, but you want a guy to do this to that competition. Like, he can only play the people that line up against them. I mean, you want it to look like that. They love this guy. They think in 3 years, not even 3, they think in 2 years, this guy's going to be a complete monster. Like, they think his trajectory is a straight line up. Did a good job evaluating Dante Simpson last year. Micah Newton was banged up. Hopefully he ends up being a good player. I think it's too early to tell there just because of the injuries. But, yeah, man. Twitchy, talented dude right here. There you see. Hard to move. What do you think about this guy, Pete? I think he looks the part.
I like him a lot. I like how he plays. Like I said, the aggression part of it. Just talking to people who have been involved in these defensive line, evaluation processes. Like, technique, you always feel like you can coach technique, right? The frame and size, that's one thing that's non-negotiable. The technique, a coach always is going to look at these young defensive linemen coming out of high school and say, I can teach him to do this better. I can teach him to play with a little more leverage. I can teach him to use his hands a little bit better, all that. But you can't coach that aggressive nature into a guy, really. It's got to be who he is. And I think with Saintius, you see it all over his tape, and that's one of the reasons Miami was so drawn to him there.
Yeah, love him. Oh, got a comment
Sudden,
here.
as D Huck says. Yeah, I think that's what I would say as well.
Yeah, so I talked to somebody at UM, texted, nothing to the Calvin Russell thing. Great kid and player, but Miami loves his wide receiver room. Similar message to what Gabby got. That's the message.
I'll be monitoring that one.
I'll be monitoring it too. And
I'll be monitoring
not that I
that
think there's any mystery.
I don't have it. I don't think there's any lies being told. And I also don't think Calvin Russell's lying when he said who reached out to him to ask him what was going on.
2 months is a long time. If he signs in 2 days, and I think that's right. If he signs in 2 months,
because he can still sign in the next couple of days here, right?
Yep.
So, but if I'm him, well, I mean, make the sweepstakes interesting. I think it was he not going to early enroll because he's playing basketball? Is that what it is? That's the question.
Yeah. He needs early enrollment. He needs a lot. He just
that's the problem. But I think it's if he's playing basketball, then it also makes sense that he wouldn't enroll early, and it also makes sense why if that's the case and he's 100% not enrolling early, I don't see why he signs now.
He needs to stop playing basketball. I think. Look, people want to know why you pay so much money for Jackson Cantwell. Jackson Cantwell is literally in the conversation for the best athlete in the history of, or at least the best performer in the history of his sport in high school. Talk about throwing. Like, that's what his numbers are. He's in the conversation for like the GOAT. And he is foregoing that to get here early and play because track seasons while he'd be here as an early enrollee. So he's passing on all those records that he could break to come here. Russell, who is, a good basketball player, but he's not like, LeBron. He's playing basketball when he should be gaining weight. So look, I love multi-sport guys. I'm not going to diminish him doing that. I'm just saying there's much more of a developmental risk with a Russell playing basketball than with somebody like Cantwell, who he is, you know what? I'm going to play football and be the best. Tom Loy said expectation is Russell signs this week. Yeah, maybe that's LSU. That feels like an LSU to me. I'm sure FSU.
I heard, because LSU came in second, right?
Yeah,
I understand.
One of my sources at Raw thought he was going to LSU the first time until the end. At the end, everybody knew it was Syracuse, but for a while he thought it was LSU. Obviously, they had a coaching situation that's all screwed up. But
so I'm making a new graphic here because, of course, we got the Amari Latimer sweepstakes.
Nako said Michigan or Miami. Here we go. What and
Hey,
again,
all I know is
I'm telling you what Miami's
El Pete's senses, man. El Pete's 6 cents on this one. I don't know, man. Mario, it's been a little too quiet this signing day, my friend. Mario doesn't like quiet signing days in terms of not going and grabbing something. I don't know.
the Denzel Washington leaving with something.
What's that?
You ever seen that meme?
No.
Of course. Here we go. Yeah, so this is Nakos. Expected to sign on Friday, 2 days. Michigan and Miami or other factors. So maybe it wouldn't be LSU or USF. Who knows, man? There's always something. You knew it was going to come from South Florida. The little circus aspect of it.
I'm throwing it back up there. I don't.
There it is. Get the highs back up.
I mean, it needs to be back up there. Even though I was also going to bring a new graphic up, but I mean, I'm sorry, D. This is the story of the day right now. Has to be.
Well, the story of the day is we got Balin Trujillo here ready to join.
Oh, he's in. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, get that video up. So let me pull up his profile so I get the good intro here. Get all his accolades. One of the oldest Canes Insight guests, not in age, but in terms of how long he has been. Like how far back go for his first appearance. He's still getting his video ready in there. So I'll let him sort that out. Well, Tom Loy also said Michigan and Miami. Could it be Michigan? I mean, Miami's saying no, and they wouldn't lie this early. You know, I thought maybe if it lasts for a while, if it's a Friday, I agree. I don't think it would be Miami.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
Your text Balin, ask him to turn his camera on here. But we'll get this thing started here. Yeah, comments about Balin about, why am I doing a double standing with Jason Lopez playing basketball? I think ultimately Jason Lopez is going to have to pick a sport. I think the reason why also Jason Lopez doesn't have the NIL value of Russell, so you're not paying as much. But I think the big difference between Russell and Lopez playing basketball is that like Lopez is already good. I mean, Lopez runs routes. He's strong. Like Lopez doesn't need that much development at wide receiver, whereas Calvin Russell, I think, needs significant development to be as good as we all think he can be, which is an NFL high round pick. I've heard he's a great worker, Calvin Russell. I've heard the intangibles are good. So he'll get there, I think, but he just needs to focus on football because number one, Lopez is not going to get taller. So him working out doesn't change that. Russell needs to get bigger and stronger. That's his number one priority. So I think that is why he needs to really focus on football, in my opinion. Again, who the hell am I? But I know there's others. Yeah, Ryan says there's Diva's Cuban bias again. That's what they said. They said I had Hispanic bias with Restrepo when he was getting all the targets and people thought I should be going to, I don't know, someone else that wasn't our all-time leading receiver. They said the same thing with Mendoza, who I believe is going to be in New York for the Heisman, then in New York for the draft, or wherever the draft is this year. So my Cuban bias, I don't know, it's been pretty good lately, but I think with Lopez, that's why. I just think he doesn't need as much development as Russell needs. So.
All right, D, should we bring in Balin here?
Were you texting him?
No, I was just going to tell him.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. There he is. We got him. All right. There he is.
Balin.
What's going on?
Go Canes.
So we're here with Balin Trujillo, founder of Be True QB Training, Advanced QB Camp, former Predators quarterback. He's got a lot of stuff going on, man. You're one of the OG guests on the Canes Inside podcast when we were a rinky dink operation. We still are, I guess, but I guess both of us come a long way, man. And now you got a pupil you've had for many, many years. It's going to be quarterback for the University of Miami, man. So how you feeling?
No, I feel great, man. It's a surreal moment for me. Obviously, it was a little bit real when he committed back in July of last year, but now it's obviously really real. I was, there when he signed the real letter of intent. Then we did another ceremony for the school, and that was another cool experience. And I'm about to post the entire experience actually here soon on social media. But it was just again one of those moments where I'll never forget. I've done this a lot of times. I've been a quarterback trainer for 11 years, been a part of a lot of signing days, but this one means probably the world to me. He's the longest kid I've ever trained consistently for 8.5 years. And he's a Miami Hurricane. So just watching his development and how he's become who he's become over the last 8 years, and just watching him sign a letter of intent that says the University of Miami on it, that just means the world to me. And he's my first Hurricane commit. So Man, it's just a true blessing, and I'm truly humbled.
8.5 years, man. So obviously he's a high school senior, so we could do the math on him. And I have kids that around that age, and it's like that's young. So like, how did he come to you and just take us through the progression from a little kid to what he is now?
Yeah, he started with me at 10 years old, just turned 10 years old. He was at an All-American FBU camp, and I was the quarterback coach to pick the All-Stars for that. And there was about 10 quarterbacks out there, same age group, and he was the first one in line, and he threw a ball at me, and it was a composite ball. And, I mean, that thing came out humming, and I'm like, whoa, that's 10 years old, and a lot of kids aren't throwing like that. So I'm a big believer in, the game of football and how you use a football as a quarterback. And so when I caught the ball and it was a composite ball, I was like, this ain't a real football. So I chucked it all the way across the entire field. Like, I threw it as far as I could. And this is the first time I'm meeting this kid. And he looked at me like, what the heck was that for? And he went and ran it. And then all of a sudden he came back and skipped everybody else in line and did the exact same drill again, threw it even harder at me. And in that moment, I knew I got something special. And so his dad came up to me after the camp, was like, I've never seen a coach really like check my son like that. What was the case? I'm like, look, football's played with a leather football. It's easy to go get a football from Walmart and throw that thing in nice and I see kids throwing the football behind their backs and it's come out like a perfect spiral. I mean, there's a whole different world when it comes to leather and composite balls. And so I told him, I said, look, I always do that in my trainings. If I ever meet a kid for the first time and he throws me a composite ball, I'm throwing it as far as I can to make sure he never brings that thing back to me when we see each other again. And from that moment, man, it was just a perfect match. And his dad was like, it's to the point where he's willing to just hand over the keys. And he did a good job of raising him, obviously, and developing him. He played quarterback as well, but then I believe FAMU. But it was time to give him to me. And so, man, from that point on, we were going 4 or 5 times a week. He was living in Plant City, which is about an hour away from Orlando, and they would make the drive every single week, 4 to 5 times. And then all of a sudden I was traveling, doing big camps, All-American camp. Darion Coleman was from ages about 10 to 14. And then from there, he went into high school. We made a decision for him to come to Jones, which is to play under my former head coach, Elijah Williams, who's there now. When I was at Oak Ridge, he was the head coach there. But I knew what he could do for him because he did it for me and changed my life and how he taught the game of football and from an IQ standpoint. And so it was just, like I said, a perfect story from when he was 10 all the way to now he's 18 years old and 18 and a half. So that's why I say 8.5, because he just turned 10 when I got him. It's just amazing, man, just the development and just see how he's beaten all the odds to this point. He's always, as everybody likes to talk about, he's always had the biggest arm. That's what really is his ability to get to this point as a Hurricane commit. Also, Elite 11 finalist. Went to a state championship, has pretty much broken every Central Florida record, especially at Jones High School. And so he's just beating all the odds. And that's why I take pride in this kid and how he's developed over the last 8 years.
Coach, you mentioned how long Darion's been committed to Miami. And people might forget, I mean, he committed before the Cam Ward season happened. He committed before, obviously, Carson Beck has been doing his thing this year. So how did what was his trust level like in Coach Dawson, Coach Cristobal, and then obviously you, someone who was around for a lot of these visits and conversations with these coaches? What was it about the staff at that point that had you guys believe these guys are going to put something special together offensively over the next few years here?
Yeah, I have a really good relationship with Coach Shannon Dawson, and that's really where it started. He was recruiting 3 of my top guys here in this area. Noah Grubbs was his first offer, Darion Coleman and Michael Clayton at the time. And so just recruiting those 3 guys. Dawson was in the Orlando area a lot, and it was really based off our relationship, man. And Coach Dawson really trusted my evaluations on all the kids that I trained, even some of the kids that I don't train that he was recruiting. I mean, he would send me names, and I would evaluate them and let him know how I felt, man. So he really trusted my process. And, man, I kept telling him from day one, Darion Coleman is your guy. And like you said, this was before Cam Ward became who he was, obviously this season with Carson Beck. But just trusting my evaluation on Darion and where I can see fit with his personality, being in the University of Miami, just his arm talent. I just told him, trust me. Trust me. And I'm going to tell you guys, I mean, I've said this before on podcasts, I believe on yours at one point, he was verbally committed to Oklahoma. That was where it really started. And my relationship with Coach Seth Luttrell and Coach Venables, we went up there together and sat him in his office, flipped him a coin and said, either you're all in or all out. And if you come back, you're all in, you're our guy. And in between that phase of when I went to Oklahoma with Darion and into July, Shannon Dawson went after him hard and let him know, hey, man, like, you're our number one guy. We trust the evaluation. We've seen you plenty of times on our campus. They won back-to-back championships in the 7-on-7 circuit with Jones. And so he was like, look, I'm willing to take a chance on you if you're all in. And it only took maybe a couple seconds for him to say, I'm a Hurricane. I'll never forget, he was at an airport at Maryland, just came off a visit at Maryland. UCF was on him hard. Coach Malzone was blowing him up. And Shannon Dawson said, it's now or never. And he said, Coach, I'm a Cane. And that was a crazy moment for me, and I'll never forget it. And mind you, that was before he actually announced his commitment, which was on July 3rd, his birthday. And so it just was such a cool experience, man. But I'm so glad he's a Hurricane, to be honest with you. No disrespect to Oklahoma. That they've done a really good job with quarterbacks, obviously Heisman Trophy winners and all that. That was really why Darian liked Oklahoma originally. But man, I was automatically all about Miami from day one with Darian and Coach Shannon Dawson. And finally he said, let's do it. And Darian committed. And here we are today, signed fully and ready to go in January.
One thing when I watch Coleman, and I watched him in the state championship game, been watching the highlights, I've seen him at camp, but only the one full game, but just watching how he operates, he's so, like, if you were watching him, you wouldn't know he's been training so long in terms of, like, he's not overly mechanical, but obviously you've taught a lot because look at the results, right? So how do you, how are you able to get him to where he plays like he's playing free, playing loose, playing instinctive, but obviously taking all the lessons that you've given him for a long, long time?
Yeah, it's all repetition, man. He, like you said, it's the consistency in the position. He's taken his craft very serious over the years, and that's built a lot of confidence. That's really the only way you can build something like that is through experience. And with the training and his development and obviously playing at big-time games and being in All-American games as a kid and just being around talent his whole life in Plant City and Lakeland area, he breeds a whole different confidence. And he knows that whenever he steps on the field, regardless if it's a 6'5" kid or a kid that's highly recruited or highly ranked, he knows he's the best player on the field. And that's how he's carried his chip on his shoulder everywhere he's been. That's why he was able to put a 4-star on the bench as a sophomore at Jones. That's why he was able to go to the Elite 11. That's why he's able to do really much anything he wanted, now signing with Miami. So he's really taken the confidence, the preparation that he has his whole entire life by being, trained hard. He was never given the easy route. He was always doubted. And he's always performed at the highest level. And so because of that, he's able to sit in a pocket, literally be stagnant where a lot of stuff is around him and just be fully confident delivering a football, which is what he's good at. And so he is really, his confidence is absolutely insane. It's kind of like the Cam Ward, right? We saw Cam Ward do some things last year that a lot of quarterbacks wouldn't take risks doing or do stuff in the pocket or run around and do some crazy magic. Darian has that type of same confidence, and he knows he has the ability to do whatever he wants with that arm that he has. And it's just really cool to know that he's still sticking to the fundamentals and playing within the game, which is why you see, 25 touchdowns. He did throw an interception last week on a deep ball right after halftime. They kind of forced it, but he's played pretty much near perfect football his senior year, which is why they're in a position to go to a state championship. Hopefully it's a rematch with American Heritage next weekend. That'd be phenomenal. Clearly Malachi Tony was the difference in last year's game. Darian put on a performance, but now hopefully he can seal the deal this year by how he plays. But again, he does stick to the fundamentals, but he has so many things in his toolbox that allows him to just play free.
A lot of questions on his build in the comments. Obviously, look, we know he's not the biggest guy, but seeing him in person, I think, I don't know if I saw his dad or his uncle, there's a relative. I mean, the people wearing Coleman clothes were pretty big when I saw him on campus. So it seemed like he has some big genetics in the family. And then also like his hand size and arm length seemed to jump out. Again, this is just kind of instant.
Yep.
Checking the situation out. For those Canes fans who, any quarterback that's not 6'5", 6'4", these are going to be the questions. What can you tell about the way he's built and how he overcomes that and is so productive in every setting?
Yeah, just his gameplay. I mean, is anybody complaining about Marcel Reed? Is anybody complaining about Jennings? Is anybody complaining about Johnny Manziel? Is anybody complaining about Bryce Young? I mean, the stereotype is a stereotype, but the game has evolved in such a way where now the way that RPO works and the way that, there's spacing and offensive schemes and stuff, it doesn't matter about size anymore. It's about performance. And he's done that his entire life. Every single place he's been, every team he's been on, he's always performed at the highest level. He doesn't make many mistakes. His IQ's off the charts, and he's always sticking to the fundamentals, which allows him to play at a high level. And so when everybody talks about size and stuff and, he's too small, Well, has anybody turned on his tape? Has anybody taken the time to drive 4.5 hours from Miami up north to go watch him play in a football game live? Or has anybody in the area in Orlando that's a fan come see him at Jones High School? Or is anybody from the Panhandle, Georgia, Texas, California, who all has these opinions, have they ever flown and seen and taken the time to go watch Darion play live in person? Probably chances are no. So until they can do that and see him on a consistent basis, really it's all opinions and it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, he signed a scholarship to Miami today. Clearly he can play at that level. The experts have literally signed this kid. They put their money where their mouth is, and he's performed at the highest level every single week throughout the last 3.5 years in high school. He started as an 8th grader, put on a big performance his 8th grade year at Fort Meade, which put him on the stage to get offers early. And guess what? And it's not ironic that the first coach to offer him was that Incarnate Word was the same coach that took a chance on Cam Ward. So, I mean, we know what that looks like. And so based off that, people can say whatever they want. At the end of the day, it's about how you play. You could be the smallest guy in the world, but again, you're not going to complain when you're winning national titles and being top-ranked, team in the country. And I'm sure Marcel Reed has heard it before. I'm sure all the guys, Jennings at SMU has heard it. I'm sure Bryce Young heard it. And if you want to really be technical, look at Bryce Young when he came out of high school, coming into Alabama compared to Darion and his stature. Darion's bigger. And we know Bryce Young's in the NFL, did a lot of good things in college, whatever. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to compare him. I believe Darion is Darion. He's one of one. And I can't wait to see what he looks like come January. And then obviously this time next year, hopefully he's the starting quarterback, if not a red shirt, and he's looking a lot bigger, faster, and stronger. And I can only imagine what it's going to look like when he's got a full developmental year at Miami.
Coach, how do you think his skill set fits into the offense? You mentioned your relationship with Coach Dawson, just understanding what he likes to do schematically, and understanding too, like what they did with Cam Ward last year is not exactly what they're doing with Beck. So obviously Coach has shown that depending on who the quarterback is able to adjust to their skill set. So how do you see Darion fitting into what Coach Dawson likes to do?
Yeah, I love him. I honestly think if you really want to turn on the tape, I think he's a mixture of Carson Beck and Cam Ward. I mean, he has the ability to extend plays and make things happen like Cam Ward did, but he also is a game manager. Look how he's played this year at Jones with a lot of talent that left, with Vernell Brown gone, with their running back left to Sacramento State. Like, there was a lot of pieces at Jones that left last year in a great season, and he was able to game manage this year to where he was at a point 25 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and controlling the football game, which is why they're back in the Final Four now, hopefully competing for another state title next week in Miami. So there's a lot of things that Carson Beck in his game does that Darion does well, like manage the game, being accurate. You're right. You were talking about Carson Beck, 80%. Look at Darion Coleman. Right now, I believe he's thrown 86% in this season. So that's unheard of. And then you talk about Cam Ward, the ability to create magic, to create plays with his arm, because he's able to throw across, everywhere across the field. That's what Darion does. Just turn on the junior tape. So again, you have a mixture of both things. I think Shannon Dawson's offense, he loves to attack vertically. That's really, Darion Coleman can do that. Also, extend plays with his feet. Let's be honest, Darion Coleman's way faster than Carson Beck, and he's a lot faster than Cam Ward. And Cam Ward did a lot of great things with his feet. So now you just add that dynamic to his game, which he's not a dual threat quarterback. Everyone wants to talk about Darion's a dual threat. He's a pocket passer that can run. He's a pocket passer that has a 4.4 speed, not a dual threat guy, but he can hurt you with his feet if he has to. And that's what he did last year in the state championship game when he went head to head with Malachi Toney. It's funny how, Darion had 3 rushing touchdowns and Malachi had 2 passing. So it was like a flip flop. But at the end of the day, that just shows you that he's so much in his toolbox that he's able to really do whatever you guys are asking or whatever a coach is asking him to do. So I think he fits in a lot of different schemes, but the way that Shannon Dawson runs the RPO and he likes to run vertically in his offensive scheme, I think that just fits Darion obviously in his skill set perfectly.
Think about guys, you mentioned Manziel, Russell Wilson, another one, guys that had, they really had big hands for their size, and they would grip the football, manipulate the football in a different way than, maybe a 6'5" quarterback that didn't have the hand size. I think of like a Ryan Tannehill, right?
Yep.
So you as a quarterback coach, having a guy with, it seems like just from watching him play, that was the first thing that jumped out, is just how he manipulated the football and all the different things he could do with it that maybe other guys couldn't. You as a coach who's worked with them, what does that allow him to do? Just the fluidity of his arm and the size of his hands.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he can do whatever he do whatever he wants. He's in full control of that football, and that's the hardest thing to do as a quarterback. Do you have full control? A lot of quarterbacks you see, they throw the ball hard, or they don't have touch, or they have touch, they just can't throw it hard, or where's the ball placement? Are they able to control the ball and put it in places where the defense can't get it? So he is with the way his arm size is, it almost like the comparable to Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel wasn't the biggest, but if you saw his foot size, he was a size 15, and his hands were just like Shaquille O'Neal. So because of that, he was able to control the football and make plays. And that's exactly what Darion Coleman is. If you look at his hand size, he's long, he's rangy, he's 6'1.5" or 6'1", whatever you guys want to call it, but he's long. You know, his wingspan is 6'5". So I mean, it's insane. So because of that and his ability to control the football, he's able to do whatever he wants with it. And if he has to throw it 70 yards downfield, great. If he has to throw a 10-yard intermediate route for a first down, great. He's going to do that. And he has control, which means he can have touch on the ball and he can have velocity.
The personality of the kid, because you've known him really almost his whole life. It's amazing the arc of this and ending up at your favorite school at the University of Miami. It's just such a cool story. But like the personality, like I've heard talking to coaches at UM, one thing they love about him is, you know, not every quarterback will tell a receiver what's what. You know, certain guys, these guys have egos, you know, but I've heard him compared to Cam Ward in that way. So just in terms of like how he deals with receivers, and it was a positive having that edge.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the kid?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Darion's an introvert until he's on the field. So he's very closed off. He doesn't really talk much. He's not about the glitz and glamour. He's not about the flashy. He's actually a pretty quiet, cool kid. And there's only like about 4 or 5 kids in this world that I've ever trained that I allow around my family, like literally invite to my house, influence my kids. I have a 3-year-old and a 9-month-old, and he's one of them. And it's because of who he is as a person. He's a genuine heart. He's been through a lot. He's got a lot of experience in his family life that helps him be who he is as a genuine human being. And he doesn't take life for granted. There's a lot of things in his life that could have gone south for him, but he matured and he had to grow up pretty fast in his household. So, and because of that, he's able to really influence the people around him. And yeah, when he's on the field, he doesn't shot like it's like a complete switch, right? Then he'll tell a receiver, "Hey, you did the wrong route, get out of the game." Like he's that type of dude. Like he don't mess around. He wants to win. If a center has a bad snap, he's going to say, "Coach, get him out." Like we can't afford that. So that's a winner, and that's all he cares about is winning. But he wins in life because of how genuine he is in his heart and how he cares for the people around him, and he keeps his circle close. And so if you, again, the only way to know that is to get to know him personally and see how he moves and stuff. But if you just really take a look at how he is, he's very, very quiet. Then when he's on the field, he controls. He knows he's man. He's the leader of the football team. He knows that everybody relies, and that he plays big, and that's why where he's at.
Balin's coming in and out for me, D. I don't know about you.
Yeah, Bailey, can you hear us good? Yeah, there you go. All right, so
good?
Before, we hear you now. So just appreciate your time, by the way. I know this is a big day for you, a long time in the making. So just let everybody.
Yeah, I'm about to go to at 1:30 as Noah Grubb signed himself.
There you go. Pretty good day for you. So listen, first of all, before we get you out of here, if someone's watching this show and they have a kid that, you know, maybe has some talent to play high school, play college, and they want to really have an expert hand guiding his career, where can they find you and how can you help?
Yeah, you can go on my social media. I'm very big on Twitter and Instagram. You know, it's at Baylin Trujillo. That's my first and last name. I have a website at BaylinTrujillo.com where they can see my camps, my schedule for the week, where I'm training at, you know, just some of the different things that I'm doing. And then my YouTube account, you can see some of the drill work, some of the stuff that the players that I've coached and trained. And so they can really find me. Just type my name in anywhere, pretty much on Google, and you could probably find me. So I'm not hard to find, like some people say, right? So it's just been a blessing in this thing. And I'm actually about to go watch Noah Grubb sign his letter of intent to Notre Dame, which might see a Notre Dame Noah Grubbs versus Darion Coleman matchup here in the near future if they can get the college football playoff right. Or we won't see many non-conference games being played. But yeah, that's where you can find me.
There you go. Looking forward to it, man. Baylin, appreciate you. Congrats. I know this is a huge day for you in a lot of ways. So, man, thank you. And looking forward to watching Darion in the U. Yeah,
I appreciate you guys taking the time to reach out to me. Also, take care of Darion and take care of all the talent that you guys publicize and market for the University of Miami. It's truly humbling, and I look forward to being back on the show.
We'd love to have you, man.
Thank you, Baylin.
Congrats.
So, D, great stuff there from Baylin. Really awesome. He's always brings great energy. I think people always, I mean, listen, I was about to need some coffee here, but I think I can hold off for a little bit because the energy level's back up. I did receive a text while we were on that as I poke around here about the Calvin Russell situation. I think I don't know that Miami's completely shut the door yet from what I'm gathering, but the early word I'm getting is LSU there, D.
Yeah, that to
for,
me
for,
makes
for Calvin Russell. That's what I just heard right now is LSU is gaining steam there.
So let's just go from the top here because I want to, for those who are just joining us, I want to just kind of recap here. So let me just play the sound of him announcing that
but hold on. Let's take one step back because the other thing that happened while we were off is that Isaac Chukwura officially signed. So let's mention that was one that was up in the air as the last commitment. So all of Miami's commitments have signed now officially. If you're just joining us, Isaac Chukwura Virginia Tech was pushing hard there, was pushing very, very, very hard there. I will say, and I'll use this as an opportunity, D, to plug my Discord, because I posted last night, and we can only go by what the kid says. But I posted last night on the Discord that Isaac Chukwura told me, he said, I'm locked in with Miami. I'm not going anywhere else. So I just posted the link there to the Discord. You guys can find a lot of other stuff. And I just posted what I heard on Calvin Russell as well, which right now LSU, I think, like I said, gaining steam. But take it from the top, D, on this.
Let's take it from the top on Russell, because I want to number one, I want to get that clickbait segment. But no, let's talk about Calvin Russell and the Calvin Russell watch here. So earlier today, Calvin Russell, I believe he's still a 5-star receiver, at least to some people, high 4-star, big recruit who was committed to Syracuse. A lot of people thought that was strange. Miami, Florida wide receiver that has had stars next to his name for a while, signing with a program like Syracuse didn't seem to add up, but it was done. And I don't think there was an expectation of fireworks today, but then here we go. Let me just make sure I got the sound on. Hold on, let me get the sound on here for Calvin Russell's announcement that he's not making an announcement. So he had an announcement to announce he's not announcing.
I love everything in my heart. I just thank you again, my love. And then I just want to thank my father, my family, my support staff, and all my brothers over there, my brothers up here. And like with the decision being made, it's been hard. The 3-4 days. I've been thinking, and I won't be signed today.
D, let me tell you something. If we show Mike Ryan that video and he's wearing the Jeff Gordon shirt, I think he might become Mike's favorite recruit of all time.
Yeah, big Jeff Gordon fan, Calvin Russell. But yeah, so then Pete Nakos goes and writes, given that Calvin Russell visited Miami and Michigan, he said, expected to sign. Is expected to sign on Friday. A source, this is probably Calvin Russell's agent, is my guess, given his Nakos, said that he is expected to sign on Friday, which is 2 days from now, the last day of the signing period. Kind of Cormani McClainish. Remember that whole saga. He says Michigan and Miami are other factors. So this would suggest Miami's in the mix. I texted my source, one of my sources, on this particular issue. Word I got, great kid, great player. Miami loves this wide receiver room. Miami won't be involved. Then we both speculated LSU, even though that's not listed in the tweet. Tom Lloyd didn't mention it either. We look at the way it's set up. LSU, new coach. A lot of these transitions happen as a new coach, and kind of there's a lot of things changing and things are moving. He had interest in LSU initially. That just seemed to me like the move, but that hasn't been out there in the public. So Pete, you're talking to somebody, and just for those who are tuning in now, what can you tell us about LSU and Calvin Russell?
I received a very short text that said LSU. That's all it said. It is from someone that I trust, but someone else that I'm talking to also, can essentially confirm that what Calvin Russell said about the schools that reached out to him at this point is true. So I understand what all sides of the parties are saying here, D, and I don't think it's lies. I just think you got to reassess when something happens, man. And recruiting is fluid. That's been one of our favorite words this cycle, especially with the NIL stuff, because that's just the era we're in. And I think when something happens, you have to reassess the situation.
Yeah, I agree. Look at Dominic saying, why wouldn't we want a 5-star? EJ saying we do not care. a lot of different.
That's why we got to talk about it. It's so polarizing.
Exactly. And look, I think if he signs on Friday, it's not going to be Miami. If he signs in February, I wouldn't rule anything
I don't think so. Like I said, the steam seems to be gaining for LSU here.
Yeah,
you can't feel good if you're a Syracuse fan because there does not seem to be any sort of buzz that he's sticking with Syracuse at this point.
You can't feel good if you're a Syracuse fan. Period. Your team stinks. But anyways, here's I believe this is Pete. You would know better than me. I think this is Calvin Russell's agent, Giagrande. That name ring a bell with you? Anyway,
I think he is. Yes.
So he says Calvin Russell has decided to. They're Gump. For those who don't know, it's not because he's a fan of Forrest Gump. It's his number 14, and then great under major pressure. Right. That's Gump. Has decided to push back signing this morning as he needed more time to pray the final decision. Absolutely loves Fran Brown. Is committed to Q's football. He just wants to make sure he is 100% certain with this decision before signing by end of day Friday. They committed for what? 5 months?
Yeah, happened right before the season, late summer.
So I guess he needs more time to think. Listen, it's a tough decision, but it's just interesting because, look, signing day back in the day, it really was a tough decision. Like, they were visiting in January and signing in February. Sometimes they visited the weekend before signing day, or like unofficials the day before. Like, they were really under the gun. Now, I mean, they're visiting these schools in June, July, spring, committed for many, many months, contracts. Like, usually there's just not that much pressure to make a decision now. So that's why I think it's interesting that it's happening now, because like back in the day, this would happen. And yeah, there was a little bit of drama. You say, you know what? I get it. Right. DJ Williams, I remember one that was going to go to Miami, was set to sign, didn't end up signing with Miami. It just took a little while to make the decision. So it happens. But yeah, this one's weird to me. I got to be honest. I'm not feeling good if I'm a Syracuse fan. And I think LSU, let me take a look at LSU. Tom Loy's saying the same thing, by the way, Michigan and Miami, which is interesting because I'm guessing that's coming from the agent, that the agent's telling everybody is Michigan.
I mean, these are good info people though, D. I mean, at the same time, they're talking to the agent. I get it, but at the same time, as someone who's broken stories and stuff, you also don't just go blindly off of. You have to still also do some background on the other side. These guys aren't going to just, I don't think they're going to just blindly put that out there on a recruit this big.
Yeah. So LSU right now, a 12th ranked class in the country, they still are missing a bunch of kids that haven't signed yet. I don't know how that's going to be. They signed Corey Barber, who I believe was committed to Ole Miss, followed Lane to LSU, receiver from Alabama that Miami was involved in, took a visit during the spring. Braden Allen, they flipped him from Oklahoma, I believe, but that was a flip that happened after Lane. Ryan Moret, your boy from Southridge, flipping from Ole Miss to LSU, offensive line recruit from Southridge in Miami, Florida. So yeah, I mean, I could see Calvin Russell sliding right into that class. No doubt about it.
Calvin Russell should slide right into this class, man.
The buzz I've seen on Twitter says Michigan.
But it's funny though, because I think it's all over the place, right?
Yeah. Yeah. LSU makes the most sense. Having seen these things when you have like upheaval, like these are the kind of battles that you win in these transition classes, like speed dating. Something happens in the other situation, you're there, and it just kind of works out fast. Like that's it looks like Richard Anderson stayed with his commitment and signed. So, we'll see, man.
What do you think? 100,000 more, 200,000 more? What do you think? What do you think that was today, D?
I don't know. I mean, but wouldn't that be sorted out beforehand? I mean, there was a long time before signing day.
Lane Kiffin just got there, man.
Yeah, true. He'd fit there. He feels like an LSU receiver. I think that'd be a good fit for everybody, to be honest with you. He'd have time to develop. Like, they wouldn't need him to play right away. So, I think that makes sense.
Let's talk about Isaac Chukwura, D, since he's...
let's talk about real quick before. They're talking about Jason Lopez in the comments. Dominic says, no more Spanish receivers. I mean, I think it means Hispanic. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the last one we had, the only one we've had as long as I've been watching, is in the rafters for All-America. Setting all our records.
No, we had Braxton Berrios. It has some
Right, he's half Puerto Rican. How'd he turn
Puerto
out?
Rican blood in him, and he's still balling.
Still in the NFL. So that's 2. So we've had 2 Hispanic receivers, and they're both in the NFL. And yet we want no more. And we're out on Jason Lopez, who's setting all the records in the world because he's Hispanic. That makes sense to me, but what do I know? Anyways, let's talk about someone who is going to be a Cane, who has just signed, and that is, I'll let you pronounce it because you do it with such flair.
Isaac Chukwura.
Isaac Chukwura. Let's pull up the film, Pete, if you can.
Nigerian. So we've had some Nigerians at Miami in the last 10 years or so here. David Njoku, Sonny Adogwu.
Kamalu, was he Nigerian?
Yeah,
he was
I think
from
Ufamba Kamalu was Nigerian as well.
And he was from Nigeria. Like, he was born there, if I recall.
So was Sonny.
Yeah, Sonny too. Yep.
I'll pull up the tape here, but I think you got to give credit to Miami's evaluations department on this one, because from what I understand, Miami was the first school, and I've said this a couple times, Miami was the first school to reach out to Chukwura when James Franklin stepped down. So they didn't really have a relationship, or not stepped down, got fired. But they did not have a relationship with him prior to that. It's not like this was a kid that they circled back on because of it. They really just looked at Penn State's list and said, anyone here interesting? And Chukwura was one of the guys they wanted, and really, to my knowledge, the only guy that they made a big time run at here, and they got it done and fended off Virginia Tech. As I pull up the tape here.
Yeah, just looking at Chukwura, I went to when he committed to Penn State at first. He went to a camp. He went to 2 camps, balled at both, measured in at 6'2", 263, which, for a guy with long arms, and this was before his senior year, that's fine. He'll get to 285, 290. He ran the 40 in 4.81 laser. I mean, there's DBs that don't run that fast on the lasers that go D1, that go FBS. So this guy's got major juice. Here you see him coming off the edge, plays all over the front. Obviously going to be a pass rushing defensive tackle here. His tape, and this is the short version, but his senior film on Huddle is like 9 minutes of offense and defense highlights, and it's like great plays nonstop. This dude is super talented and productive. And if he really runs a 4.8, which I have no reason to doubt, there's a laser time, a lot of juice there for this guy.
Yeah, big time. And similar to what we've seen with a lot of these defensive linemen in the class, right? Like versatile body types. You could play on the edge. You could see them slide inside as well. And this is what Corey Heatherman wants. He wants quick 3 tech types on the interior. Good first step. I mean, strong at the point of attack, and someone with the body type. Right now, I think he's like 260 or so, D, from what I remember when they got him measured up down here. So a guy like that gets in here and adds 15, 20 pounds with some ease, I would imagine.
Yeah, he the arm length is there. I just think when we look at the defensive tackle position and Penn State, I'm not surprised they like this guy because they love verified measurables.
Longest arms in the class, actually. I think that's what I'm out, on the defensive line at least.
I believe it. And that position, Penn State loves stuff like, I'm sure that 40 was big for Penn State. They love stuff like that. They produce freaks of nature every year when you look at their combine performance. But I think Zane Durant was a guy that has similar size, similar speed from Florida. I believe he's from Orlando. I think he's from the same high school as DeAnthony Lafayette, actually, Lake Nona. And he went to Penn State and ended up being one of the better players in the Big Ten on defense, very fast pass rusher. These interior pass rushers these days, with the way the passing game is in the NFL and in college, is worth their weight in gold, because when you get that interior pressure, 4-8 guys chasing quarterbacks, it's a straight line. It really, really disrupts the quarterback. So I think interior pass rushers like Chukwura are more highly valued than the pluggers, particularly in this Heatherman defense that wants guys to be very disruptive.
Yeah, Rock D5 says it's a Northeast kid. He wants all of the Northeast defensive linemen, and yeah, this is a number 1 player in the state of Delaware.
Which, look, Delaware is not an NFL factory, but Miami did sign a defensive lineman from Delaware back in the early 2000s, Orion Harris. I believe he was the number 1 defensive tackle in the country, or top 3, signed with Miami out of Delaware. And he ended up playing in the NFL as a 4th-round pick, was a really good player for the Canes. So Miami would take that result all day. Man, this guy's highlights. This is just a snippet. If you watch his huddle, which we've done on the show a few times, it's long and filled with plays just like this.
So now that one's in, D, there are two, and of course we're going to continue to follow this Calvin Russell saga, but there's two uncommitted prospects on the board here for Miami. Well, Amari Latimer is one of them. He's committed to Wisconsin. We'll see what ends up happening there. I'm looking at that as an uncommitted player with as many rumors that we've heard about him the last 24 hours. And then, of course, you've got Karsten Bush, who's announcing here at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yep. I'm just saying text trying to find out the latest on Latimer. Let me see. Hold on. I love Latimer. I mean, I know we need speed in that room. I get it. Him and Mallory are kind of similar speed. But the guy that size that can catch the ball and is that productive, yeah, I want him in the class. But look, if he hasn't signed, my assumption is he's negotiating with somebody. That's kind of my rule of thumb. By the way, rule of thumb, if maybe Latimer's just waiting to announce and he's just playing on his phone. If he is, I hope he's playing KashKick, KashKick, giving his free time a raise. Because when you are playing on KashKick app, one of the biggest apps in the App Store, over 4.5 plus average rating, 1.5 million plus downloads. You see right here what it looks like with the money on top. Playing games, browsing, sharing opinions, messing around, just free time stuff. You are making money on the side from advertisers. That's real money goes into your PayPal account just for doing things that you do anyways, competing, having fun, playing games, and making money on the side. What's better than that? So when you don't have this show to take your attention all day and you're trying to just kill time during work, don't just kill time. Go to KashKick in the App Store, KashKick, and give your free time a raise.
I'll shout out my friends at Lomelo's Meat Market. I'll tell you what, a lot of these signings today that are in the class, I feel like a part of that process, a big part of that process, when they came on campus and they had their official visit, they were at Mario's house. They were eating that good Wagyu beef from Lomelo's. Guys, if you're not local here in Miami, this is where you can get your fresh Wagyu beef delivered right to your door. Lomelos.com, promo code CIS10 for 10% off your order. You see the marbling on that steak right there. You see some of the great options here. The skirt steak, fantastic for tailgating, for grilling on game days. You see, if you don't listen, the Wagyu, you get the 10% discount with the CIS10. If you don't want to splurge, you can still get the prime cuts of meat as well. And then if you're local here, you see that tomahawk, beautiful cut of meat right there. But if you're local here, 9810 South Dixie Highway, right by Dayland. Again, Lomelos.com. I'm telling you, man, this is what the recruits are eating when they're on the official visits. So I like to think that it gets the deal done.
Gets the deal done. Hey, let's watch some highlights, man. You're the DJ. We got 29 guys to get through. We've already talked about.
Hold on. I want to, because Nick Isaacs asked this a couple of times. He said, any word on Tank Jones? Are we getting the stream ready? There's not really a stream. Everything said is that he's announcing at 2 p.m. I don't think they're gonna, if there's not if it gets pushed back or something, I feel like we'll hear about it the same way we have heard about Calvin Russell's situation. Obviously, he got on the mic and said something. But they don't have it's not like, from what I'm seeing, they have a live stream for that one, because he's not said, hey, I have an announcement to make. So we'll keep you updated, but I'm tracking that one.
So let's see here.
We got to get through the O line, D. We haven't.
Yeah, my pleasure. Let's do it. But I'm hearing Latimer. I don't see that happen. Highly unlikely is what I'm hearing, but we'll see.
Yeah, that was a tough one there, man. They made those negotiations tough, man. But if someone's willing to pay something,
yeah. So Rocky 5 saying, D, check my phone with a smile. No, I was looking at something else. So I think Latimer's that's unlikely from what I could see.
How about getting to Ben Congdon here?
Oh, I would love nothing more. My favorite. One of my favorites. Let's see what we got with Big Ben. Wrestler, 6'7". Usually you'll see guys this with this height and length as wrestlers. Obviously, it's very valuable as a tackle to have that height and length. But for wrestling, you know, you got a lot of limbs that you can grab. So I think the fact that you have a wrestler this size is pretty amazing, especially in Ohio, which is big time wrestling. And the guy can move too. You see him playing defense. I'm just a huge fan of this guy. I think I've seen him in person. He looks like a prototypical tackle body. He used to gain some weight, but he will gain weight, no problem. Flexible, can bend. Look at that. I mean, look how he gets after these guys. Everything he does looks the right way. He just needs a little extra weight, which is going to happen naturally. He has that kind of frame. Look how quick he is to the second level. Look at how he squares guys up. Look at he's still Jackson Canwell. You see him dominating. The competition is a little better here, but I just like the way he's able to bend his knees and play with balance as a wrestler. And the length, I just think with a year, maybe not instant impact, but with a year, this guy is going to look exactly how you want it to look.
Yeah, you talked about the flexibility. He's very strong. I mean, he's probably about 305 now, which is a great weight to be coming into college at, so they can put that right sort of muscle on him and added protection. But I think he's someone who you're going to have a lot of shuffling here across the offensive line. So I think in the springtime, a lot of these young linemen are going to get opportunities because you're going to be losing a lot of experience, a lot of snaps that have been played. And he's someone who I expect to have a bit of a learning curve, like we talk about with a lot of these young linemen. But once he gets caught up to speed, man, I think he could be a really good one now here in a couple years.
Yeah, and you see him moving, man. The guy's he's flexible. He's got all the wrestling stuff, but he can run. You know, you see him pulling. He accelerates fast.
Does he remind you at all of because I was young for his playing days at Miami, so it's tough for me to like really in terms of height and in terms of his play, but like Eric Winston as a former tight end, like it looks like a similar sort of athlete there and body frame.
Great comp. They're probably pretty similar size coming into. He really tried to play tight end, Winston. I don't know if Congdon's that kind of athlete as far as like, you know, catching the ball and doing all those kind of things, but he moves really well. And I could see the similar weight gain where Winston looked like a totally different guy by the time he was in the NFL than he looked when he was first getting to the University of Miami. So yeah, I see a lot of similarities. Getting some questions about, are we having Mike Ryan today? Or should I say the president of Department of War for Miami? We absolutely are. I don't know when.
He just asked me for the link, so I'm going to send it to him now. I don't know what time he's hopping on, but
all right, well, let me make sure I coordinate with him because we had a couple other guys want to stop on too. So let's see. Yeah, let me coordinate with Mike here. You tell the people about well, guys, we got some let's see. All right, hold on. All right, we got OrchidMan in there. Where's the OrchidMan? What's up?
Hey, buddy.
How we feeling about this class?
I feel good. You?
I'm loving. Look, 29 for 29 as far as the guys wanting to add. Got Carson Bush here in an hour. Mario Latimer. I don't know what you're hearing. Again, for those who don't know, we're talking to them. What you know who it is. It's the OrchidMan. He's as plugged in as anybody to what's going on. I'm hearing Latimer. Unlikely. I don't know if you're hearing anything different on that front. The running back from Georgia.
I heard he was going to West Virginia.
Yeah, it sounds like it. What a weird. They're saying Miami. Then this morning I heard Wisconsin, and now they're saying West Virginia. So it's like,
well, I'm getting a call. I gotta hop off.
To handle it. So it's amazing how these things move. I know you've been in the trenches on some of these, seeing just kind of how crazy it gets, getting the play-by-play, but. Yeah, man, I like it. I mean, you talk to a lot of people in the recruiting department, so you know how everybody feels about the players and all that. What would you say for those who don't know is the vibe internally about the guys they're bringing in this class? Oh, can't hear me? All right, well, Orchid, let me know when you can hear me. I'll kick you out of here, and when you hear me, just give me a thumbs up. I'll bring you back in. Let's see what's going on here. 850 saying Rich Rod going all the way to West Virginia to get Latimer. I mean, that running is a good thing. You can hear me now? You got me yet? You look like you're in Lion Country Safari. You can hear me yet? No? All right. Yeah, I don't know why. All right, we'll work that out. People are asking if Pete's getting a call on Tank. So Dominic says Orchid Landscape needs to drop the bag on Russell. I'll text my guy here. Let's see. Let me see here. Let's see what's going on. Any word on the rumor of a love injury at Notre Dame? I don't think there's anything. There's Orchid Man. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
There you go. So real quick, you talked to a lot of people in the recruiting department. You know how they feel about what's happening. So what would you say, for those who don't know, is the mood kind of internally about this group of kids that just signed today to be Miami Hurricanes?
Overall, I mean, I think it was a very good class. I mean, and what I liked about the most is that we had no drama, really. I mean, it was all 29 guys committed. I think the only kid that really left, I think we showed him the door. And I think it was solid class. I mean, good receivers, probably the best receivers according to 24/7 that we've ever signed. Paris 6'5", Wingo, how he shot up the boards. And all those guys really stuck. So again, a great job by Dennis and that recruiting staff to really be able to close on these kids.
Yeah, one thing that I've been saying, and people hear and they say, okay, whatever, but you know it's a true thing, is these guys are really evaluating senior film in a way that is different than maybe they did in the past. They always did, but in terms of like really, really hammering this film and making a process to make sure we know who's going up, who's going down, that's something that has really evolved, I think, over the past couple of years. And I mean, I know you're familiar with this process as well. It seems like they're always trying to figure out how can we evaluate better.
Yeah, I mean, I think the approach that they're taking in this NIL era, where you can't really be missing on some of these kids. You make an investment. You're making a big dollar investment on the majority of the kids in this class, and if you're not evaluating their senior tape, if you don't see production and hard work and improvement, you just can't assume that they're going to get on campus and all of a sudden turn it on. So I think the approach of the staff of evaluating senior tape is going to be something that a lot of schools are going to be following in our footsteps here in the next few years, because I'm sorry, man, you can't carry these numbers and extrapolate them forever. I mean, they're getting larger and larger every single class.
Yeah, and you know this, which is the rules are always changing. So it's like you can't what might have worked in 2022 is not going to work in 2026 and 27.
Yeah, I mean, look at that look at that original class of CC and Pancake, and how that has evolved, to the 26 class. It's ever changing. And by the way, with the NCAA and with the CFP committee, the balls are always changing. It's unbelievable. You can never sleep for a second, because they're always moving the goalpost.
Yeah, the CFP, that's a whole nother thing. Is just you cannot understand it with any kind of logic. If you try to apply logic, something else screws up. It's like you just have to assume that they're just making it up as they go, which Bruce Feldman, who's he's as plugged in as a college football writer ever, he was cussing on Twitter talking about how they're just making up as they go, looking like fools. So like a lot of people are looking at this committee and saying, what the hell's going on?
It's been an embarrassment. I'm gonna give it up to that. They had some internal changes with the AD from Baylor getting kicked out and him having issues, and then they put this clown in there. But I've never seen a more embarrassing committee and a more embarrassing chairman than that guy.
Yeah,
Guys,
go ahead.
No, I have a couple things I'll add. Nothing too crazy, but it looks like, from what I just saw, no, this is not. Maybe it's not a real source, but there's a lot of, like you said earlier, the Blake Baker Blake Baker buzz to Tulane. So I think we should be good with Dawson on that one.
Well, now people are saying, hold on, what's going on here? Apparently, Chris Henry has not sent in his paperwork. Like, what's going on here? Now
I just saw McAfee put that on Twitter like 15 minutes ago. Yeah. So originally he put it that he had sent it in, and then now 15 minutes later he just put that he had not sent it in.
Oh man, it's nice to not be part of one of these circuses. We're watching the Calvin Russell thing, we're watching the Chris Henry thing. I remember we used to be part of the circuses, usually with the bad one. So that's good to see. But
where does Calvin Russell go?
I was thinking LSU, but now they're saying that he's going to sign on Friday, and it's Miami and Michigan are involved. I mean, I talked to some people. I don't know if you talked to anybody. I'm not hearing anything on him at all. The Calvin Russell to Miami from Miami side.
I'll find out. I'll let you know.
Yeah. That's
I just got off the phone with someone and I said it earlier, but there's the LSU buzz. There's some real buzz there too, because they were very involved early, and Lane's trying to make a splash now too. So if there's guys that they can just pluck here at the end, right? So that's an interesting thing. Latimer, the person I just talked to, also agrees. Looks like Miami's out there, as you guys have both kind of said. And I think, I don't know if it's officially out yet, but the word I just got was Tank Jones officially signed. So Miami tried to do what they could there, but that one is over with.
Yeah, I'll tell you one guy that there was a lot of talk about yesterday that, as you can see, is fully locked into the Canes. That's Jalen Waters. I know there was some talk about LSU trying to get in there, but Jalen Waters, as you see with his family, fully committed to the Canes. OrchidMan, I know there's a lot of fans of Jalen Waters in the building, the corner from Tampa, Sefner Armwood. Just, who are some of the guys, and it could be Waters, it could be someone else, where you just talking to your people, you're like, man, there's a lot of love for this particular player.
I mean, obviously, listen. I mean, I think Cantwell is going to be a plug and play, replacing CeCe. I think the two receivers are potentially freshman players. I believe a couple of the offensive linemen, maybe Irvin.
Yeah.
A lot of talk about the Delaware kid, the kid that flipped from
Chukura. Yeah.
Penn State. Big kid. I think there's always going to be two or three guys. I'd like to see us, really develop the 24 and 25 class and have those guys really start to step up and start showing some depth and having these younger kids, give them a chance to develop and get stronger and get bigger. And continue to add depth to our ones and twos. It's a fact that in this day and age you need ones and twos to be able to be as good as your ones. And what we're showing here the last couple of years is that we are building a great amount of depth on our team, and it shows. Keontae Scott goes down, and you have a freshman like Fitzgerald to step up and do his job. And as good as Keontae Scott was, as nervous as I was, and a lot of people were, when you lose a guy like that, it didn't seem like we missed a beat with Bryce. And I think, it shows you again the level of caliber of player and culture that Coach Cristobal and the staff are developing. And it's unfortunate, that we didn't make the playoffs last year. It's unfortunate that we have to sweat it out on Sunday at noon. But, man, I feel good about the future.
Yeah, and I want to – and we'll let you go here in a second. You look like you're on the way to like a safari or something. Where are you at?
I'm in my car.
But by the way, we're here with, of course, the one and only OrchidMan Florida, ORCHID Man Florida, landscaping, residential, commercial, the best in the business. He'll be your quarterback for the whole process, make it easy for you. But I know, and we don't have to say details, but it was a bad vibe this time last year, right? The whole operation, it was just, you just lost to Syracuse, recruiting. Internally, it was not good feelings this time last year. I know you know, and I know.
Yeah.
The mood feels like it's changed. Even with the same record, the mood feels totally different right now.
I mean, I agree. I think, you know, again, we're 20-4 the last 2 years, and you could just see things are starting to fall in place, and like everything in life, nothing's easy, and you could see that year to year to year to year build, and the trend, like I like to say, is your friend, and I really believe that, you know, I still believe we're going to get in on Sunday. I mean, because I don't see how, you know, assuming that BYU, you know, does lose, and Bama beats Georgia, in my opinion, because we want Bama to win on you know, in my opinion, I want Bama to win on Saturday, because that way it forces the committee's hand. And if we
I've
force
seen
the
you at
committee,
I've seen you at some Bama games, man.
That's
went
true.
to
That's your second team.
It is. I did.
But you did not wear the colors. You were there.
You did
Everybody else
not
was
wear
wearing
the
colors.
colors,
I
bro,
never-
so you were
I
true-
never
you
wear
were true
any-
to the you.
Listen, my kids went to Florida State. I never wore one Florida State color. And my nephew goes to Alabama. I did go to the Alabama-Tennessee game this year, which was a lot of fun. And I will tell you this, that was the last game that Alabama played that was any good. They have not been playing good football the last month of the season, but they really waxed Tennessee that night. But I think what was I lost my train there for.
Well, just
what was I saying?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I threw you off there. I
It's
should
all
have
right.
exposed the Alabama fandom there.
No, it's true. My nephew goes there, so you know. Listen, my brother and my family are big Alabama supporters. My other nephew Noah might go there too.
We got to recruit him.
Shout out to our guy Noah Perez.
He's
Great
doing
editor, video
some great
editor
work for us. All right, Orchid Man, we got to go. Appreciate you dropping in here, but let everybody know where they can find you if they want to really elevate their landscape to the big leagues, like the Canes are trying to do here with their program.
OrchidManFlorida.com.
There it is, man. ORCHID, man. Orchid Man.
All right, guys.
Appreciate you always, man. Be good.
Love you guys. Keep it going.
Later, man.
Man. All right. So listen, people have been asking. They've been asking in the comments. They've been waiting. They've been waiting for the war. They've been waiting for us to call the I won't even call him the wartime consigliere. He's the general. He's running the show of this multimedia blitzkrieg of propaganda that's been hitting the Notre Dame Fighting Irish and the college football world. You know who it is. One and only. Turn your mute off. Mike. Ugh.
Oh, no. That was a bad one.
Man, I had such a good intro. We were rolling. That was like a good minute. The head of the Department of War when it comes to this Miami propaganda, Mike Ryan. What's up?
How's it going, soldiers? At ease.
Meet Hegseth, man. What's going on?
Meet Hegseth. I woke up in the CFP, boys. I don't know about you. I am so happy. The chat and the rest of the Hurricanes fans out there have finally found their balls with 4-0 under their belts. Glad to have you. We're not going to complain about not having you the previous 4 weeks. Thank God Mario Cristobal had our back, D-Money. Thank God Coach had our back. Pete, welcome to the front lines. You made history, and I know you think that this is all a bonus because that's how you cope, but welcome to war.
Listen, I don't see any drone shots dropping anywhere by me. I personally am not in war. You can claim it as war. I'm not gonna.
You're at war. It's a crusade. We're at war.
I might just be oblivious to it. How about we say that?
It's a religious war. We're at war with Catholics. We're at war with Mormons, and the convicts are going to come out on top. Guys, we are just a minus 550 money line favorite away from waking up Sunday morning knowing we are locked in, probably as a 10 seed in the CFP. Why? Because as our coach Mario Cristobal has stated numerous times, head-to-head matters. It's only the most obvious argument in the history of football. You have two teams at the same record that are close in every metric. What's a chief tiebreaker? Guess what? You're so lucky in this instance they played, and one team kind of controlled that game, and it wasn't the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This has been an asinine 4 weeks living and having to fight this argument, living and dying with Clemson Louisville games and SMU games and having to watch Virginia Tech try to get the ball over midfield. All of that is going to feel so rewarding on Sunday when people finally come to their senses and understand the most obvious thing in the world. It's that the Miami Hurricanes are a college football playoff team, and they played their way in all the way in week 1. And then they had a midseason hiccup that they showed incredible adversity from. They rebounded big time, and Mario Cristobal is absolutely right. This team is playing better football right now than when they were number 2 in the nation. I could not be more proud of Mario Cristobal, his staff, and these players. Carson Beck, a brilliant month of football. Shannon Dawson, I know you had that in you the entire time. I'm glad you found it. I'm not so happy that it took a loss at SMU and all this public pressure for you to get in your bag, but you're in your bag. And Shannon Dawson, you are the greatest offensive coordinator in the history of this program. Miami is dialed. I like Miami in any game they have in the first round. And you can bet your ass there will be a first game.
Whew. Let's go. Plank Time saying, appreciate your support. You cannot win a war against.
You don't really believe that, Mike. Come on.
I do. You know why? Because brilliant college football minds believe it. We are going to see a 3-hour infomercial about why head-to-head matters on College Game Day. We have Nick Saban. We now have Kirk Herbstreit. We have the Bear, our 5-star general, on Big Noon Saturday. And these are men of influence. I don't think the CFP actually watches the game. I sure as hell don't think they're going to be watching the Mountain West Championship to see if Boise State can elevate their strength of record. They're going to be watching College Game Day, being told what to think. And now that Miami has gone 10-2, and they look the way they do, they have the advantage on common opponents, and they have head-to-head, these preeminent voices are going to be stating the freaking obvious. Just like Greg McElroy, at ease, soldier, good shift, glad to have you.
Josh Pate,
great soldier, glad to have you. Think of what the discourse is going to be on College Game Day. Think of who we have on our side. All those ADs, all the Mark D'Antonios of the world, who, if he's in that room, he should recuse himself because I don't know how that's legal. Every single person is going to be told what to think, and they're going to all slap their foreheads in disbelief. They have perpetuated this con job that Notre Dame is more deserving than Miami. Now, I'm not saying Notre Dame's not deserving. It is going to suck to be a Notre Dame Fighting Irish fan if BYU lose that game. It's also going to suck to be a BYU Cougar. I don't feel great about it. I think that conference championships shouldn't be held against you. However, I've been doing this for a month where head-to-head and winning a game hasn't helped me, but losing it has helped my opposition, fraudulently, I might add. So I'm going to enjoy the spoils of war, the spoils of victory. Notre Dame, sorry, I think you're better than Bama if you played them. I know you're going to be better than Georgia. You beat them last year. Sorry. You had a playoff game week 1. You lost. It's the truest way to figure out who's better. Settling it on the field.
by the way, we got it's a lot of people, different people fighting under one banner. You got Chuck Todd. Then you also have DeSantis and Rubio. You know, again, people uniting. Clay Travis under one banner.
My governor, my
check out
senator.
Check
I'm
out
not going to go as
guy.
far as saying my president, but God bless him if he actually weighs in and doesn't just nod along. I'm just so nice for him to wake up during that clip too. Got a little chicken wing on the side and gave us a little smile.
We'll save him for the end.
All the great. This is a cause that goes beyond party lines. I was watching the Age of Disclosure. It's a documentary on
the aliens. You were telling me about it last year.
Yeah, Marco Rubio's in it and whatnot. And they called UAPs, UFOs, aka a bipartisan issue, and that's what the Miami Hurricanes are. You know, when it
you
comes to
haven't
my
you seen
political,
Independence Day, that's like the plot of Independence Day. Don't you
Yeah.
remember?
when it comes to like, when it comes to college football, my political ideology is a lot closer to Mussolini than Barack Obama. All right. So let's get these canes in the CFP because it's the most obvious cause in the world. This is what athletics is all about. Any given Sunday, any given Saturday, let's tip the ball up. Let's see who wins. It's an athletic competition. It's not who might be favored on a neutral field. What's the SAG rating? What's the SOS? If those two teams don't play, have at it. I love all the advanced metrics. I'm a big believer in them. But there isn't much of a gulf between Miami and Notre Dame in that. So where do you go? Head-to-head is a chief tiebreaker in almost every friggin' sport humanity has invented for a reason. It is the ultimate truth teller. The ultimate truth teller. And for any bad faith aggregator or commentator that wants to say, well, then shouldn't Louisville or SMU be ahead of Miami? You idiot. Can you count? This is a 10-2 discussion. See your way out if you're not 10-2. See your way all the way out. Steve Sarkisian, Diego Pavia, great meme season. You're going to New York. That is like a natty for Vanderbilt. 10-2 boys are talking at the big boys table with quality wins, playing good football, playing football that has been dubbed by the greatest head coach of all time as the most dangerous team in the nation. We're in the college football playoff. Don't show me odds. They're giving away money if you want to bet it on a sports book. They're literally giving it away. FSU was a major, huge, humongous favorite when Jordan Travis went down and they were there on Selection Sunday and they shut the door. The line was moving on Texas and everybody, including myself, was afraid somebody must know something. Texas is in the CFP because of the line movement. No one knows jack crap. The most obvious argument in the world is going to be had in a room with a bunch of bureaucrats that are going to cave to the most influential voices in college football. We're in the playoff.
Look at that. Son of the Beach says competition has been alive. What a profound statement. Competition has been alive since the dawn of life. In fact, many would say it propels our evolution. It's the reason why South Korea is good, North Korea sucks, Miami's good, and Cuba sucks. You need competition. It is something that is integral to the human experience. Listen to this. By the way, Mike, check out this old guy. I didn't even know this guy was on our side. Mike Lupica. If Miami's victory over Notre Dame, let's get this Grok thing out of here.
Great sports writer, man. That's a talk about a great sports writer right there, man.
He writes kids' books. My kids get those books assigned in class instead of knowing anything about like who our presidents were in the past or anything important, capitals. They read Mike Lupica books. But there he goes. If Miami's victory over Notre Dame isn't really supposed to count because the game was played over 3 months ago, maybe the committee can tell me at what point in the season do games start to count. Pretty good. Pretty good statement there. We got all the super chats I want to get to, Mike, to you. Big Butt Jones had several super chats that are more football focused, like on the recruiting and stuff. We'll get to those comments. Big Butt Jones. James Cunningham says, I think the confusion with rankings can be fixed if they didn't come out till week 4 or 5. What do you guys think? Obviously the CFP rankings come out later. The AP and stuff influences things earlier. But Mike, I saw a comment about how if they just did one ranking at the end, like the Sunday ranking was the only ranking and they didn't do the show, we wouldn't have any problems. But they're doing the show. So what's your take on that whole discussion?
Well, I don't want more weeks of this. If we're talking exclusively about the CFP rankings, I sure as hell don't want more of this because I've been made insane by it. Genuinely. I've never spent so much time on X or on Twitter, and that includes the chase of LeBron James like 15 years ago.
I remember
this
that.
is insane. I'm cross-eyed. I'm just reposting. I'm saying the same things. I'm annoying myself. And I know I'm annoying people that don't give a flying F about the University of Miami, but you got to flood the zone. It's an effective strategy. I don't know which of my points are going to be subtweeted by the governor of Florida. Check the timestamps. It backs it up. But yeah, if you're talking about the AP rankings and the coaches poll, a preseason AP ranking is the dumbest GD thing I think going because it sets the tone for the entire season. And it's just confirmation bias by a bunch of nerds that think they know better than what they see on the field. That's a huge problem going on right now. Miami's not close to Notre Dame in the AP, or not nearly as close to Notre Dame in the AP, because everyone's got their agenda and everyone's got their bias. I think 15 of the preseason top 25 is now unranked. Remember how scared we were of Clemson because everybody was telling us to be scared of Clemson? Do you remember that? Do you remember all the sizzle that Florida had entering this season? They're wrong all the time. There should be no such thing as a preseason ranking. And the first ranking should absolutely come out a month in when you have a representative sample. Now on the CFP, I guess I like it where it is. One thing that I think since Mario Cristobal, Peter Ruiz has proven, we are relevant. We are back-to-back 10-win winners.
Every game we play has playoff implications, my friend.
So
a lot of people we know cannot say the same about their seasons.
So now I think we know now how hugely important week 1 of the CFP is, because Miami had to climb themselves out of some BS, and it set the tone. And we can't afford another midseason hiccup. We have noted and been right about Mario Cristobal's ability to identify a problem when it becomes a problem. He could do a lot better snuffing it out before it becomes an issue, but if there is indeed a problem, he gets with his staff, he identifies it, and either mid-season, like he showed this season, or in the offseason with his brilliant Broyles finalist defensive coordinator and reshaping that entire secondary, he'll fix it in the offseason. He had a problem with Tyler Van Dyke, you got Cam Ward. You had a problem with the best player in college football leaving, you got Carson Beck, who's having the most efficient season in the history of the University of Miami at that position. He fixes issues. And I'm hopeful next year, what other issues can pop up? I think we, over these 4 years of Mario Cristobal, we've kind of snuffed everything out. And the last hurdle was Mario Cristobal understanding that there's a certain approach when you don't have the talent advantage. And in the ACC, where they know your style of play, they know your tendencies, you got to get as many possessions as possible and break out of your comfort zone. And I think Mario Cristobal has done just that. And with this signing day that you guys have been covering expertly, and with a big-time portal, I think we are solidified with back-to-back 10-win seasons as relevant. We don't have to answer that question anymore, D-Money, of when's the last time you guys were relevant?
Yeah, now just got to ask about the ACC championship. I was talking, so it's by the way, it's my 15th anniversary with my wife today.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, we've been together longer than that, but that's of marriage. And I remember the reason we got married, it was Friday, December 3rd, 2010, was because when we were planning it, I'm like, we can't do it on the Saturday because that's going to be the ACC championship. So, we can't have that conflict. So, we're still waiting on that one to materialize here. Big Bud Jones, thank you. We'll get to your other super chats when Mike's off. He says, appreciate your support. He says, Mike, I want to thank you for your tenacity and going to war for the U the last few days. 41-year-old fan here. Love your efforts on the U. So shout out to Big Butt Jones. Shout out to Mike. By the way, shout out to your wife. I'm seeing a beautiful setup there with the wreaths. I know she always thinks that my compliments
how do you know it was his wife?
I hung these up.
Did you really?
I hung the Deftones White Pony album, the Old J album, the Father John Misty.
No, but you put the Christmas stuff on it too?
Yeah. No, my house is very festive. Yeah, she does a good job with that.
Yeah. Shout out.
So wait, today's your anniversary.
It is.
And you're spending your anniversary with me at a women's basketball game?
Yeah. There's some like work conflicts and stuff going on. We got some stuff planned, but yeah, that time I'm free. So we'll be touching wood, I believe.
I gotta say something here. I'm sorry to break up the college football talk, but it's all over. It's all over, guys. The Tank Jones watch is over. The paperwork has officially gone in now with Oregon. It's been announced by Oregon. I heard when I got off the phone and I was talking to someone, I was told Miami did have some contact with Tank Jones this morning. They had to cut it off once he officially sent the paperwork in, though, earlier today. So there was one last push from Miami. We're not able to get it done. It was, obviously not likely. Very, very small percentage heading into today of that happening. But that is what I got on that one.
The watch is concluded. That watch has concluded. But there's still.
But we always have the memories at the licking. With
man.
Tank Jones. I'm glad the young man could enjoy himself out there.
Remember that.
I'm glad the young man could enjoy himself, man. He conducted himself in a respectful and professional manner. You know, we did an interview with him there and stuff, and he was a great kid. Like, I wish him the best.
We had serious discussions, me and Pete, about doing a show at the Lickin' today, even though they didn't even offer to pay us. We were just going to just go there just to get free food and free fried broccoli, but the timing didn't work. But that's how good the broccoli is. Got some more super chats. Again, appreciate everybody. Nick West, can you guys make some University of Miami Department of War shirts and hoodies? Donate a portion of sales to the collective. I'll let the creative mind who made that records display behind him chew on that one creatively. We think we might be able to do that. I don't know if the Army or the UM would come after us, but we'll have to figure that out. Appreciate you, U-Town. Can't stand Joey Galloway or Damian Harris, former Bama running back. Both are capping for Notre Dame. What do you cap for when you cap for? Like, what does Notre Dame represent? They don't play anybody, or at least they don't beat anybody they do play. They beat an easy schedule. They ran up the score, but not as good as UM against common opponents. Like, what is the principle that guides people supporting Notre Dame aside from Notre Dame fans? That's what I just don't understand. Like, what are they fighting for?
I understand why they think they're a playoff team, D. I agree. They are a playoff team. But this whole lot of overrated SEC teams, that's a lot of propaganda to go up against. Unfortunately for Notre Dame, Auburn, God, how frustrating was it to hear them tout Alabama's win over 5-7 Auburn as virtuous. More on that in a second. Oklahoma's not any good. Miami's better than them. So is Notre Dame. Ole Miss, Notre Dame is better. Miami is better, but you're not winning that. You're not winning that battle. Some wars are unwinnable, but right now we got a winnable one. And Notre Dame, there has absolutely been a seismic shift in their messaging. They were cocky. This was the advantage. It was hell for a month, but this is the advantage. They're now trying to ramp up their brains for war. We are absolutely crescendoing. At this point, I feel as good as I can possibly feel because I've recruited all these new troops.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of that, speaking of enlisting the troops, we got to get this person on Twitter here. Let me just pull up here because those are very good comment from our friend Juan Manuel Ventura, which, as you know, is going to be always with tremendous prose and insight. He says, I like Abella Danger. She writes for Porn Digest, does great stories of life as an adult actress. Avid Canes fan, Abella Danger. Has she been active on Twitter or on Instagram? We got to get her pushing the cause. We got Lupica, so you need Danger.
We had I was watching First Take today, and we finally had Mad Dog and Stephen A. and Paul Feinbaum all on together chewing on Miami Notre Dame, and you had the soundbite. Paul Feinbaum. I don't know if ADs are watching Miami Pitt at noon, but I do know they got First Take on in their office. Paul Feinbaum. It would be, quote, a colossal mistake to have Notre Dame over Miami in the CFP. I hate that BYU is caught in the middle of this. The CFP basically admitted the notion of buffer teams is a real thing. They haven't wanted Miami and Notre Dame right next to one another. And how about the moving of the goalposts week to week? You guys saw what was happening, right? We had no idea there was a tier system, no idea these teams were graded on pods. That was not the messaging in week one. In week one, we had a different guy telling us what the criteria was. Then we found out about tiers, that Miami wasn't in the same tier. Then they were in the same tier, but Notre Dame was better.
That's what I was saying earlier. And now they got to be next to each other, right, for it to matter.
Side-by-side comparison, just a complete master work of BS. They don't know what they're talking about. They are clowns. They move the goalposts. They change the criteria. They go against their principles that are outlined on their website. They make no sense. But at the end of it, we are all going to have a smile on our face knowing the 12 most deserving teams are going to be in that field.
Hold on. By the way, first of all, I got some super chats I want to get to. Heatherman, man, appreciate you for your support. Appreciate you for saving our defense. A great year, fellas. Hope to continue it in the YOFs. I like that. The YOFs, the playoffs, the YOFs. Never heard that. It's hard to find real ball knowers in Ann Arbor. I'm thankful for CIS. Thankful for you, Coach Heatherman, and thank you for your service here. The Jet, appreciate you again supporting us. This Miami's flipping spots with Notre Dame on Sunday. It's going to be glorious. Hope you're right, man. So I did not understand the whole idea that they needed to be touching. Like Miami needed to be 11, Notre Dame needed to have. I always thought that was stupid for the reasons that others have
That's
said.
not what they said. That's not what they said previously. They said
Now
they
they
said
need
it
to be
needed to be within 3 spots for it to matter.
It made no
D,
sense.
I don't blame you for not knowing that they needed to be touching. We all found that out together yesterday.
But now I understand the logic. I understand the logic now, truly. Maybe I've just twisted it to convince myself. But if Miami were to jump Notre Dame today or yesterday, they would also need to jump BYU. BYU has not played Miami, has not played Notre Dame. So you can't push Miami ahead of BYU based on a head-to-head with Notre Dame. So it becomes like the tiebreaker system in the ACC when you don't have head-to-heads because there's multiple teams involved with the same record. So in this case, BYU's record's higher, but just bear with me. So you get to these weird tiebreakers in the ACC that make no sense, and they go to different weird criteria to resolve it because you can't resolve it with head-to-head because there's multiple teams involved and there's not a head-to-head between some of the teams. I think what they're saying, well, I think in reality, they can't say Miami just jumps BYU, Notre Dame's nothing. Like Miami got ranked too low initially. So that's the real reason why Miami's behind. But to them, if they're trying to make it make sense, they're saying, all right, well, if they're all three in a cluster, we think Notre Dame's playing the best right now. They've won 10 straight. Of course, they haven't played anybody, but that's neither here nor there. BYU's playing second best. Again, I think BYU and the Big 12 suck and will never, ever win a championship ever. They couldn't even win it when Texas and Oklahoma were in the conference, but I digress. They won a couple times, I guess, but they got blown out way more. Then they put Miami third in that cluster based on just ranking the teams. But if it's just Miami and Notre Dame, you don't have to go to which team do we think is best. They could just use a simple head-to-head tiebreaker that's not available in a cluster. So I think that is the logic the more I've thought about the thing.
Okay. If you say so, there's no logic to it. Right now, I don't have any complaints about being behind BYU. One of those three things is not like the other. It's got one fewer loss. But if there are 2 losses, they go down a peg. They lost their first game to Texas Tech by more points, I think, than Miami's lost their last 4 games over the last 2 years. All right. They're 13.5-point dog right now to Texas Tech. There's even a notion out there that Texas Tech can't survive a loss, that maybe they'd be bounced out because then they're sliding all the way down to 10. I don't think that would necessarily be just. I think they're deserving of being a playoff team. If there's a BYU fan that tells me to my face they're more deserving than Miami at this moment, I don't disagree. And in my heart of hearts, privately, boys, I don't think I disagree that they're being punished for losing in a conference title game. That would be the obvious thing, and that's really unfair. And
well, they've been punished. If they can't beat Texas Tech twice, I think the lesson is that BYU is BYU, and they'll never actually have a chance to win a championship because they're not good enough. That would be the lesson to me when they lose to a Texas Tech twice.
I was reminded that a similar thing happened last year. It just didn't dominate the narrative that they were a part of that 2-loss cluster that Miami, South Carolina, Alabama, and SMU were in. But the difference was SMU only had 1 loss, and then they lost the ACC championship game and made it competitive. But no one was ever arguing for BYU there. I think they'd have a legitimate gripe, and that's unfortunate. It's a college football playoff. A lot of unfortunate things happen in it. And right now, it's been happening to us for a month. There's no bigger aggrieved party than the Miami Hurricanes because presently, if these results hold, if these rankings hold, Miami is the lone example in CFP history in which they have they're from a Power 4 conference. They have the same exact record as one of the teams they're tied with. They have pretty similar advanced metrics, strength of schedule, strength of record, and they played one another, and the winner of that game gets held up. There is no precedent for it in the CFP era. If you want to talk to me about Alabama and Tennessee, fine. That was of no consequence. They were 5-6. They were left out of the CFP. This would be the only time in history. And I have a pretty good historical reference for where Miami is, but you get to a super chat, and then I'll give you that nugget.
Yeah, well, super chat, I mean, it gets to this point, and basically, he meant to say Alabama's ahead of Oklahoma on every advanced metric, not by a lot, but by more than Notre Dame's ahead of Miami, and has better wins, but head-to-head is honored there. It makes that, I mean, really does make no sense.
Shout out to who sent this in the chat. I think it was The Bear has been so great with his stats and his history insight.
And thank you, Butch, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Our Miami Notre Dame situation is eerily similar to 2014 when Baylor beat TCU in early October and then had an untimely loss to unranked Kansas State in their final game before the very first CFP rankings came out. Both teams did not lose again. 11-1, Big 12 co-champs. TCU was ahead of Baylor in every single ranking until the last one when they flipped the two teams. Baylor ended up being 5, TCU was 6. Why? Does anyone know why? Because head-to-head matters, and they don't ever want to establish a precedent where it doesn't. There is business on the line here, boys. Notre Dame has a lot of P4 contracts. Why would anybody schedule Notre Dame, a difficult opponent, a traditional power? Why would anyone schedule Notre Dame if you beat them, you don't get credit for it? And if you're a good team, they, in some bizarro logic, for the entire season, get the benefit of the doubt for having a quality loss, where you don't get to reap the benefits of having the quality win. People would be breaking those contracts left and right. They cannot establish this precedent. It's what I've been holding on to and clinging on to for these 4 weeks. And I hate that it's going to come at the expense of a deserving BYU team. I hate.
Wait, why is BYU?
It's not fair.
Let's assume. So here's a question here. Big Bud Jones, our guy, says, Mike, give it to us straight. If BYU loses by like 13 and Bama wins, do we get in? I'll let you answer that after this. But with BYU, let's assume they lose by 13, like Big Bud Jones is hypothetical there. They would have played one team that maybe is college football playoff caliber. I'm not sure on Texas Tech, by the way. I'm not sure these Big 12 teams. How many times have we seen these Big 12 teams ruin postseason play by sucking?
I mean, I saw a TCU team upset a Michigan team that nobody gave them a chance in hell in.
That's true. And then they had the worst blowout in the history of sports when they played Georgia in the championship. But you're right. But I mean, like, it was for years we would see Oklahoma just eat against these terrible Big 12 teams. And then they would play in the championship and they would look like the terrible Big 12 team against a real team. So to me, when you play in a crappy conference, which Miami does, which BYU does, you have to go out of the conference and win, which is why Miami scheduled Florida, which is why Miami scheduled Notre Dame, which is why Miami beat those teams and deserves to be in. But I don't cry for teams that their only accomplishment is beating other crappy teams in their crappy conference.
I will go on Cougars Insight and say I feel bad for you. I do. Because look at that Big 12.
What's going on in Cougars Insight?
Cougars Insight. It's a subscription service. Everybody, and they appreciate tips. But look, the Big 12 record against the ACC this year was pretty dang good. You know, they could say Baylor went into Gerald Ford Stadium and won against SMU. Why couldn't you? I don't have a good argument against that. And I don't need to go to that Horned Frog team that upset Michigan. I'll go as recently as last year, where everyone was saying Arizona State was going to get pounded by a Texas team. And that ended up being one of the classic games of the college football playoff.
They lost, but
they lost, but they made it. They
but they belong. Like they look.
They belong. They absolutely belonged, and they changed the rules on them. They didn't even they don't have the benefit of getting bye weeks anymore. It's unfortunate what's going to happen to BYU in the event that they lose. Lucky for them, they go in knowing that into an all-in Big 12 championship game where if they win, they're in the college football playoff, and we're done for. So you have that to wear for the entire week. You know what's in front of you. The players know what's in front of them. Stop making excuses about Miami getting in over you is unfair. Right now, I'd kill to have an all-in game. I'd kill to have basically a playoff game to play my way into the playoff.
And that's why we're going to Hawaii to play Vanderbilt.
Spot that ball. Spot that ball in Hawaii. If you guarantee me by winning that game, I get in the playoff, and we don't have to do this ridiculous nonsense where we're politicking our way in, I would love that. You know why? Because Miami would win any football game they're in because they're playing the best football in the nation right now. They're playing their best ball. I like my chances. Let us in that tournament, and we'll all be celebrating number 6, and we'll decide if we let Peter on the float.
All right, so here's BYU's
that's just
record.
Not fair. I've literally said the entire time I think Miami should be in. I'm not gonna exhaust my energy fighting for it. It's getting played out with or without us on the sidelines, my friend.
So here you go.
I'll be the decider on that, pal.
So here's BYU. So 27-3 against Stanford. So, you know, Stanford sucks. BYU blew them out. We blew them out worse, but we'll count that. East Carolina, whatever. 3-point win over Colorado. 3-point win over Colorado, which Deion was walking around like a pirate in that game. They are a complete disaster this year. West Virginia, which is really struggling, 38-24. Arizona, another close win. Utah, another close win. Iowa State, good win. Gets us completely humiliated by the only real team they played. I can't even tell you anything about TCU this year.
TCU, I can tell you I bet on TCU in that game, and I expected an upset. And BYU was really impressive there, same as the following week against Cincinnati. Don't make me go against the Cougars. They've been good, but thankfully they're going to do the good thing, the good honorable thing, and what's expected of them, which is lose. And then Miami's going to be in the college football playoff, and their tiers will have rationale behind them, and I will put a hand on their shoulder and I'll say I'm sorry. In a world where somebody has to get screwed, it ended up being you and Notre Dame. I'm really sorry, but I'm headed to Oxford.
Let's go. So a lot of comments about this TCU.
Jay Lucas and his boys set Oxford on fire last night, baby.
Let's go. Well, a lot of comments about the Big 12 against SMU, and SMU did suck against the Big 12 and they beat us. So I get that. Look, that's what you get at the mid-level. I think that when you make a playoff bracket, you want teams that can actually win real games against real opponents with real defensive linemen. Miami showed that against Notre Dame. Notre Dame, we assume they can, although they did not show it. Big 12 has never shown it, from what I can recall, aside from, I guess, that upset for TCU before the biggest blowout in the history of college sports. So I don't really see it.
That was Notre Dame and Syracuse.
Yeah, lacrosse player. Maybe TCU had a lacrosse player, quarterback. But anyways, I digress. I hate the Big 12. I hate the fact that I have to watch Big 12 games because of this.
They have good leadership. Brett Yormark, he is a great commissioner. He has made them relevant throughout this entire process. The committee has valued them, probably overvalued them. Let us one day live in a reality that has our conference being overvalued instead of whatever the hell is happening right now. Because do you have full confidence that Notre Dame can line it up week in and week out against the ACC schedule that we have? I don't. I mean, they've split the last two against Louisville, haven't they? They were in a one-score game against Louisville last year. Do you think Notre Dame can go to Gerald Ford Stadium and win an ACC regular season game? If so, congratulations. They're making history because they'd be the first to do so. They
would never, ever drop a game like SMU or Louisville. They have to play teams like Northern Illinois and Marshall, who they go toe to toe with them against an inferior team like SMU or Louisville. They would never drop such a game.
You're right. That's my bad, and I'll walk that back.
Jim Phillips, what the hell's going on? Where is this guy?
I caught some crap today from Smetana saying that my Twitter account was calling for Jim Phillips to resign, citing that he was a Chicago Catholic. And in my defense, I said, I've got way more reasons as to why he should resign than just that. So we know what's going on here. Jim Phillips I'm going to go ahead and say it. He's been a cuck throughout this process. I think he did have one strong offseason by forcing Notre Dame to play the cream of the crop a little bit more, because Notre Dame on their BS gets away with playing a very light ACC schedule. We can tell by the common opponents by how badly we beat them compared to how they beat them. But you had them over a barrel that COVID season. I was looking back at the COVID CFP, seeing a 5-0 Ohio State make it to the CFP. We had not one but two games canceled against Georgia Tech. It was a crazy year there. Notre Dame wanted to play a full season of football. And what did Jim Phillips let them do? Do it with no guarantees about your full-time membership. None of Notre Dame's success, and there was plenty last year in the college football playoff. This is basically an ACC team. They play basically an ACC schedule. But when they have success, it's not a reflection on the ACC. Never is. Ever. You can let them play all their other sports inside the ACC, and when you schedule them and you win head-to-head, you don't even get the credit for that win. They get more credit if you're worth your salt. They get more credit for losing to you. You cannot allow this. You either kick them out, you break contracts. Let it be somebody else's problem. Let it be. Let them try to find people that will want to play them for zero incentive. Yeah, come play us, and if you beat us, it doesn't count. Get out of here. We cannot live in that world. Let it be their problem.
Get out of here, Joey Maganales. Get out of here.
DJ saying, leave his faith out of it, gang. I was the one that made the tweet. I'm Catholic. I did the tweet to say not that the Catholic faith is making him screw over somebody. It's because he's a Notre Dame guy. His kids go there. Chicago Catholics are Notre Dame people. That was the whole point of why
Notre
we
Dame
said
is
that.
the greatest setup in all of sports. All of sports, just because they won a bunch of titles when black guys weren't allowed to play the game.
That's right. That's the fact. I mean, they haven't won a championship since '88.
Yeah, and by the way, they got boned on head-to-head in 1993 and won't stop talking about it, yet they're calling us crybabies. It happened to us in 2000. Ooh, what's it like losing a head-to-head matchup against winning a head-to-head matchup against Florida State and then watching Florida State play for a title? I don't know what that's like. Don't have any history, recent or otherwise, to lean on.
By the way, you want to talk about what an upside-down world it is. Look at the Walter Camp Player of the Year finalists. You got Jeremiah Love, Julian Sain, okay. Mendoza, Pavia, Rodriguez. This is like the Florida Christian offensive line right here on the Walter Camp Player of the Year. In
Don't forget CJ Sanchez at left tackle.
CJ Sanchez as a bookend. Yeah, we were filling out Lebitard's Heisman ballot, and I said it needs to be a Latino trio atop your ballot. You got to represent.
It's credible.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than credible here. Even Concepcion, your boy, he's having a hell of a season. Not Heisman, but he'll be drafted high. So yeah, it's a golden age, I got to say, for our boys here. But yeah, I mean, look, bottom line, I don't know how this thing's going to end. I mean, what's your real take as far as like, do you think that they're doing this all for show? Do you think they're making up to the goal? Like, what do you think drives their decision making?
I think the two things that you said, it was presented as an either or. I think it's both. And I also think they're clueless. I've met plenty of administrators in college sports. I'll let you know when I'm impressed with a single one of them. These are not impressive people. They are easily influenced. They subscribe to groupthink and narrative. They turn on ESPN. Someone tells them what to think. It's usually that the SEC is better and everybody else sucks. And they just nod their head silently and go along with it, hoping that no one actually does an employee review to see how useless they are. That's what I think this is.
Maisel on the committee just wrote a book about Notre Dame coach Frank Leahy. Sure, he's totally above board with what he's doing.
The D'Antonio thing, I don't know if he's recusing himself. Is he? Mark D'Antonio recruited Marcus Freeman and mentored Luke Fickell, who's presently suing the University of Miami. I don't want to cite criteria because the CFP committee tends to ignore that. The CFP committee tends to ignore its own criteria. So I don't know if he actually gets up from the table and recuses himself like he's supposed to.
Yeah. Here, where's our athletic director? Where is the AD? I mean, look, Rad had a lot of tweets. I think it's really, to me, it's about, Jim Phillips. How could you be the president? If you were to set a line right now, what's his official title? President of the ACC?
Jim Phillips?
Commissioner. No.
If I had to do a line of like an odds line, and I could do the other kind of line, although maybe I will if these CFP drive me crazy. If I were to set a line, what do you think is more likely? Commissioner Phillips making a statement on TV about this injustice, or the leader of the free world making a statement on this injustice? Like, what do you think is more likely based on what we've seen to date? Because I've seen politicians, media people, everyone in the world has chimed in on this, except the person who is the most on paper responsible for advocating here.
Just to be clear, the leader of the free world is Emmanuel Marcon.
Who?
We're going to go with Donald Trump is more likely to weigh in on this publicly than Jim Phillips. Jim Phillips did have TV time, but this one's complicated. It's unenviable, especially since you cited that his kids go to that school. He is a Chicago Catholic, and he has this arrangement. And credit where it's due. Jim Phillips did secure a victory over Notre Dame last offseason when he's forcing them to play the likes of Clemson and Miami and Florida State a little bit more often. That's great. I love that game. I hate that program. I love the rivalry. I want to see it more often. There are people here saying, why ever schedule Notre Dame anymore if you don't get the credit for beating them? And
sorry,
to that I say, I still want to beat them.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but apparently, as I'm writing this, or as we're talking about this, Phillips announced something. They're saying, so I'm trying to pull it up. I didn't mean to cut you off, but apparently he actually said something right now as we were talking about him. So let's see. Just Google Jim or YouTube Jim Phillips. I'm seeing crickets. Where did this guy say something? That's what the comments are saying. Where's Jim Phillips is talking?
I'm sure, I'm sure it depends on how he said it. Has he done a television hit?
Say Jim they're all saying it now. I'm not finding it. They're saying Jim Phillips says Miami and the winner of Duke, Virginia should be in the playoff.
No, get Duke out of here.
Where is it? I don't even see it. ESPN. All right.
All you need to know about Jim Phillips is he had a 5-way tiebreaker and a team that had 0 victories over anybody else in the top 5, who got embarrassed against the likes of UConn, who is 7-5, is in his championship game. And all of this could be avoided if he had any foresight whatsoever. Jim Phillips has 0 foresight. He's not a progressive leader. He goes where the wind tells him to go. He doesn't have the guts that Brett Yormark has. He doesn't make this conference look any better. He's just along for the ride.
He made a bunch of statements here. Nothing unusual. Just saying he was incredibly surprised and very disappointed to see we didn't rise after our win. Pointed to the fact that Juracek said no teams are locked in. He says ACC's been in constant contact with the committee, and that's going to continue up to the selections. We know the final rankings aren't until Sunday, so there's time for course correction by the committee. The committee's made clear that idle teams can move up in the final rankings. We're going to continue our efforts, as there's no question Miami's a playoff team, and they've earned their spot in the playoffs. I wonder what they're hearing, because obviously it sounds like there's communication, so they probably know what's actually going on more than we do.
I don't think Jim Phillips knows anything. Jim Phillips, he's got to have the last laugh, though, because if Virginia handles business, he will have 2 ACC teams in the playoff. Why? Because head-to-head matters.
Nick Watson saying, I love how fired up D gets, and Peace just chilling, daydreaming about Jay Lucas.
Dude, I honestly, I was just thinking to myself, I need to make myself a coffee because I'm losing some steam. I was up at 5 a.m. working on these social posts, and I was up late because Jay Lucas, baby, we got a little ball club in Coral Gables.
Are we a tournament team? Are we a tournament team?
I'm starting to believe more and more, Mike, because
we have 2 quality losses.
Let me tell you something. Ole Miss is not very good, although they had beaten Memphis and then had 2 close losses to Iowa and Utah. But D, I was texting you this during the game. We've been concerned about the shooting, but the more I watch this team, we're not a bad offensive team. We're getting good looks. If we can hit 10 threes a game, and that's not that much, but if we can hit 10 threes a game, we're going to be a problem.
Yeah, and attempting a lot and just kind of letting it
attempting a lot. Let it fly, man. Make these guys come defend you on the perimeter. And they're just defending really, really well, playing hard.
Mike, did you get eyes on the Lady Canes against Oklahoma State? I missed that was before our game.
This is going to be the first game that I get to watch in person. I'm excited. Josh Peterson, former great University of Miami assistant coach under Katie Meyer, is making his return. He's done a really good job with the Kentucky women's basketball team. So you and I will break down what we see on that court and report back. But I do want to give you guys a little news update that was exclusive to my IG subscribers. We all saw Brian Hartline took the job over at USF. I think that's a good job for Brian Hartline. I don't know if it's a good hire for USF. There are some doubts in the coaching world and the agent world as to how good Brian Hartline may be at this, but that's a pretty plug-and-play team that's going to be among the top 5 programs that are probably earmarked for that G5 playoff spot. And if he gets into the college football playoff with a talented team and good resources, he uses that as a 1-year launch pad. But Shannon Dawson was in the mix for that USF job. Shannon Dawson was also in the mix for the Tulane job. It is my understanding that Shannon Dawson is no longer a candidate over at Tulane. I would expect Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator, a name that Miami fans know well, Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator for LSU, probably takes that job. I believe he's a Tulane alum. And at that point, Tulane's a good group of 5 job. I think USF is a gem of a group of 5 job with an arrow that is pointing up, with a new on-campus stadium coming soon and a good recruiting hotbed. I also think that's a good job. And if there was a formal offer for Shannon Dawson to take either, I think he'd be dumb to not take either. But even though we know Shannon Dawson isn't just leaving for anything, those are 2 good jobs. But I don't think he's in the running now, certainly not for USF or Tulane. So I don't know if another job of that ilk is going to become available to Shannon Dawson. As I see it right now, I'd say slight edge to Shannon Dawson returning as offensive coordinator next year.
Woo! There you go. Exclusive for the 8,200 people on live right now listening to Mike Ryan break some news. 8,200, man. That's pretty good. People, your record was the 30,000, right, on Jeremiah Smith when he announced?
Yeah, we had I don't know if it was 30,000 views after like all in all, but we definitely we were like 15,000, 16,000 concurrently. That's the word, right?
Concurrent
like at the same
viewers.
time.
Yeah. In fact, that does remind me. It is signing day, and people
Yep.
are coming to this show for that. And I've hogged up the microphone.
Oh, we've been talking for 5 hours.
No, we have really the only thing that's hanging in the balance right now is we have an announcement at 3 p.m. Karsten Bush, big time linebacker, Miami, has been trying to lock up here, is going to be making his announcement. So we'll hopefully bring that to you guys live with the video from that announcement. But I think Miami looks good there. So
cool. Well, let me do it this way. Let me pick your brain, because I've been at work all day. There's probably some people sneaking away on a break right now, but trying to check in to see how Miami is doing on National Signing Day. I know entering the morning, the optimistic expectation was Miami closes today with a top 10 class. Where are we right now? I know Calvin Russell is a talking point that I've seen in the chat a little bit. People wanting to know what's going on there. You guys let me know. What's a skinny?
I mean, Calvin Russell is skinny. That's probably why he's probably not going to get the money he wants. But yeah, I think it's been chalk. All the guys that we were supposed to sign with us, 29 for 29. There was 2 guys really in play. Mari Latimer, running back, committed to Wisconsin. Now it looks like he's going to sign with West Virginia. West Virginia's throwing around big time money right now. It's the story of the day. I would say one of the stories of the day, kind of a surprise. And then Karsten Bush, a linebacker. These are both low 4-star players, by the way. Really got good, talented guys who had good senior years. Karsten Bush, linebacker, 6'2", 220 from Louisville. Was committed to Louisville.
We like him. I've seen some of his stuff out there, and he's been a name that I've heard for quite a while, and he's in that mold of a Heatherman linebacker, no?
That's dead on, and I think we'll get him here in a couple 50 minutes. Should be there. New King God is a question, because I do want to keep the playoff. Look, we've been talking about these guys for 5 hours. Playoff stuff. We left it all for you. We left it ready for you here. New King God, $5. Appreciate you, man. He says, what if Bama loses and they just drop them a spot, move ND up, and just replaces Miami at 11? Then Bama would be the buffer between us and Notre Dame. That to me seems just too cute. Like we're thinking, like it's too obvious. It's too cute. I think people get pissed off if they do that, to be honest with you. Like, I think that would be worse. The cover-up would be worse than the crime.
I'm with you. They'd probably ignore a common opponent there too. I think them actually being moved ahead of Notre Dame in this most recent CFP ranking is a guardrail against that. I was hopeful that Alabama, despite looking unimpressive over 5-7 Auburn, Alabama hasn't looked good for a month. Remember when that was a narrative around us? Man, Miami hasn't looked good for a while, so you can't put them in the CFP. Doesn't apply to Alabama, who's looked like garbage for 5 weeks. The 5-7 Auburn, which, as you know, probably has more to do with us being ranked number 12 than any team, even more than Louisville or SMU. Because they got jobbed against Oklahoma. They can't handle business against Georgia. They can't handle business against Alabama. I guess they showed good fight in there, but all it did was get our hopes up. They look like garbage. And for Juracek with a straight face, I believe that's the only type of face he has, though. Those lips do not move. For Juracek to say we were really impressed to do that in a rivalry game against a 5-7 team, what a joke. But whatever. They skip Notre Dame. And then he had the nerve to look into that camera with those dead eyes to say, this has been quite the debate in the committee room. Yeah, Alabama and Notre Dame. That's way to have your finger on the pulse of a nation, Hunter. Yeah, that's what everybody's been fighting about. I'm literally at war here with South Bend, Indiana. And I haven't seen any troops from Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, what are they fighting about? They're not going to get a bye unless they win, right? Which doesn't matter. But like in terms of like who's ranked where now, like does it have any meaning at all? Like why would they even spend a second on it? Like what's the difference?
I don't know, but I was hopeful that we saw Alabama leap Notre Dame as a guardrail against that scenario. Truth is, these are, approximately 15 to 20 people that have way too much power and influence on this, and they all have hypocrisies, and they don't have, I don't think there's maybe like 5 people in that room that are looking at this stuff objectively and really trying to do their best damn job with this. And then everybody else is just waiting for someone to tell them what to think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why anyone would do this job. It seems like a thankless job. You don't get paid. Maybe they're getting paid under the table.
This kind of power to be in that kind of room. Like this is good networking. This is great stuff. Think of the sources for Ivan Maisel to be in that room. Think of all the great sources. That book's going to bang in 20 years when he's going to be able to tell us exactly how stupid everyone in that room has been over the last month.
I mean, look, the CFP playoff show, I think the games are going to be anticlimactic. It's so exciting to watch.
You love Hunter. I think you like Hunter. You're a Jack.
He's growing on me. He's growing on me, man. He's getting more comfortable with his role. I mean, this show, I said it in the chat, this show is so popular that it interrupted cabinet meetings. Like they were doing a cabinet meeting and they stopped it to talk about this show and the discussions on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Like what was the last show that captured the imagination? No sports being played, just a show that captured the imagination of America. I think you have to go back to Seinfeld finale, like MASH. Like
Walking
what was the
Dead.
last show?
Perhaps Walking Dead.
But what they were not, who was the president at the time, Obama or whoever it was, wasn't stopping the press conferences to be like, hey, Walking Dead, I hope this guy doesn't die. You know what I mean? This is a major event here. I know they had the World Cup like seeding, I guess, some kind of show.
That's on Friday.
Our boy Danny's there. They got like who's there? The Village people. They got a bunch of celebrities there. We need to get the celebrities on the CFP Sunday show. That's a much bigger deal than whatever's happening with the World Cup. We got to get the celebrities there with the CFP on Sunday because it's like SummerSlam. We've been having the Raw every week, set the stage, and now boom, capacity crowd.
Are we doing a show on Sunday?
If we're not killing somebody, yeah, probably. I'm down.
Like a reaction show.
Yeah, I'm in. What time's the show? Is at noon, right?
A little Cyber Sunday.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm trying to see what kind of like.
Like Cyber. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I guess Cyber Sunday. Yeah, wrestling had it before they started making it a thing for buying products. Because you said Cyber Monday, or Cyber Sunday, I was thinking about Cyber Monday, like Black Monday. But it's really WWE had that first. Was that on like the TV Guide channel or something? Where was the Cyber?
Or you can have Oh, how about Survivor Series Deadly Game?
I like
that. Because that was a tournament.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm brewing myself some fresh Java, but I'm almost done. I was just grinding the beans and stuff. I had to get the good stuff ready. I was gonna actually come back and I was gonna tell you guys the scent, not the scent. I grinded the beans, so I wanted to come back and give you guys the blend. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you guys the notes. The notes. I'll be right back. I was grinding bean.
Yeah, you need it like medicine, like medicinal beans.
Here, hold on. So someone had a good comparison, which was the LeBron show, which went our way, by the way.
It did. And this one's got to go our way because it's the most obvious thing in sports. They played a game, one team won, one team lost. They have an identical record. They're close in every statistical measure you can think of, every advanced metrics. They're neck and neck. Miami's better than Notre Dame in some. Notre Dame's better than Miami in some. Not a huge gulf between the two. So where do you go? How do you figure out who you put into this tournament? How could you possibly break this tie? If only there was a really great data point that happened this college football season.
So, from what I understand, the Pope is a Notre Dame fan. He actually met with Notre Dame leadership at one point.
He's another Chicago Catholic.
He's a Chicago Catholic, but he hasn't spoken up. And I think the reason he hasn't spoken up is because he's not allowed to lie.
Yep.
So I think that's the
not a problem for our
there.
politicians in this fair nation. A lot of them lying through their teeth.
Well,
Greg
these
Abbott,
guys got
tell
the
us,
truth
you
on
and
their
lying.
side. They got the truth
Greg,
on their side. They don't have to lie.
No, they don't. They don't. This is for once in their lives. They can actually acknowledge the truth here. These politicians.
One World saying Manny Diaz to Penn State. Is that being discussed again?
I've done some reporting. Again, you can subscribe to look, like, I don't like a little chest pound here. I'm feeling myself. Like, while Marty Smith is wondering what the hell is going to happen and if his feet can ever leave the ground in Oxford, Mississippi, I was telling people that the decision was made a week ago. No one dominated that Lane Kiffin beat the way that your boy did. So here's what I'm hearing. Sataki absolutely left Penn State at the altar. It's why they don't have a plan B in place, because plan B was Chesney. He took another job because he was told, we have our man. They have their guy. He's playing in a conference title game that they hopefully lose. And then the CEO of Crumble came to the table with a change your mind offer you can't refuse, Godfather offer. And Sataki did a thing that will affect his reputation and his agent's reputation. He left Penn State at the altar. Penn State got boned on this. You would think firing James Franklin as early as they did, they would have been more prepared to meet this moment. They weren't. They went all in on Sataki, and that's the trouble with going all in. So where does Penn State go from here? Jeff Brom.
I'm reinvigorated by the smell alone.
You're doing like a real national report. If he's going to report on the beans right now.
Go ahead.
So where does Penn State go from here? Jeff Brom is a candidate. I don't know if Jeff Brom leaves his alma mater in Louisville. He's a kind of a sexy name that has popped up in NFL circles. And I kind of look at Jeff Brom as like, I think this guy would be a good pro coach.
Good fit.
Yeah. And by all means, get him the hell out of Louisville. Get him out of my life. But they could. Penn State is certainly worthy, especially in their desperation, to prepare an offer that might get Jeff Brom away from Louisville. We'll see. At the very least, Jeff Brom and his agent are going to parlay all this into some sort of extension. And another name that is rated highly by Penn State fans and the people in Happy Valley and the administration is Manny Diaz, who's also playing for a conference championship this weekend. And he was a name that was floated out there early. Wasn't one of the leaders there, but in their desperation, I could see Manny Diaz potentially going to Happy Valley right now. Those were just the two names. This is all very recent. What's happened to Penn State? I imagine they're going to want to save face and really shock the world and make a huge splash. So they're probably kicking the tires on some coaches that you think are solidified at their position right now. But those are the two names I've heard, Jeff Brom and Manny Diaz.
Yeah, the Manny Diaz thing. We'll let Pete handle that one. By the way, great.
Great handle. Report. I mean, if you want a coach that's going to go 7-5, then in the weak ACC, then go for it. And has done worse than that. Please.
By the way, great reporting by Mike Ryan. Look at that, man. What a versatile performer.
Yeah, sneaky good context in the world of college football coaching. Who would have thunk it? We were all over the Florida stuff too. What
about JMU? You got to talk to the JMU people, because Pete dropped the bomb. Heatherman's got some ties there, so it's got me petrified. We got to get that one squared. Make sure that doesn't go sideways on us. Do some digging on that.
I'll do some digging.
DC there for 3 years. Now I got to tell you guys, I still haven't taken my sip yet. It's piping hot. But this is the White Rose House Blend, dark roast, not brewed, but I don't know what is grown in the altitude of 1500 to 1900 MASL.
Perfect.
Now this is where it gets interesting. The varietals, you got bourbon, Catura, and Typica. Notes: citrus, almond, and dark chocolate. I'm about to enjoy this Java real quick, boys.
It sounds like me and you, Mike, when we visited the Cal game last year. Going to the store.
That was my latte order, no doubt.
Oh. Got it. You gotta let it reach all parts of your tongue so you can get the full flavor profile.
All this coffee
Like
talk.
a fine wine.
I just asked for a coffee to be brewed.
EJ says, I feel the testosterone leaving my body as he speaks.
This is the good stuff, my friend. You drink enough of this, your testosterone levels will be through the roof.
Oh man. All right. So what do we do with our lives? It's like I didn't know what to do until Sunday. Like, well, we're gonna do you touch wood at a women's game? That feels inappropriate.
Yeah, we touch wood at the women's game, and they've made the entire experience for those that do touch wood at the women's game even more luxurious. We actually have food now at these ladies' games. We have access to that Hurricanes lounge now because we're running a big time women's college basketball program. D-Money. And it's not the first time we've touched wood at a women's basketball game. This is a big time opponent. Again, love the trajectory of that Kentucky program. I think that's a good team. There's a good measuring stick, and we got to keep, pounding the table for this ACC that, while it's an embarrassment in football, actually redeemed itself quite nicely last night in the world of college hoops. So let's keep it going for the ladies.
Love it. Yeah, the sports is picking up, man. Look, you got baseball on the cusp of Omaha, basketball looking like a tournament team, both sports, I would say. We'll see on the women. That was a tough one to Oklahoma State, but they're going to rebound today. And then football, talk of the town, man. I mean, talk about the brand. How could you say we're not the top brand when our controversies, I mean, BYU's controversies, we don't even remember them, but our controversies are the biggest story in the world right now, I would say.
Right.
So,
leader of the free world weighing in on it. Was very kind to wake up and give us and flash one of those smiles of his. That was nice. We could use a little post, like a true post in all caps. That'll really get him going over there. What we do, to answer your question, D-Money, for the next few days is we recruit more troops. We share the propaganda. Pete, whether he knows it or not, with the engagement bait, he has been a soldier.
No more Ganda. No more Ganda.
Or Ganda. We turn up the Ganda. Anytime Kirk Herbstreit speaks on us, we put it out there. Anytime a big-time college football voice speaks out on Miami and touts their virtues as a college football playoff team, you need to put it out there because you need to normalize this discussion, because the audience has already been conditioned by the CFP for the last month to think it's okay to rank Notre Dame over Miami, even though they have the same exact record, played a football game in which Miami beat Notre Dame in. That is a lot of conditioning of the audience we are going up against. That means we have to turn our assault up over these next few days. You need to get the big voices out there. You need to normalize it in the other direction, that Miami is a deserving CFP team. And when they get into that CFP, they're going to be, quote, the most dangerous team in the tournament, according to the GOAT Nick Saban. Normalize it. Make it gospel.
Mike, how long we got you?
Buddy, we're tip off is at 5.
I love it. All right. So real quick, I got Yurichuk's comments here. Someone put the whole transcript of like the conference call he did on Twitter. And I want to get to this because I talked about this. I actually hadn't read this before, but this is what I think their logic is. So it must be kind of, that those piercing blue eyes of Yurichuk. I'm seeing into his soul here.
Piercing. It's piercing. That's the first time blue eyes have never been piercing. They're dead. It's like a shark's eyes.
Well, I see him seeing eye to eye with him. This is exactly what we just talked about. He goes, the head-to-head is just one of the tools we use to evaluate teams. If we were just comparing Miami and Notre Dame side by side, it's a little bit easier to use that comparison. But we're not comparing Miami and Notre Dame side by side. We're comparing really the whole. We're comparing Alabama, Notre Dame, BYU, and Miami collectively and evaluating those teams and how they look. Obviously not looking at how Alabama looks because they look terrible. But he goes, when you put these teams all together, we felt Notre Dame the 10 wins, BYU 11-1 with a really strong strength of schedule and strength metrics. They're only playing Big 12 teams, but that's neither here nor there. So that's why we have the order. Miami, then he said the whole they looked really good this past week against Pittsburgh, but it was not enough and has not been enough for them to get ahead of BYU and Notre Dame. So I think really what this is setting up for is they got to be in the same bracket. You got it because BYU like it makes sense what he's saying because it's similar to what you do when you have a conference. Like if you have 3 teams with the same record in conference and one of them beat the other, but the other one didn't, you can't use head to head in that scenario. So logically, it kind of makes sense what he's saying, which is they're just putting them in a pod and they're ranking them based on what they think. Miami shouldn't be where they are, but whatever. It's more understandable than if you're saying, all right, just Miami and Notre Dame. Because then you like your excuses are much more limited. You would have to straight up say, yeah, they're head to head, but we put more value on FIP or whatever these acronyms are. And I think that becomes a much tougher argument.
I almost want to start doing podcasts and start touting how good Notre Dame is in the PLP ratings, and then at the end of the interview say I invented that. Like it's totally made up. The only metric that matters is they played head to head, because some of these things, these accounts cite as a reason why you should put a team that lost to another team above that team is insane. Yeah, how many times you flip open the SAG ratings? Tell me how many times you use that as your reference. The whole thing is asinine. I've reached out to one of my sources on our defensive coordinator here because you guys are worried about the James Madison job. So specific to James Madison, they want a head coach in place that has some head coaching experience. Heatherman does not have that. So you also have to keep in mind that Heatherman has a really high-paying job over here in Miami. That is one of the best defensive coordinator jobs in the nation. And I don't think right now the salaries are even comparable. So for the head coach of James Madison to the defensive coordinator here at the Miami Hurricanes. So I don't know. I know he has ties. It would be a stretch. I think James Madison would have to come to the plate with something maybe they're not so comfortable with. Maybe Heatherman comes down in scale. Maybe it's not super important right now. But one of the things that's underscored in their search is head coaching experience. So take that for what it's worth. That's where things stand right now. I imagine Heatherman's already preparing for his CFP appearance anyways.
Love it. We gotta get a segment for your reporting. And that was on the spot reporting right there on a key issue to Canes Nation. Got to get you like a little gumshoe hat, Carmen Sandiego graphic here for your ability to track down these leads. Pete's identified the PLP ranking. It is a real ranking. It is Pete, well, let him know what the ranking is.
Palapinga.
But computers are dumb. Like, why do we think computers are smart now? Like, with BCS happened in 2000, we all kind of agreed that computers were dumb.
You ever talk to AI? You ever really talk to AI?
Time.
It's wrong all the damn time.
It's wrong all the time. I got ChatGPT right here.
Google CEO came out and said, our AI feature is always wrong and is nowhere near as truthful as just your standard conventional Google search.
Let's say why. What questions do we have? Why did Miami's defense suck so bad last year? Let's see what this football genius computer knows.
Everybody's so afraid of AI destroying the planet. Just throw some water on the thing.
Here's the blunt football nerd, but Miami fan realistic answer you're probably looking for. The defensive tackle room was hollowed out. Guys, this is a smart computer that we're believing here. Miami built Guidry's defense around dominant interior linemen, bolded, in 2023. Parentheses, Leonard Taylor, Branson Dean, Jared Harrison Hunt. Dominant interior lineman, bolded.
Stop them when he tells a lie, man. Come on.
Guidry's defense cannot work without disruptive DT play. So our defense sucked in 2024 because we didn't have Branson Dean. Linebackers were asked to do too much. Maybe. Wait, hold on. But UM's linebacking group in 2024 was a step back because you had no Francisco Malinois, who was the heart of the 23 defense. No, this he fell off. He wasn't on the team. The secondary played more.
It did feel like that at times.
So what else they say? Opponents figured out blitz patterns. That was actually true. Injuries were not just bad. They were strategic. We had injuries at the exact spots that we could least afford. It says DT depth evaporated. Kelly limited. Who's Kelly? DB room constantly reshuffling. They said, like, Nigel Lee Kelly. Are they saying Nigel Lee Kelly was out?
Kelly.
Yeah, here it is. This one frustrated these idiot computers. This one frustrated the fan base more than anything. Ruben Bain and Nigel Lee Kelly, when healthy, are legit. But without interior help, team slip protections, doubled the edges, ran inside to neutralize speed. Why do we trust computers are dumb? How many times are you yelling at things that are supposed to work easier, but they don't because the old fashioned, like, I can't even turn off my TV. I cannot even turn off my TV because there's no power button. Do you have a power button on your TV?
I have a remote for it.
What if the remote's lost? What if your
It
kid
turns
lost
off.
the remote?
It has a timer that turns off.
Why can't I just press the power button? I got to go under the computer like I'm trying to like get the second base with the TV instead of just pressing the power button.
This sounds like a D money problem. You shouldn't have lost the remote.
But you can just turn the power off. It's two options. Now we only have one. We're supposed to get smarter.
I'm with you. There needs to be more buttons.
Golden Tate says, now you can use your iPhone as a remote. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. Now when I'm like sharing, inappropriate GIFs with my group chat, it pops up on my TV with my kids watching with these, stupid computers. Computers were dumb in 2000 and they're dumber now. We cannot trust them to do anything when it comes to analyzing football.
Breaking news. ACC news. Jeff Brom is staying put.
So he did parlay it into an extension, yeah?
He's informed his bosses that he is not exploring any jobs and is committed to Louisville.
Okay. Yeah, that's his alma mater. The very few jobs that he would leave. I guess he's heard back from the NFL in that regard. But he is a highly rated head coach by everybody that's on this program, by everybody that watches this show. They know that Jeff Brom's a good coach. I don't think his story is going to be done at Louisville. Really incredible mind, but that's a huge win for Louisville. They were undefeated when healthy this season. That's a really good team. And up until that SMU game, they, like Miami, hadn't lost a game by more than 2 scores in 2 seasons.
Yeah, I don't know what's his. I mean, he's an alum, so I guess that ties it to Louisville. But there's not a lot of upside in that job if you don't recruit like Charlie Strong. Like, that was the only chance they had. That was a good team.
I think they're a proper program. They have good resources. They're in the ACC, which is a benefit. They probably would have been in the ACC title game had they not gotten so injured. He's in a really good spot where people know his value. I mean, it's been proven that you can have a Heisman Trophy winner at that program now. So they have good, big NIL backing, big important boosters in a state where it's easy.
I think it's a better job than you give it credit for. I don't know why it can't be one of the top tier ACC jobs, which, again, it might be that tropical Park Hill in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's in the eye of the beholder. It could be a good job.
Yep. So Manny Diaz, congratulations. You are now the stalking horse.
God, I would be so depressed.
Who do you think they actually want?
I'm sure I don't know, dude. Like, I heard Brom and Manny yesterday. I don't know. I imagine there's some pretty desperate calls and emails going out right now. I saw someone mention to it. There is this notion that Jimmy Sexton, who's like super powerful, that's some kind of issue. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but it is something that has been bandied around before in college football circles. They got caught with their pants down over here at Penn State.
Not the first time.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna. I lobbed them up, you knock them down. I was hoping you would find the safe one there.
What's up with Matt Campbell? Like, is he implicated in the scandal or something? Like, why is he not going to these teams? He's won 19 games last year.
Money. Matt Campbell, 2 years ago, turned down $50 million for the Detroit Lions.
Oh my goodness, boys!
Oh,
hold on.
Oh, I see those eyes. Those are serious. His computer's shaking.
Is this his? Hold on a second.
Trying to make sure
this is real. No. This is. Hold on a second. I'm shaking right now. Here it is.
Let's see it. Let's see it, Pete. Pete's shaking. I really hope this is not some beans.
I hope this is good because we're gonna get into some good Matt Campbell stuff.
Miami has entered Joe Lenardi's last 4 in, baby. Let's go. Last night was a big win for Miami's tournament resume, fellas. I'm telling you, you have a completely different outlook on this season after that's between the end of that second half against BYU to right now. Man, the way you played against Georgetown, the way you came out against Ole Miss, Miami has entered the last 4 in Joe Lenardi's bracketology. Woo!
I'm so happy for you, Pete.
He was really shaking. His eyes were like, there was not a drop of irony.
I'm legitimately sweating right now. That is huge, man.
As far as I can tell, it's a thing he cares about most in this world and has no coping mechanism for. He is all in on University of Miami men's hoops. It's his passion.
There.
Wow. Let's go. I'm so excited right now.
You would think with that Pop-Tart Bowl, Matt Campbell would have been able to parlay that into more success.
That's what D was saying that earlier about Penn State. That would have been a great fit for him.
Yeah, it just seems like he fits.
Yeah, I'll see. Again, I'm not really on the Penn State beat all that much. I heard 2 names. We'll see. He was rated again, like I said. He turned down $50 million from the Detroit Lions when that job became available, and then they settled on the much better Campbell.
Can you imagine getting Manny Diaz after firing James Franklin?
I know, but I also can't imagine being left at the altar by Kalani Sitake.
I'm a little worried about that because obviously we're trying to wreck him this weekend. I'm worried that that's just like an inspirational return, for his guys.
It's quite the distraction, though, and it's like that's their big win this week. We got to keep Kalani.
Yeah.
I can't believe Utah Jim 69 still going with the bit.
Yeah, he's still in there. He's still holding it down.
They're like 3 weeks in a rear view mirror, and Utah Jim's still out here firing off the jokes about third wives.
Yeah, he hasn't switched to a BYU gimmick yet. But
it's right there for the taking.
So people are mad at me about yelling at AI. Like AI is going to be picking these teams here in a couple of years. People are going to complain about Juracek, and then they're going to just make AI pick it.
Well, why don't you go ahead and make them pick the CFP field now?
Yeah, they're going to say that Miami, with outside linebacker DJ Williams and safety
Chase Smith really came
Eric
online, navigating the loss of Jordan Lyle.
Nigel Lee Kelly. Like, if they can't answer a basic question like that, why are we trusting them for football? Let me tell you something about analytics, man. For real, I'm not trying to be old man on a cloud. I'm being totally sincere. Analytics in football are the stupidest thing in the world. Like, honestly, the stupidest thing in the planet. Like, there's 11 people trying to do one thing and then 11 people on the other side, a million variables going on. And you think that these stupid numbers are going to actually calculate all those variables going on? Zero chance. Like, I'll tell you this, the guy that's supposed to be the hero, the visionary of college football analytics is Bill Connolly, right?
Yeah.
So have you read his book about the best college football teams of all time based on the numbers? Since we're using numbers to rank college football teams, even though we didn't learn our lesson 25 years ago with the BCS. You don't remember him writing this book about the best college football teams of all time?
No.
All right. So here, let me pull up it here. This is the best college football teams of all time, according to SP Plus, which, by the way, is one of those numbers that people have been posting on Twitter. Okay. Here it is. I'm giving this a plug, but I'm really going to trash it. So SP Plus, which you see on Twitter, which has Notre Dame over Miami, although Miami ranks pretty high, actually. What would you say that using these numbers, that again, these are the same numbers that people in that room are relying on, that SP Plus I've seen on ESPN. Who do you think the best team of all time is based on this stupid formula?
Well, clearly it's the 2001 Miami Hurricanes, D-Money.
I don't think that's even like top 5 teams. You know the number 1 team in the country? The Oklahoma Sooners team with Sam Bradford that lost to Tebow.
Huh.
They had that as the greatest college football team of all time based on these numbers that the people in that room are relying on. It's the same numbers, the same formula. So the formula that said that the greatest college football team of all time is a crappy Oklahoma team that feasted on a terrible Big Ten and then lost when they had to play real football. I don't believe it was even close. I think they lost by like 2 scores. Is the greatest team of all time. Same numbers are trying to match Miami and Notre Dame. So I'm trying to repeat what we learned in 2000, what we learned in Terminator 2, what we've learned many, many times, but no one's getting the message. These computers are stupid. Humans over computers. Look at Demolition Man. Get rid of these. Like, why are we letting them do more things? Like, get out of here with these analytics. Like, I'm seriously, like, baseball is one turn at a time. There's not 11 things going on one side, 11 things going on the other side.
And it ruined that sport. Analytics ruined baseball. Analytics has ruined the NBA. And now it has set its sights on college football.
This is an old thing. This happened in 2000, and we didn't learn our lesson. Like, why are there even numbers allowed in the room? Like, why are they even looking at these analytics? Here's the thing. If you cannot explain how it's calculated, you should not be able to use it.
There is a huge problem. Like, to be serious for a moment.
I was serious the whole time, by the way.
There is a huge issue with the infusion of analytics as a debate point in determining who is better in college football. When you consider the sport, especially at that level where coaching matters that much more, where individual talents can decide a game and break open a game more, to thumb your nose at what happened on a field because of some advanced metric just shows you it's such a disrespect to the sport. Like, these men, they install a game plan. They crunch days and days of tape, all to strategically defeat an opponent and find a weakness in the other, and to just assume because a computer told you so that you know someone is better than the other, even if a result told you the opposite, is just the height of human arrogance.
I'm with you. It's
why they play the games. It's why we do anything in competition.
2000 in the year 2000, you had a McMahon in every corner, one of whom is now the Secretary of Education. Shout out to Linda. That was 2000. We had this debate already. Like, why are we doing this again? Didn't we learn? Like, why are the numbers even at play? And people are saying, what are you talking about the numbers for? What other basis is there for Notre Dame over Miami? When you look at how they're going, I guarantee you, if they do put Miami over Notre Dame, which they're not, it's going to be about game control and all this other bullshit stuff that we never knew existed until these guys had it in a information packet slid under their nose with their coffee. It's not what Pete's eating.
I think those analytics and those statistical measurements are fine. They're helpful data points in the event you need a tiebreaker desperately.
But how are they helpful if you don't know how they're calculated? Like, if I just gave you a made up, you said it well. If I just slid a made up number to you, like
PLP, the Palapinga rating.
The Palapinga rankings, would you know? Like, do any of these people know what they're looking at as far as the numbers? Like, why would they be able to use numbers that they don't know what they are? You thought I was going on a rant. SP Plus has Oklahoma 2008 as the greatest team of all time. So how could that be used in any ranking formula of football?
Yep.
But it is. And we still believe this stuff. That guy, look, all respect to Bill Connolly. He seems like a nice guy. That book, he should have, when he saw that formula pop up that as the best team of all time, he should have scrapped the book. You know what? Scrap the book, because I will forever look like an idiot. My formula will completely look insane when that is what it spits out. But we still have it.
How great is this going to be? Full circle, going to College Station and playing Texas A&M and Mike Elko in the first round. Spot the ball. That's probably the only first round matchup I'm a little nervous about.
Yeah.
What do you think, Pete? Are you nervous about that one?
Dude, did you see how Noam Dovrat pulled up with confidence a couple times yesterday from behind the arc?
Straight up. Man. He goes straight up.
Dude.
I like that high release point.
I'm really liking what he's bringing to the table right now, man. He's coming into form. He's getting some confidence.
You know what I like? Hearing you say the name of our Turkish superstar.
Salih Altuntaş.
There it is, baby. Israeli sniper. We got 2 Israeli snipers because my girl Gal is going to be balling today for the Lady Canes. I really like her game. Golden
We're on
Tate
hour
Danica
7 here, by the way.
asking, do you like Neil Diamond? I never got into him. I've learned to appreciate Sweet Caroline at the games when used correctly, but I never really got deep into the Neil Diamond catalog. I don't know how you are on Neil Diamond there, Mike.
I love Neil Diamond. Yeah, I, like many people my age, got turned on to Neil Diamond through the cult classic Saving Silverman. And I have since seen Neil Diamond in concert, front row. I've seen old ladies throw panties at Neil Diamond, one of his final shows that he ever did. Neil Diamond is a great singer-songwriter, an American gem, and I'm going to be really sad when he passes away, because he went from, guilty pleasure to like fun, hip little joke because Saving Silverman was funny to someone I genuinely enjoy their catalog. I celebrate it. I became a legitimate Neil Diamond fan.
Is he dying?
He has, I think he has Alzheimer's. He had something that made it impossible for him to perform. He popped up in an appearance at like Fenway Park, I want to say like 3 years ago, and I think that's the last time he's been seen publicly. And it was a surprise for him to show up there, and he looked good, and he did Sweet Caroline, but he is in no shape to perform anymore.
Damn.
Parkinson's. Sorry.
That's tough. That sucks. Some recruiting news. Blake Stewart finally seems like he's going to Georgia. That saga is done. You got Carson Bush coming up
never
here.
Wanted him. Mom never wanted him here.
Yeah, I didn't get that sense. Oh, Pete, what do you think
Talk
about
to
this? Look at this right here. What do you think about this? This is heartbreaking. Sad, really. Tommy Castellanos showing off.
Lanos.
Tommy Castellanos. Gabos is the name of the game, is Gabos. Game ain't based on sympathy, shooting a bow and arrow or something like that while his team is elsewhere. What do you say about this picture here and the use of Gabos by Tommy Castellanos?
Obviously has been popularized there by Malachi Tony. I think that we can all agree that I was one of the first people to put it out there in the public domain after Rick Ross.
You did.
Guy's such a cloud chaser. I am.
Me?
Is he appeal? No, the Tommy Castellanos. Is he appealing for more eligibility? Please, dear God,
he is. I think he is.
I like go back to Florida State. I mean, there isn't. This guy talks so much. He's like Freddie Mitchell. He is a comparable talent. A guy that just runs his mouth, hasn't done anything. He's just like the perfect Florida State quarterback. He like from day one when he showed up in the Tallahassee, you knew how this thing was going to go. I wonder if he still thinks his defense is the best that he played all season, because that's what he said. And credit to him, he backed it up against Alabama. He wasn't worried. Saban didn't save him that day. And since then, literally all downhill. One of the great losers and quitters in ACC history at the position.
Yeah, got smoked by Florida. That was surprising. I mean, they both are horrible, but I'm surprised that FSU of the two was that much worse.
Today's football player is different. Like a part of me legitimately died in Dallas. Can you imagine losing that game in Dallas and going on Instagram and sharing any photos of the trip? I didn't, let alone a slideshow. How many photos of this embarrassing defeat at the Florida Gators do you have, Castellanos? Like, you think that speaks so much about your character. I damn near deleted my socials after losing to SMU, and I'm not on the team. You're over there throwing this picture up. Buddy, you lost to a punchline.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Why are his teammates all here and he's over here?
That's who he is, man. He's always looked out for number one.
Look at that. Get Carson Bush top of the hour. Feeling good about that. That guy sounds like a NASCAR racer, Carson Bush.
It does.
He's the third Bush brother, right?
Mm-hmm. Kurt and Kyle.
Well, did you see Calvin Russell earlier wearing a Jeff Gordon shirt at his announcement?
Calvin Russell played himself, yeah?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, he's probably going to be getting a lot of money to go wherever he chooses to go now.
Okay,
whether it's Syracuse, LSU, Michigan, or Miami, you never know.
D-Money, if Calvin Russell didn't play games and was all about the University of Miami from the start of his recruitment, instead of doing the cutesy little transparent thing that everybody picked up on that nobody was fooled by. Do you think he's a Miami Hurricane today? Do you think he burned
I think he's a
bridges with his
cane.
approach?
I think he could be a Hurricane today. I think if he really wanted to, he could be. Yeah,
I'm trying to
I think
learn
he
the
could be
lessons of
still.
Malachi Tony, because when Malachi started doing this stuff, I was like, this isn't worth the headache. Is Calvin Russell?
Dude, I'm glad you say that. I'm glad you said that because I brought up. D, was this not my same exact thing earlier in the show? Like people forgot what the narrative was when Malachi decommitted and started taking visit Bama, and people were like, "Oh, let him go. We don't need him. He's going to be a diva about the process. He's trying to up the bag." Like, not the same player.
Truth teller.
I don't think they're the same player, but like that's what the conversation has been around Calvin Russell, and I think a lot of it too is like the Fran Brown aspect. Fans don't like Fran Brown, so like that's like an annoying aspect of it. So, but his mom having played basketball at Miami as well, like, is another layer to it. But yeah, I think people forget what the conversation was about Malachi last year.
So the original question, if he played this straight and didn't invoke these games and didn't go about this process the way that he has, do you think Calvin Russell is a Miami Hurricane today?
I don't know. I think he probably wanted too much money for how much projection there is in him, his profile. That's my biggest. I think he's going to be a good player, or can be a good player. And I've heard, again, he's a hard worker, and like I don't think like there's like character red flags like that. That's not anything I've ever heard with him. In fact, I've heard the opposite. I just think, he needs a lot of work and he wants a lot of money. So if I'm spending that kind of money, I'd probably rather have Jackson Canwell as benching, 225 pounds 33 times and getting a 33 on his ACT when he's a sophomore. It's just like it's easier to project him as opposed to a Russell who, I think mentally he's going to be fine, even though he hasn't played a lot of receiver. It's more the size and the physical development, I think, is going to be a lot for him. That's I think the biggest. I've heard smart guy, I've heard good worker. I've heard that stuff all checks out. But when you're playing basketball half the time and your body's not good right now and you don't play a lot of receivers, it's not like he's out here having 1,300-yard seasons like Jason Lopez, quite frankly. So the production hasn't been that good. He's made plays. I just think it's going to be more of a development for him for how much he cost. That's the fundamental issue to me with Calvin Russell. But he could be good.
Okay. I kind of am following this one tangentially, and I guess count me in the group that doesn't like Fran Brown. I don't like Calvin Russell's approach to this whole thing. Even today, cheesing and still invoking Miami. I don't get this. Gabby has already said Miami's not interested. Not a thing. So I don't know what kind of showmanship he's going for here, but best of luck to the young man, especially since he's a hard worker and by your account seems like a good enough dude.
Yeah, that's my boy Coach Duasso coaches all these guys, and he's usually pretty on point with the character stuff. He said it about Camp Kitchens, Malachi Tony, and he says Calvin Russell's cut from that cloth. Shout out to Peony Boy. Says that's my Secretary of War. I'm ready to go to war with you, brother. F wheels. We're in a war with Texas now. We got a state war going on. Yeah, that was
Texas
weird.
is in a rear view mirror as well, just like the Utah Utes. We left them in a trail of our own dust.
Yeah, don't even have to think about
Mario Cristobal diffused that one. Nice shot across the bow, Stark. That worked out for you. Solid campaign. Your one bar over there about us throwing into the end zone after Narduzzi called a timeout. You really zinged us there.
Good question from Furman, fake Furman. He said, you guys been dodging the question all year. Drive for your life, Carson Beck or Brock Berlin. I mean, Carson Beck's season's not done, so I reserve my right to amend it. I don't know. I mean, Berlin had some pretty good ones. He also had some just terrible games that we totally forget. I mean, I would say probably Carson Beck just because he's a better player.
There's only been one do or die drive, right, for Carson Beck this season. Well, two, SMU overtime, I guess. But, he had to put Miami in game-winning field goal position against, I know you guys don't think this game happened, but on August 31st, Miami played Notre Dame on a football field and won. Carson Beck lined up under center and led Miami to a game-winning drive. You remember that?
I've heard of it. I see it on the box score. I have no knowledge of
Well,
it.
why don't you put on, if you can find your remote, D Money, why don't you put on the ACC network? You can watch about 8 more showings of that game between now and Sunday.
By the way, my guy
What a
Jason,
commissioner Jim Phillips is to have that media just playing and getting ingrained in people's minds.
so Jason Lopez officially signed. Derek Cooper officially signed with Texas and FSU respectively. Chris Henry has not signed. He says, I've not signed yet, still weighing my options due to coaching changes. Just want to make the right decision for my future. God's plan.
Pat McAfee getting involved there. I imagine the field goal kickers are going to start making a little bit less this week in Atlanta when College game day is there. But yeah, good for McAfee getting as involved as he did. We like Chris Henry. We had really good tape, right? Did we get him down here for an OV?
By the way, why does he spend so much money on those kicks? Why don't you just give him a new car like Price is Right? Like they're in college. Like they don't need to get $1 million. Seems like a waste.
He pays those legitimately out of his pocket.
It's crazy.
It's legit. Everyone assumes that like Disney is fronting the money. Maybe he's getting made whole on the back end for other content he produces, but no, that like everything that I've heard is that's legitimately Pat.
Oh wait, hold on a second. So is this right? Maybe someone in the comments knows this better than me. This seems like a future crazy signing day story, Mike. Pete knows a million of these from back in the day, but this is so the on-3 side. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know what John J.R. Rose is all about. Seems like a legit guy. He says the on-3 sites for USC and Oregon are reporting that Chris Henry did not actually sign with Ohio State today, and that Ohio State did not inform Henry of Hartline's decision prior to his signing ceremony. So he did a ceremony for Ohio State, not knowing that Hartline was there, and then when he actually had to sign, they told him and he didn't sign. Is that what's going on? Interesting stuff there for Chris Henry, number one receiver. Top
honestly,
5.
I can speak on this. Like this is a Ryan Day tactic. Actually, he tried to hide the pursuit of Will Howard from, I think the quarterback was it Devin Brown, the quarterback that's now at Cal?
Yeah.
JKS. He tried like hell to hide any kind of pursuit of another quarterback there because he just wanted to keep this guy unfairly on his staff rather than be transparent. Look, I think Mario Cristobal is pretty straight up with his players. I think the reason why you haven't seen Jordan Lyle get carries here is because writing's on the wall there with the emergence of Pringle. I think Mario Cristobal's done right by his guys there. Ryan Day, not cut from the same cloth, is my understanding. So wouldn't put it past him.
By the way, we also didn't talk about this, that Brent Key got extended to 230 by Georgia Tech.
You got one more extension than formal job offers, from my understanding. I like Brent Key. You know that. I tout him. I thought he did well. I told you he was back in his sweet spot as an underdog there. But believe it or not, even though I rate him, in coaching circles, in the world of college football, they're scrutinizing his resume a little bit and want to see what he can do without Haynes King, because his track record before Haynes King wasn't that great. They think he was made by a singular quarterback.
Haynes King merchant, huh?
That's what the accusations are. I don't believe them to be true. Next season will be telling for Brent Key in that regard. I rate him.
Yeah, no, that Philo guy was looking pretty good against us. I wouldn't underrate that guy.
Yeah.
But breaking
if only
news,
we knew what he was going to do when he entered the game too.
the rookie of the year in the ACC, we were talking about him last signing day, and now he is here as the best rookie in the ACC, the best rookie in the country, and to me, one of the top 10 players in football period, college football period. That's Malachi Toney.
Where does he rank in terms of greatest freshman you've ever seen line up for this program?
Probably the best. We had a lot of freshman contributors back in
who else has played more than him as a freshman and been like the primary focus? Reggie Wayne. That was a little bit before time. So.
Yeah, let me see Reggie Wayne's numbers. I mean, receivers didn't have as good numbers back then, so they weren't as good. But I remember when he was a freshman, it was kind of like a shock how much he played. So as a freshman, he had 48 catches, 648 yards, 2 touchdowns. But that was a lot at that time. Like I think he might have led our team in receiving. Let me just confirm that. But yeah, he was our leading receiver. By the way, look at
Frank Gore was pretty good. I mean, he didn't impact the game as much. He didn't have as much opportunities as Malachi Toney, but in terms of like a talent ready to go their freshman year, Frank Gore was awesome.
You want something crazy? So I'm looking at his 97 Canes team just to pull up that stat.
Duke Johnson, definitely.
5-6 was this. This was the team that lost 47-0 to FSU, and obviously there was a lot of young players, so they weren't what they would become ultimately. That's why they were not as good. But if you look at this, our leading receivers this year. We're 5-6. Our leading receivers were Reggie Wayne, first round pick, Bubba Frank's first round pick, Santana Moss, first round pick. Leading running back, Edgar and James, Hall of Famer. I mean, pretty nuts.
Frank Gore.
And our quarterback that year got drafted. Actually, no, that was Clement that year. Our backup quarterback got drafted.
Yeah, but he went on to win the first ever XFL game ever for the Las Vegas Outlaws. Who can forget? Frank Gore ran for 562 yards his freshman year. Do you want to guess what his average yards per carry was?
8.
9.1.
Oof.
I think that's a full 4 yards more per carry than Marco Rubio's son had at Florida this year, which was a surprisingly good rushing.
Yeah, he was pretty good. I wouldn't knock him.
Yeah.
I thought he sucked. He was good.
I think 27 yards on 5 carries.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's unfortunately better than how we did a lot of times. All right, so Carson Bush is announcing. Pete, why don't you get the highlights ready on this dude, just in case he commits to Miami, which, I mean, we expect that to be the decision. Former Louisville commit ended up flipping somewhere. We'll see where he goes. A lot of people thought he was going to Wisconsin, and we took him from under his nose. But a lot of people saying there's some smoke about Jeremiah Smith because of this thing. I don't believe that at all.
About Brian Hartline leaving? I mean, that's natural. There's always going to be Jeremiah smoke as it pertains to Miami. And now that Brian Hartline is actually leaving the program, there's always going to be interest there. I mean, always.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes these are so good. These guys are so good. It's that the only theory I could see is a LeBron theory. When these guys they're so good and they think they're so above everything that they're just like, yeah, we'll just do this for legacy and for storyline, kind of just like, I know I already won a championship. I'm already the best player. Let me just do what I want.
I mean, if we're fantasy booking, won back-to-back natties at Ohio State. What is there left to prove? What? Who's playing quarterback for Miami? My high school teammate. What? Let me do one from the hometown.
Yeah,
that's better for my legacy than playing all these years here at the Ohio State. I'm already one of the all-time greats here. Who can do what I did?
JW says smoke from Booger chat rooms. Have you ever been in a Booger chat room?
No.
I don't think I've been in a chat room aside from this chat.
You never ASL'd somebody on an AOL chat room?
I mean, I think in retrospect, I thought back to those AOL chat rooms in 7th grade. You were trying to get porn from them as a kid. AVI files, AVIs, AVIs, yeah. And there were probably so many pedophiles in those rooms in retrospect, like child predators.
Yeah,
who the hell is sending these things to little kids?
No doubt.
It's kind of scary. But back to Jeremiah Smith. Yeah, Jeremiah Smith Jr. says I'd buy every Jeremiah Smith jersey. I can't imagine that happens. Oh, here you go. Eric says we need the rest of the oral history of DLS.
Yeah, still being written.
Still being written. They'll talk about these battles.
Yeah, this war.
Interesting podcast topic, which is it Jeremiah Smith come back to Miami or pedophiles in AOL chat rooms?
That one, we can do that if you'd like. I'll take that for 300, Alex.
Hold on, we got a commit coming up.
Yeah, so where's that? We're doing some filling here.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing to see when it goes live. But I do think Miami would be the win there. Yeah, I never noticed that Braum has kind of weird like he just kind of looks different.
He's got that skin thing.
Yeah, Pratt Ford wrote the story. He goes, "Where do the Nittany Lions turn next?" I can't imagine they go Manny. How could they go Manny?
What other option is there?
Oh, by the way, Giannis is getting traded.
Brian Dable.
Yeah, Giannis is going to get traded.
I don't know.
Today?
Well, no, just like that it broke. That is like, the conversations have started.
We know that he and the Knicks, the Bucks and the Knicks talked about him in the offseason. There was like a whole written out Shams report about that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it seems like they're coming ahead.
I mean, yeah, he scrubbed his profile. You already regretting that Jovic contract?
No, he's part of the process. He's learning.
Don't they Chuckles? I don't know what you're laughing at right now. We're on pace for the greatest offense in NBA history.
That's what I'm saying. This is exactly what I said. I said we got to develop our young guys, turn into tradable assets, and then you make your big trade.
Yeah.
Don't trade them for cents on the dollar.
Hey, let's stop talking about scummy organizations and let's get to the fact that we got the bat signal out. How about that?
The bat signal is out.
Bat signal's out.
All right, so he's ours. And
Or
you can only guess.
It could be someone else. Let's see. I haven't seen the bat signal. Where's the bat signal here? Let's see what's going on.
I have it here.
What do you think about CM Punk, by the way, Mike, putting his dog's name on his jacket?
You think Cubans hate dogs, and that is like I love my dog. I'm good with it.
No, I like dogs too, but I mean, have a kid.
You know what-
the
you
guy's
know what-
out here like crying on this TV, like
Hey,
tapping his heart with the shirt on because his
Dude,
20-year-old dog died. I mean, give me a
the,
break.
the toxic conservative male trait of telling other people to have kids. We don't know what their story is. We don't know what their journey is. They love that dog. I'm sure they have a sordid history when it comes to that stuff. His dog obviously was going through something. Look, I used to be a big CM Punk fan. I'm done with that guy. But I feel bad for anybody that loses a dog. Their dogs are people.
Yeah, well, he could turn it into an angle. Kirk Herbstreit did it for 4 years, so that one's still going strong. So you get a 4-year angle off that one.
Kirk Herbstreit has a dog?
I couldn't even tell you what his kids look like, and the dog, I could tell you his whole life story.
His dogs have more normal names than his kids.
Well, there's the bat signal right there. Keep swinging the marathon. Yeah, Kevin Andino, tired of CM Punk. I'm with you. I was with him. He kind of refreshed himself in my brain when he started roiding and getting tans and stuff and trying to be like a
hair transplant
wrestler.
Transplant.
Now I'm back on hating him again.
He's not good in the ring. Hasn't been good for a long time. The guy's been washed there. He had a great match though with Drew, but when he's not working with Drew or Seth, not much there to the guy.
Humans don't deserve dogs. Let dogs be by themselves and look how messed up they are.
I love dogs.
They get hit by cars all day.
I don't like your toxic dog views.
I had a golden retriever look just like Kirk's dog. Great life.
What'd you name him? Fred?
It was a female, Heidi.
Blonde,
Blonde,
so
blonde.
you also name your dogs traditional strong names.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Why?
Whatever happened to Rex? Whatever happened to Sparky?
There's people named Rex and Sparky all the time.
What about Barkley or something cute like that?
There's
How
Barkley.
about Malachi? You're a Canes fan. No, let's go Malachi or something.
I mean,
Dorsey, come here, Dorsey. Come here, Edrin. Edge.
26 says this anti-dog thing is D's worst take. I'm not anti-dog. I love dogs. I had a dog. This is hurtful. Oh no, greet your canine. I'm not gonna be able to wear my shirt. I have dogs. I'm just saying. Don't tell the whole pity party world tour with millions watching talking about your dog. I mean, guys,
You see what happened to
you got
Lane
orphans
Kiffin's dog?
running around. You don't need to talk about your dog.
Did you see that Lane Kiffin's dog was not actually his dog, just a device to make Lane Kiffin seem more likable?
That's a result of this toxic culture that we have around dogs. Michael Vick went to jail.
Oh God.
For more than Dante
I
Stallworth.
1,000% agree with this. I'm with you on this one, D. That was ridiculous.
Dante Stallworth killed a human.
ridiculous.
We're treating
Completely
homeless people
ridiculous.
here, and we're treating dogs here based on the law.
That's I'm with you on that one, and I don't care what PETA says to me and anyone else. I'm with you on that one, D.
PETA Ariz.
In his prime too. I mean, the guy. I think he just rushed for 1,000 yards in a season as a quarterback. Back
That was
before
my
people
favorite.
did that.
I gotta admit, I have to say, I was a Falcons fan earlier. Shout out to my boy Joel Maltez. And then I had a Mike Vick Virginia Tech jersey. I had the old school Mike Vick jersey. I had the new school Mike Vick Falcons. I had the Mike Vick football that you draw the play on it.
26 years old, 1,000 yards rushing, and he was throwing the ball well also, and then boom, gone. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? What's people laughing about?
Mike
Let's score out on Joe Lenardi.
What happened?
No. I mean, I haven't seen the house.
We're last four in. We're last four in, my brother.
That's my bad. I haven't seen the chat this divided on a Peter Ruiz take since his Cam Ward observations.
Here we go. Pete Nakos. Top level Penn State donors are pushing for athletic director Pat Kraft to promote interim coach.
It was the Joe. It was definitely the Joe. The Joe pin that did it.
Real weird cult of Joe that still has a lot of power there.
What's this?
Looks like Karsten Bush is official. Let's see.
Someone just posted that Penn State should just hire Brian Kelly. That's a good take. Oh, yeah, it is. Let's go. Let's go.
Gotta make this post here.
All right, let's post it. Let's talk about it. Let's get to.
I'll pull up the highlights here, and then I'll be posting the highlights here.
All right, let's go. So Carson Bush committing to the University of Miami, signing with the University of Miami. Let's get back on track here. Linebacker out of Louisville, Kentucky, St. Xavier High School, 6'3", 223. Measurables, from what I understand, again, they don't release these things publicly. These are sort of like internal proprietary data, but I heard for Bush, it's off the charts. Number 1 player in Kentucky on 247 Sports. Number 2 player in Kentucky in 247 Composite. So you go into a state and get their best player. The size, I heard, looked incredible in person. Like, this is a guy that passed the eye test. You see him on film making all sorts of plays as a senior. Two-way guy, catches the ball, plays defense, plays off-ball linebacker. It's not a total projection. He actually does it. Triple jump, long jump, state qualifier. I mean, just a big-time athlete. There you see the sideline to sideline. We said it with Heatherman. You mentioned it, Mike, when you first came on. He likes linebackers that have length, verified testing, that can do many different things, that can rush the passer, which Bush can also do. And there you see him in coverage. Look at smooth and easy. I mean, laying the wood. I know I say this for a lot of guys, but I'm truly shocked that this guy's not a higher ranked recruit. He's a low 4-star, but I think if he was in like one of these, Texas or something like that, he'd have much more hype, because look at the
vision.
He could play H-back.
Yeah, great field vision.
There you see him here. Oh. Yeah, Mike, give us the breakdown here. Give us the breakdown. What are you seeing with the young man?
All right, that running back actually has pretty good size for the high school level. I just saw him do something that should have been illegal to that poor white boy left guard that was way too undersized to play that. This is him catching a pass going into the end zone. Again, good instincts, taking good angles. I like this guy. I know, D-Money, you're a fan of the athletes that play two ways and look like a natural, and just put the ball in their hands and they look like they're naturally gifted. That's a pretty good indicator. And this Miami Hurricanes staff, when it comes to their recruiting, I know the numbers don't necessarily reflect the talent that Peter Ruiz has been championing, but a lot of that is weighed down because guys like Malachi Tony were just 3 stars and Ruben Bain were 4 stars. Miami has proven year in and year out, I think here very recently, that they've kind of figured something out when it comes to these undervalued late risers on the board. Miami has an identity clear on the recruiting path, and so far so good. This guy fits that mold as a guy that could rise late as he put out great senior tape, and he's a system fit. We talked about earlier how we don't necessarily see Heatherman leaving unless things about the head coaching search at James Madison change. This guy is a stylistic and body type fit. I'm a fan.
Yeah, no, this is I'm with you on all that. I got this comment from Dennis Taylor here, who says, D, I live in Louisville and I'm class of 1991 at St. Xavier, which is this high school. Glad to see Miami snatch one from Louisville. So I did the math, Dennis Taylor, and it appears you are over the age of 50 and still have a banana flashing everybody at his banana as your avatar. I salute you, Dennis. I appreciate the fact that you keep your spirit alive there with these profane avatars over 50. I hope to do the same when I am that age. There you see some more work in the box, off-ball linebacker, getting off a block, form tackle, getting it done. Kind of.
It's a good football player name. It's a better NASCAR driver name, but Karsten Bush.
There it is. Nice.
That is a strong name.
Yeah, I was just looking at this. Why am I considered the negative guy? When has this become the narrative on me? He says P will come up with something negative and say no at all. I might be the most positive one on this panel. I remember a lot of people within our circles giving up after the SMU game. I remember certain people in our group chats kicking me. Not either of you, but certain people saying that this was a horrible thing for our program, that people were going to give up. And those same certain people are tweeting graphics now saying that they believe. Why'd you kick me when I was the most positive one in the group chat? So, if you know who you are, you know who you are. Certain people that were clamoring things when we lost to SMU. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you never doubted.
I never doubted
the mentality of that locker room and the culture and the
stuck
the
together,
ability
man.
to
Very proud. Very
face
proud.
adversity and power through it.
Very, very proud, man. Very, very proud.
That's exactly how I remember it.
Yeah.
Well, look, I honestly, I like the close overall. When you look at the guys that we've added here in the last month or so, this push, guys that we've said it a million times, great senior years, great testing, just guys that fit what you're looking for in this little push here. Now that you've had some senior film to evaluate, Keyshawn Stansel was already a 4-star, great senior film. Logan Nagel, great senior film, took him from Pitt. Isaac Chukwura, 4.8 official, and then the senior film is outstanding. Carson Bush, right, what he does at the linebacker position. DeAnthony Lafayette, one of the more prolific pass rushers in the country as a senior. So again, all these guys kind of fit a similar mold. So it's sticking to your script. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. JJ Dunnigan, another long athletic guy, big senior year. But I like the approach. Milan Paris, 6'5", verified testing, great senior year. Again, as a theme, even on offense and defense, doesn't matter. It's a consistent theme. And I like, whether it works or not, I like when you have a plan and stick to it and live with the results. Big Butt Jones. Sorry if already answered. How many are early enrollees? Good question. I don't know. I will have to find that out. I think we have, last year was just Bryce Fitzgerald, which worked out fine because he played the whole year as basically a starter. I don't know how many. I think it's less than last year.
Peter Ariz, a head coach, just weighed in on Miami's college football probabilities. He says, and this dude's talked about in the news often, Miami should be in the playoff. We're fussing at rankings because the rankings are not paying attention to head-to-head. You agree with that sentiment, right?
Who's the head coach?
Do you agree with the sentiment?
Who's the head coach?
It's Manny Diaz.
Man, let me tell you,
Miami should be in the
sentiment I
playoff.
agree with. The messenger I don't.
Terry Smith is 3-3 at Penn State. Like, he already sucks. Like, why would you keep someone that already sucks?
They played better at the end of the year.
And they're 3-3 when Franklin got fired.
Depends. Is he wearing Justice for Joe Pa button on his lapel? If so, then he will play with those psychos.
I guess, man. Unbelievable. Here, let's see. Pete Vegas Kane says D is normally the Canes cheerleader and Pete is the pessimist, but they switch bodies.
Dude, every week you were like, I don't know, maybe CJ Bailey's gonna light us up. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. These are the games we lose.
Yeah,
Easy last month of the year, man.
Yeah, I was nervous. But now I'm happy as a clam. Me and you're both happy as clams. Man, this signing day, there's not been a lot of action. Shout out to Carson Bush for at least giving some excitement here. He says that the reason he committed, the people in the program, Miami is not just warm weather and sunshine. It has a very good coaching staff consisting of hardworking coaches who love football.
And now they're a consistent, relevant winner, Peter Ariz.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mario and staff.
What else is going on in the world of sports?
What's going on in the world of wrestling? Pretty soon here, D-Money, you're going to have to go and touch some wood with your boy.
Yeah, you're right. 3, you're right. What time? I can leave at 4. Hold on, let me.
You got to get going. You're still on the beach, right?
Yeah, I got to.
You got to wrap this puppy up.
Yeah, let me. Here, how about this? You guys, what was the Mike Myers when he was dressing like when he was like dressing like his Jewish mother-in-law?
You're gonna have to. Okay, so we're not talking horror here.
No, Saturday Night Live. I know someone. It was a famous one.
Yeah. Oh, I feel verklempt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Coffee talk.
Exactly. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. You can talk about Carson Bush's ability to whether he's going to be a Sam, a Will, or right there in the middle. I don't know if we use a Sam anymore. I don't think we do really. It's more of a nickel, but figure it out. Let's see what's going on. Mo is saying, you know what he's saying. Appreciate you always. Extend Mario. But let's go. You feel ready to bring us home?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back.
All right. Is he done? He's done.
I don't really. He was very
I'm not
ambiguous in his
done. I'm
messaging.
gonna
there.
go to the
I-
bathroom. I'm gonna arrange my ride to mainland Miami.
Okay.
So we could touch
You're gonna
wood
do that.
at the women's basketball game and sort
Cross
out the wood touching.
Cross the wires there. I thought we were doing wrestlers, and then you just left me and Peter Reeves. Do you want to give Peter your wrestler of the week, and then he can just like vamp on it a little bit?
I don't even have a graphic for you because I was so. I don't have a graphic for anything, so I'm just gonna
My wrestler of the week is
image this
Carson
one.
Bush. Let's watch his highlights again. My wrestler of the week
Ed
is Joe
Congdon.
Lenardi. My wrestler of the week is Joe Lenardi. All right, Pete. Now that the money is out of the way, this team is a tournament team, as Joe Lenardi is just solidified here. The 3-and-D guys. We got guys compared to Paul George on this team. Jay Lucas, in just a short amount of time, showed you what he's all about on the recruiting trail. This Miami Hurricanes program. Now I'm a little worried. Are we going to be able to keep this head coach? If I'm Jay Lucas, I'm looking around. I'm saying, look what I can build over here. This could be one of the premier programs in the nation. But he is elevating his profile, Pete. I'm worried.
I'm concerned, man. That's what I said on an early season show, man. Like he's a good one, man. When they throw that resume up and they throw those mentors up on the screen, it's a mighty fine looking list right there. So if he does a little bit of winning early, he's gonna get some calls, man. He's gonna get some calls. I agree.
What do you make about the conference as a whole right now?
Looking good, man. I was actually surprised Wake Forest got smacked up. I forget who they played. It was not a good SEC team, but obviously Duke beats Florida there. Boogie Flan had a couple nice buckets, but then turns it over at the end of the game there. Florida State lost to Georgia, but it was Oklahoma. So Nigel Pack and the boys take down Wake Forest there. Wake Forest has had a couple tough early season losses, but as a whole, man, I really like where this conference is moving, man. NC State, obviously, with Will Wade looking good. North Carolina. Did they end up winning that game? I fell asleep, or I had to go back to work. So they won that game by 13 against Kansas.
We got to turn this narrative
not
around.
against Kansas. Excuse me. I don't know why I said Kansas.
The narrative around the
Kentucky.
ACC, the narrative around the ACC in basketball has been unfair because we keep hearing how garbage it is, and then you look at the very end of March Madness, and there always seems to be an ACC team defying the preconceived notions, standing tall at the end. But it certainly affects the bids in this conference, and given the type of team that Miami has this season, we're gonna need to shift the discussion around this conference back to the old days when this was considered the power conference in college basketball. We need more bids for Miami to possibly sneak in there, because if it has the same amount of bids, Miami's going to be right there on the bubble again, and I want to be a little bit more solidified.
Yeah, Louisville very strong this year. SMU, they're 8-0 right now. It was Kentucky that North Carolina beat last night, so that was a big win for the conference there. UVA looking solid early on without Coach Bennett over there.
I can't believe Nigel Pack is
Ryan
still out there.
Odom now is the coach there.
What is Nigel Pack now? 28 years old?
Yeah, he's been around for a while, man. I mean, he was here for what? He was here for, was it 3 years? Yeah, he was here for 3 years.
3 years, if you can call whatever he did.
But he sat out. What happened was, I guess he sat out last year to preserve the eligibility, right? That's what it was.
Yeah, wasn't there like some hijinks surrounding that injury? I think he could have gone, but
yeah, look, I don't want to speculate too much. I just think that there was
speculate. He was a good player for us.
He was good. I think he wanted to preserve eligibility there with that one.
What about that Drake game, huh? Forever. Your boy.
Drake, I mean, he had Texas. He had some huge shots in that comeback. I mean, he really stretched the defense as a shooter. I mean,
and then he stopped caring.
Yeah, I think he was hurt too. I think he was. I think he really. I'll say this, Mike. I don't know how much the injury affected him last year. I don't like to speculate on the injury stuff, but I know for a fact the season before that, when Miami still had Norchad Omier and should have been a better team than they were, where things really fell apart for them.
Yeah, most disappointing UM basketball season I think ever.
Dude, I didn't realize that last night was our first road win since January 2024, which was that team. 16 road losses in a row, Mike. January, we didn't win a road game last year.
That's a hell of a stat.
Yeah, Yeah, they were saying on the broadcast last night, which I guess it's not
Basically
that,
2 years.
yeah, it's not that crazy, I guess, because there's not a lot of true road games outside of the, you have the conference games, and we didn't win a conference game really last year. We won maybe a couple at home, but yeah.
Yeah. Dante Allen's one hell of a player too.
Yeah, he's hurt. He's out for maybe a couple weeks here. So
It's a
hopefully
shame. My daughter's gonna be devastated. She has a crush on that guy.
he's a good player, man.
Looks
He's
like
good
a
player.
young Taylor Vipolis.
Taylor Vip. Yeah, I think Dante's got some size on him, man.
So does Taylor. Hey.
Yeah, he does. But Dante
Taylor didn't get his jersey hanging up in
true.
Chapel Hill sports bars because he was a slouch in the weight room.
True. So who? Wait. So I don't. What was D saying? Is he coming back on, or what is he doing here? Are we?
It sounded like he needed to take a crap.
Yeah, potentially, or maybe start getting ready. He said something about getting ready or something. I don't really know.
He said he was getting ready to touch wood. I don't know what that means in the context that he provided.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Had a nice bean burger waiting for me with sprouts.
Well, if he didn't have to relieve himself before, he's gonna have to after that.
You just missed us wildly speculating about how hurt Nigel Pack was.
Oh yeah, is he playing now?
Yeah,
he's
playing
apparently
Oklahoma.
lining
He's
it
playing
up.
great. They beat Wake Forest yesterday. It was supposed to be a good team this year.
Oh, Mario Signee press conference starting pretty soon.
Yeah, we could stream that through here too.
We could, or we could talk about Sergeant Slaughter.
Stolen Valor. Real quick, by the way, on CM Punk, because I got a lot of people upset about my dog takes.
Yeah.
I'll say my wife was one of them when I went in here to get my bean burger. Let me be very clear. I'm a dog guy. I had a dog for years, well over a decade.
Heidi.
Full lifespan. When Heidi passed away,
Queen.
I was literally which was they had to put her down because she had a stomach ailment. She was old. I literally was sitting there with her on the floor of the vet.
Heidi.
I was sitting there laying
cry?
with Heidi on the floor of the bed. I'm a crying, but emotional, not feeling good. Not feeling good. What I didn't do was then go on
cry. You don't like dogs.
What I didn't do, I might have maybe a little, probably not cry, but sad, very sad. I did not go on the Canes Insight podcast the next day playing, Desperado by Linda Ronstadt, talking with a montage of me and the dog for everybody to see how much I love the dog. So that is the difference between me and Herbie and CM Punk and all these other performers. Okay. That's want to get that clear. R.I.P. Heidi. R.I.P. to all the dogs out there. But yeah, it's not about you. It's about the dogs going wherever they go.
I know everything I need to know about you. You didn't cry when Heidi passed on. That doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it's like back in the day they had a book called The Stranger about existentialism. And one of the themes of the book, it's a classic of French existentialism.
Isn't that when you sit on your hand for a long time and then you
No, not that. But the theme of the book is that if a guy doesn't cry at his mom's funeral, what is he really? Is he a man worthy of respect in society? Can he even live in society if he doesn't cry at his mom's funeral? So now the existential crisis in 2025 is about dogs. So we've that's how far we've come in society, or gone down. We're having existential crises about
huge red flag your dog takes. Sergeant Slaughter is my wrestler of the week. This is a guy that never corrected anybody when they asked him, "Did you serve?" He would always respond, "Yes," even though he didn't. Stolen valor, but a huge star was in G.I. Joe, the animated series. Look at that chin, folks that are younger. That is not Bill Cowher from the NFL on CBS. That is Sergeant Slaughter. He headlined a WrestleMania. This guy was an American icon in wrestling's 80s heyday, and then it turned out he turned his back on America and decided to rep Iraq during the Gulf War, the first one. And he beat the Ultimate Warrior for the WWF title after the Ultimate Warrior defeated Hulk Hogan in WrestleMania, where Jack Tunney decided we cannot have a rematch here. What was his logic there, D-Money?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know.
It's too physically taxing. Like, we
Yeah, that's
can't-
what it
we-
was.
yeah.
Exactly.
We cannot put those two superstars in the ring because of the physical toll it took on their bodies.
Just the energy, combined energy of the two might just blow up the whole stadium at that time.
So what did they do? A bit of a disappointing run with the WWF title for Ultimate Warrior. He loses the belt to Sergeant Slaughter at the Royal Rumble at Miami Arena.
Yep.
And then Hulk Hogan comes back as, you know, the real American to beat Sergeant Slaughter in a match that actually had some juice, like actual blood in it.
Yep.
And the good guy wins, as did the U.S. Armed Forces. But a really fascinating story with Sergeant Slaughter in that he just let everybody believe he actually served. He salutes people. He just totally stole that valor. Sergeant Slaughter, one of the all-time posers, but the camel clutch, the Cobra clutch, that is a really painful move in real life when applied correctly.
Yeah, no, great. Did you watch the show yesterday by any chance, the instant reaction to the playoff?
No, I was playing soccer.
Yeah, so I spoke in depth about Slaughter and Iron Sheik. This was before you made your wrestler of the week. Scott Wolf said your take on Sergeant Slaughter and Iron Sheik being Iraqi sympathizer was a good analogy. Manager you forget was Colonel Mustafa. So this show,
Colonel Mustafa was the Iron Sheik.
Yeah, I thought it was Sergeant Adnan. Maybe someone or something Adnan. Someone let me know afterwards. I didn't know the third guy, but I always say this to say because I didn't think you took that from that we had non-coordinated references to Sergeant Slaughter on back-to-back college football broadcast.
No, I'm only going with Sergeant Slaughter because I'm at war presently and have been for a month. And folks, war is hell.
Speaking of war being hell, Iron Sheik was on the side of Iraq in that conflict, but he's Iranian.
He's Iranian.
And Iran and Iraq had a pretty serious war. Look at the casualties of this thing. You're talking about over 600,000 dead, 500,000 dead, civilians, over 100,000 killed, and Iron Sheik forgot about it in 2 seconds just because he hated Hogan so much.
Yeah, strange bedfellows. He was like Joey Galloway before Joey Galloway in terms of his allegiances making zero sense. Hypocrisy's everywhere for Joey Galloway. Does he even hear himself? Why do we give it attention knowing that he's just doing a bit? I don't know. Don't let Joey Galloway bother you.
10,000.
He's an unserious person.
Great receiver. He was fast, man, Joey Galloway.
Yeah.
Stanley Niebla says, Brother Canes in CFP and Giannis in Miami. This potentially can be a great ending to my fandom in 2025.
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are? I
think it's more likely that the Canes are in the CFP because we know it to be true. All we need is Texas Tech to beat a team that they've already beaten. You're a minus 550 money line favorite. TC being away from being in the CFP. Congratulations, Miami Hurricanes.
Man, where are we going to watch the game?
That's it. That's all of a sudden become a huge game. It's a noon start. Unfortunately, it might be on a second screen. We are playing for a professional sports championship at the same time. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard about that at the gym today. I did not know that.
I can't believe people are actually talking about it in the gym. That's incredible. But you do live on the beach, so maybe people are talking about Messi on the beach. Yeah, we're playing for the MLS Cup on Saturday at 2:30. So I'll have one TV on that and one TV on Jey Uso and The Undertaker inexplicably handing Texas Tech and Jacob Rodriguez a title belt.
Are they there?
Partnership, like they're always at the Big 12 title game.
There's General Adnan, old AWA wrestler.
Wow. So I always thought it was the Iron Sheik, but one thing you have to know about me is that I'm a crazy racist.
There it is. JW, who played for Canes Hoops in the 80s and is one of the best members of the chat, says, Mike, went to school in Levitard, wrote a kill shot piece in the Miami school paper about Canes Hoops. Hurt his feelings while he was on the team.
Well, yeah, Dan's never really been considered an ally of the program despite being alumni. I feel like that reputation is deserved.
Miami Sports says, what's your take on Roman Reigns? We've get him many times. I think he's the best in this era by far. And I think the biggest problem with the product lately is that he's not defending his champ They should just put it back on him like Ric Flair. They got to treat him like Ric Flair in NWA and just have basically him have the championship all the time. Lose it for a show, get a pop, and put it right back on him.
There are no more layers to the Roman Reigns character. Nothing. You've done everything you can with him.
What have they done without him?
The same thing that they did when he was there as champion. He disappear for 8 weeks, come back on Monday Night Raw to like we're just sick of the rehashing of it. It's lost all its juice. Roman Reigns strolling down the aisle after being gone for 9 weeks. What kind of punch does that have when you've seen it 27 times?
Well, the rehashing was doing numbers. Numbers not as good without it. That rehashing kept hashing.
Yeah. I think it's beyond Roman. What's the adversity that WWE is facing right now? I think they've made a lot of bad decisions.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I've heard that before. Motion says, stop hyping it for clicks. We're not getting in the playoff. They would have done it this week. It's over.
What are you talking about? They told you that you're in the playoff if BYU loses. They've told you this. It's the most obvious thing in the world. You're going to have two teams neck and neck, and they're going to have the same record, and one of them beat the other. I am not giving it any more energy that we're going to get screwed out of this. My soul is at peace. I'm not ready to claim victory in the war because, there's still a couple days left in this. But it's only the most obvious argument in the world. Miami beat them head-to-head.
JP saying, y'all can't answer questions. I haven't seen you. JP, I haven't seen one question. What's going on? What's on your mind? You have any questions about?
I just answered the question. We're making the college football playoff.
Yeah, we're making it. I've convinced myself because it's like it's the tiebreaker rule. And that actually kind of makes sense. You really can't use head-to-head as a tiebreaker when every team in the pod hasn't played.
I mean,
that's common sense.
It's been common sense for 4 weeks, but finally, logic will win out.
BYU wins. Miami's going to take ND spots anyway. I don't know about that.
But but taking Notre Dame's spot if BYU ascends won't be enough.
Said, not sure if you guys covered it. I had to check for a minute. Yeah, Bush to Miami's official. Yeah, we did cover. Let's see what the ranking is. I don't think it changed very much. Let me just check. But adding a 4-star player didn't hurt. Let's look at the team rankings on 247. Miami sitting strong at number 10. They haven't updated it yet, though, Dad Bush. That gets you 30 commits and 20 4 stars, 1 5-star.
This is the third time the fake Hunter Yurachek in her comments has said, listen, we like Miami. And it makes me pop every time. Also, you found a photo of his mouth not in a fixed position. Like I haven't seen his teeth yet. So incredible.
Imagine being this guy. Like you're a successful guy. You're the AD. You're pretty powerful, but now you're like on a whole different level of fame. I mean, this guy is bigger than Elvis right now.
I figured it out. He reminds me of Justice Kavanaugh.
Yeah,
like they have the same exact energy. This dude loves beer. I can tell.
Let's see here. Miami just got a flip. Yeah, Louisville. Yeah, we got it. So
we're answering enough questions.
Haven't updated. This makes 21 4 and 5 stars. Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a lot of blue chippers.
Peter,
are you satisfied with the talent level?
I like the class. I think they got a lot of good players. I think to be in the discussions that we want to be in year after year, like with no drop off. And I'm not saying they don't have the talent to have done it this year, but I think we are a 9 to 10 win program. With the current talent that we're getting, we're not getting top 5, top 7 talent. That's what we need to take the next step. Currently, as we are, we'll be a 9 to 10 win program a year. Get into the playoffs every couple years, hopefully every 2-3 years, and keep it rolling, and I'll be happy with it. Now, if we want to take that next step to be up in the playoffs every single year and to be a consistent top 4 sort of team in the country and be a real contender because by the way, I think if Miami gets in, they could win the whole thing. But that's not to say there's other years that a Miami team could get in and not be a real contender. Like there's a world where that's the case too. If you want to have monsters continue to have monsters in the trenches, get the right guys in the skill positions where they need to be, you need to recruit top 5, top 7 classes. That's my thought on it.
Mm-hmm. Pat 40 did indeed confirm that Penn State made a formal overture to Jeff Brom, and Jeff Brom decided to not.
What the hell were these guys thinking? All right, but I wanted to get to this comment though. At Uganda Giants, you have a name like that, you're good at your comments getting read on the show. He said ranking Notre Dame ahead of Miami is worse than the NWA saying that Ronnie Garvin is the number one contender to Ric Flair. So Ugandan Giant, named after, of course, Kamala, not the vice presidential candidate, the heel that terrorized the South for many years. When I looked at that, so I wasn't around for the Garvin Flair thing as far as like I was a little baby. I was like, that was in the 80s. I was born in 85. But later on, I went back and watched, knowing that it was controversial. Garvin did not appear to be a main event caliber performer, but his match with Flair that I saw had some of the best chops and intensity that I've seen in a main event in a long time. And in fact, one of my first times hanging out with Mike in an extended period, he invited me to the Golden Canes box with Virginia versus Miami. I want to say this was 2021. This was TVD's first start. This was when we had the long run.
Missed field goal.
I was so fired up when TVD hit the 30-yard run, and I'd just been watching Ronnie Garvin and Flair engage in these slap fests that I smacked Mike on the back, and it was just overly forceful.
Yeah, it was like really uncalled for. But like a true man, you were like, you know what? Give it to me. I gave it to you. I cocked back and I gave it right back to D.
That was the Flair Garvin in the Golden Canes box, Miami and Virginia, 2021. I know Big Los was there, left tackle.
Yeah.
But
this was before the black bean burgers.
Yeah, this was a little heavier back then. But then after all that, we lost the game on a missed field goal or a blocked field goal. I mean, that was like, we sucked, man. We really sucked.
Yeah. Who was our head coach at the time, Peter?
Well, I'm not paying attention. What?
It was Manny Diaz.
Leia for life. See, this is what I love. This is why we do what we do. We got 10,000 on here. We're talking about this nonsense. I've seen Leia for life comment, but not a ton. But there's people. This is the silent majority. It says P should not be allowed to go more than 4 consecutive months without a wrestler of the week. Also, you guys should add match of the week. So people want more wrestling. They're the silent majority as we're here with 10,000.
I do kind of feel like I'm running out of wrestlers that I want to talk about. So maybe I'll do a match of the week next week.
Here, Mike, I'm going to set you up. Be as pretentious as possible as you answer this question. I know what you're going to say.
That won't be difficult for me.
Robbie P, how much does it cost to be a Golden Cane?
If you have to ask, can't afford
it. P says, I believe we're number 7 class in 247 rankings, not talking composite. Yeah, because 247 is high on a lot of our guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Composite, you can argue whether their thing or the on 3 equivalent is better. But yeah, I really go by the aggregate ranking, so to speak.
All right, let's wrap this up. We got to touch some wood.
I got to go touch wood. Morrow's doing his press conference now.
What was funny? What happened?
I saw a screen cap of where Penn State is in the rankings right now. Just ahead of Prairie View, just behind South Dakota State.
I'm going to take these to go. I won't drink them in the car, but I'll drink them once I get there. BUZZN, drinkbuzzn.com, BUZZN. Use code FIRST35 for 35% off your first order, or you can go to Big Daddy's Liquors all over South Florida. Drink BUZZN.com. And don't forget to go to the Miami Hurricane team store. It's Art Basel week, but if you want real art, you want real visual design, MiamiHTS.com or the team store right across the street from the Thesis Hotel. Use promo code Insight20. Get 20% off your first item. We're going to see this. This is the center, right? This is, I think we're going to see this lovely lady here today on the right. I think she's the center. Number 7, I believe. We'll see her in action there for the Lady Canes. Put the Mario press conference on and get us out of here. But hey, appreciate everybody joining us. 10,000 on. They'll stick around. I'll be gone. Driving down.
You're celebrating. Awesome. Why did balloon there? You're celebrating.
I'm not pressing any buttons. Does that happen automatically when I do this?
Yeah, I think that's like your settings there on your StreamYard. All right,
like and subscribe.
I'm gonna just run Mario's press conference here, so you guys can just stay on here watching it.
All right, fellas,
we gotta go touch wood. Go, Lady Kane.
Right, do your thing.
Go, Lady.
Is it official already? Oh, Carson Bush. Yeah, absolutely. Are you sure it's official? Because then there's a violation. I go to are you positive? All right, let me make sure I have everybody. Go right ahead. We are. All right, to make sure we got his statistics on here. We got Carson Bush from St. Xavier in Louisville, Kentucky. One of our priority linebacker targets is now officially a Miami Hurricane. 6 foot, well, really almost 6'3", just under 230 pounds. State qualifier in both the triple jump and the long jump. 110 tackles, sack, forced fumble, like a legitimate ball hawk, head hunting type of guy, which you want playing right behind those big old frontline guys that we keep signing. So that's why we're late.
Mario, with Jackson in particular, just what stands out to you about him physically and then obviously intangible wise as well?
I wish I had the specs, but I think I have them off the top of my head. 6'7" 3/4", just under 6'8", 328 pounds. Shattered the country's record for the shot put, 76 plus feet. Shattered his dad's record. Both parents are Olympians, by the way. And I think he had 400 pancakes in his high school career. And they're not gentle pancakes either. They're ones where guys get put through the ground and beyond. But beyond his years in terms of football IQ, regular IQ, exceptional student, relentless competitor, work ethic through the roof. When you look at big guys, you look for balance and body control. And he has that and then some. His wingspan, I believe, is in the neighborhood of 83, 84 inches, which is elite. I could rattle off so many numbers, but his numbers now are that of an NFL combine offensive lineman at a very young age. So his best football is ahead of him. He is very eager to get right to it. He is playing for a state title. He is the Gatorade Player of the Year and also the Gatorade Track Athlete of the Year in the state of Missouri, and a guy that's just getting started.
Coach, you've worked with a lot of top freshman offensive linemen just throughout your career. Just how is Jackson Cantwell just maybe different or comparative to like Dr. Preston on school, those guys?
Man, we've been lucky. We've been very fortunate to work with the best of the best, and certainly Francis. And you know what? And I should mention congratulations to him, right? Winner of the Jacobs Trophy. That's for the best blocker in the ACC. Malachi today won the Rookie of the Year and the Offensive Rookie of the Year. I know there's some more awards coming, so hopefully we'll get some more good news. But, it does start up front. And that's a position that if you are solidified in the trenches, you're always going to have a chance to play really high-level football. And so, it's not just Jackson. It's the entire offensive line class. This is as excited as I've ever been about a group of offensive linemen as I've ever been. And the reason being they're all of the same type of DNA. They're all made of the right stuff. They're all legitimate workers, grinders, tough guys. They understand ball. They understand the intangibles that could come with being a great football player, a great teammate, a champion. And a lot of them are playing or have played for titles before. So how do they rank? Yeah, they're, you never know until the end, but coming in as talented or more talented than any class that we've had. And I'm sure I'll hear about that tomorrow from CC,
And Mario, just how important was that considering how much attrition you're going to have on the offensive line this year? Defensive line too, just be able to get as many guys in the trench on both sides as possible this class.
Absolutely. Really, really important because you know what? Nowadays, it's not like when we played. You're a little bit older than I am, But anyways, back in the day, right, you used to work all summer. You used to come in August. You used to take off your construction tool belt from working all summer or selling encyclopedias, whatever you did, and you went to the track, ran your conditioning tests, and you went to practice in August. These guys now, they're training year-round. They have nutritionists. They have trainers. They have position-specific trainers as on top of that as well. And they get to come to you in January. They get the entire winter conditioning and strength conditioning program. They get the fourth quarter program. They get to go to spring practice. They get to log 15 credits worth of, progress towards their degree. They get such a head start on top of the head start that they have. So the goal for us now being that we still feel like the value of high school recruiting is always at the forefront. Please let me know if I stand corrected. I think we started at some point in time 7 to 8 starters on each side of the ball this last game that are homegrown high school players. And what's happening now is we believe in getting as many of those players on the field as early as possible and try to get them all on the field by the time they're a sophomore. The developmental cycle has to be accelerated due to the nature of how much more transient this sport has become. So We are losing some guys, but we're replacing them with some high-level talent. We have some high-level talent guys here right now. And these guys are guys that we feel, not only from a physical and talent standpoint, but from a mentality and work ethic standpoint, toughness standpoint, can come and help us right away.
Where it seems like
Jordan Campbell, senior,
Yes, sir.
Jordan Campbell, he committed in 2023.
Mhm.
A kid like this that bought in 3 years ago that signed, what does that say?
I just think that those guys, they get a firsthand look at what we do on a daily basis. They're here a bunch, right? Which I think is the best part of it. Just about, I'd say 85 to 90% of the guys that we signed had a chance to either come watch us, 100% watch us in action, but about 90% of the guys had a chance to watch us practice, had a chance to watch us lift, sat in meetings. They know the level of intensity, of detail that goes into the way we coach players, you know, the way we prepare our guys to have success at the highest level. And the others were guys that, and probably the most important part of our recruiting is the fact that we dive deep into senior year development, into senior year tape, right? So many times you fall in love with what you see from a guy as a sophomore, but what does he develop into, right? Football is a developmental sport. And the more you dive into guys, into their senior year, guys that go from being 16 to 17 years old, have another summer of lifting and running and practicing, you see those guys and their performances just skyrocket. Plus, it also shows or gives you an indication of their love for the game, how much time they're putting into it. And so many of the guys that we have and that we have signed and have been our best players are guys that we have taken off of senior year tape. And I want to emphasize that because that really has become a really big part of our program. And to their credit, our players, to the credit of strength and conditioning and our coaches, you know, I mean, unless something crazy happens, this is our fourth full class. So our previous classes are the first 3 full cycle classes. All 3 of them have produced a freshman All-American, which I think it's tied for the most or the most in the country. And that's a testament to identifying the right guys, but also developing them and coaching them the right way.
Where the receiver class is rated really highly. Can you kind of walk through those guys you brought in at receiver?
They can go. You know, we'll start the way I have them here listed. Obviously, Samarian Wingo was probably the biggest riser in the entire country. Ended up working himself into a top 25 player. Now, we recruited him when he was not even a 4-star guy. He came to camp, and it was easy to see. He had all the tools. He had all the intangibles, and he wanted to be a Miami Hurricane, and you could tell. And he took it to another level. As a senior, I believe he has 2,500 yards, 30 touchdowns. And he's just getting started. We feel his best football is ahead of him. He'll probably end up being a 5-star guy. Milan Parrish is the guy, you know, from Ohio that we saw early and we were able to get our eyes on more throughout the course of the year. Exactly what you want as an outside receiver, just like Samarian. He's fast, he's explosive, makes a contested catch. He's so athletic. They put him in as on kickoff return as well in house one, 95 yards. 2-sport athlete, 15 points a game in basketball. So all these guys, for the most part, are multi-sport athletes. I know Samarian was a track guy as well. So just that versatility has helped them in their development. Vance Spafford, you know, Mission Viejo, a guy that we've known forever, was committed to Georgia, was the top-ranked slot receiver in the country, had a minor injury, which he's completely healthy from now, but also one of the fastest receivers in the entire country. A guy that I know he's I think he's 10.6 or something of that nature in the 100. And he came down to Miami. He fell in love with it, and he fits in perfectly. So, and then he's complemented by Big Tyrann Evans out there in North Carolina. We're out there visiting Camden Portis. Obviously, there's a tie there. And we go right down the street and see this big old guy committed to Tennessee. And he's like, well, Miami's not recruiting me. It's like, well, we are now, you know. And that started a great relationship, and one that led us to gave us a chance to watch him practice, watch him play. Just another big, strong, physical athlete. And I think as you look at our roster, that's probably the biggest change you see over the last 4 years. Length, size, speed, bodies that are a little bit more mature, a little bit more developed, that give you a chance just to be a more physical team, right? This game is a game of resilience. As you go deeper into the season, right, you want to get tougher and stronger than your opponent. And guys like this, even though they're receivers and people don't think of receivers as tough guys, their physical and mental makeup allow us to build ourselves in the on the perimeter just as a tough of a manner as we do in our trenches.
All right, really, you're very proud of your classes. You should be. I did have a question though about the CFP rankings. Just wanted to get your thoughts on what was released last night. Do you think your team still has the opportunity to make college football playoff?
Absolutely, and for the right reasons. We're very, realistic. I mean, let's call it what it is. In the history of the CFP, there's never been a situation where two Power 4, Power 5 teams with the same record that had a head-to-head. Never has the loser advanced and the winner been kept behind, And when you look at the reality of the most important thing in all of sports and anything competitive in the world, head-to-head that determines a winner and a loser, Miami did a great job with game control in settling that on the field and in a fashion where, I mean, I could rattle off so many statistics. I know it's not for a setting like this, but when you look at what we did that game, holding a Heisman candidate to 30 yards, having such a dominant performance up front that relegated a very powerful and a very talented offensive line to their worst grades that they've ever had. And you look at common opponents, on top of the head-to-head, where we were much more convincing in 3 of the 4 common opponents that we had. It just, I think it very clearly speaks for, what we have done and the totality of our resume. I think also when you look at that, we talked about common opponents. Not many people talk about our out-of-conference schedule. I mean, who in the country wanted to play our out-of-conference schedule when it came out, right? It was Notre Dame, Florida, Florida State, USF, which were all at some point in time ranked, right? Top 10, top 20. And we went undefeated through that schedule, So we're playing our best football, have been playing our best football for the past month. Margin of victory, 28 points. Every metric, top 1, 2, 5, 10, you name it. And that word totality keeps coming up. And I think of what goes into a resume, right? And we've won 10 games, just like, we're being compared to, obviously, to Notre Dame in a lot of different forms and fashions, but the totality of our resume got just as strong or stronger than anybody else. And after their first 2 losses, right, their resume got stronger. But when you break it down, those 10 games, 2 were against group of 5 opponents. And of the other 8 games, 6 of those games were against defenses that were ranked 105 and beyond, right? 105 to 127. So I think when you start looking at the true facts surrounding a resume and how a resume is actually built, I think all those things will be taken into account. And I respectfully will always provide any and all information to whoever it is necessary so we could have a fair and honest judgment and decision on what is the reality that we're the best and most deserving team.
Marco Rubio also this made it to even like the White House pitching for the Miami Hurricanes. What does that mean to have even so many people speaking for the program? What the football team did for this season and the resume that you guys put out there?
Well, I think it was. I mean, that there's a lot of reality behind it when a Florida Gator speaks up for a Miami Hurricane, right? Let's start there. So, no, I think it's because I think we all know people of that magnitude that carry such weight because of all the stuff they are doing and have done throughout their career and are going to do in their career. You don't bring that to the table unless it's backed up by facts and reality. And I think it's something that continues to have a very honest and transparent light shined upon it, and it will continue to prove itself the right thing. So we will continue to, and we really appreciate that. I mean, we think we're very honored and flattered by it. And also it just adds to our confidence that what's right is right. And eventually, that'll be the case.
And just a quick question to follow up with mentioning Malachi Tony, the resume that he had alone on the field and to have the accolades that he earned today. What does that mean with the body of work that you saw from him? And
not just him, but you can also.
Okay.
Just like what he did on the field.
I don't know where to start with him. He was, can I start by saying one more thing before we get to that? Ruben Bain was just named Defensive Player of the Year in the ACC. So credit to him as well. Congratulations to him. He's up for another few awards, as is Malachi and a couple other players. I believe 19 of our guys were selected, so that's a program high. So, but Malachi's all right. He's decent. He's an okay player. But I'll say it again and again, what makes Malachi what he is his approach to the game, his approach to life, his attitude towards his teammates, his complete and utter team-first mentality, his work ethic. I mean, like 5:30 in the morning for someone that age, a freshman, is really unnatural unless you're going and getting him out of bed yourself. He's here all the time, catching some or getting some extra work on the jugs machine, diving into different meetings, just trying to gain knowledge. I think one of the most hilarious things is Malachi will go and spend time with the offensive line coach. When's the last time you see a wide receiver take time out of his morning to go sit and talk protections in the run game, you know? I guess he found his way because he got some wildcat reps and got himself a couple of runs. But no, he certainly is him, like Ruben and so many other guys that we've talked about. I hate to just leave it at him, but he's another guy that epitomizes what being a Miami Hurricane is all about.
Mario, especially we've gone this far without mentioning Darion Coleman. Just that was an early addition to the class, one of the first guys in the class.
Yes.
What did you guys like about him early, and how did he kind of continue to live up to that through your senior year?
Yeah, I think he's thrown one interception the entire year. Finally threw one the other day. He was so upset he wouldn't, couldn't speak for a long time. But, we had him in camp. We had him in 7-on-7s. He reminded us a lot, actually, of Cam Ward in so many ways because of the different arm angles he could get the ball out in. Exceptional football IQ, great human being, competitor, just always wins. You never find him getting trapped or sacked. He's always, if he's not extending a play, it's because he ran the play to the script and the way it was designed to go. But he can improvise, he can extend. The off-script stuff is excellent. And he has all the intangibles of what you want for a quarterback. And so another guy whose best football is ahead of him. Great specs, too. I mean, he was fantastic in the Elite 11. And he plays, I believe, in the state title this coming Friday. Set semifinals. I'm sorry, finals are still 1 week away.
JV Mallory, running back. What stands out about him? Again, I know I got one of the few local guys who's in this class.
Amen. Speed and power. Speed and power. My nephew, coaches at one of the local high schools, so I had a chance to go watch it live, and then at another one as well. He is, man, he's special. He's smart. He's big. He's tough. He's strong. He a lot like some of the backs that we have right now. He's got that extra gear. Great out of the backfield and catching passes in the screen game. Can detach him and throw him the ball as well. He's very advanced in his protection detail as well. So a guy that we expect to come in and right away compete for playing time.
Back on the quarterback situation, what do you say to the quarterback recruits when they look at you guys bringing Cam Ward in, bringing Carson in? Do they ask you about am I even getting the chance to compete and play? If I'm here, what's that back and forth like?
Well, I think the last couple of years have been pretty unique. And but you're honest and true. Yeah, we did bring him in, and one ended up being the top pick in the draft, and this other one is done really, really well. If not for one game, would probably be in the conversation as being a Heisman finalist. So we don't ever shy away from the truth and the reality. And here you end up on the field in so many different ways. We have walk-ons that have earned playing time. We have first-year guys come in and take the position of a junior or senior. We've had guys that have been hurt and have rehabilitated and, not many people thought much of, and all of a sudden they're taking a starting spot or getting significant reps. So we don't discriminate when it comes to playing time and contributing to the team. Here, if you can play and you're doing the right things on and off the field, we're going to find a spot for you. And we do want to play as many guys as we can. And I think it's very clear and evident. I'm sure you've seen some of the posts in terms of how many reps our freshmen have had that we play guys. And we don't just hand out playing time either. I don't want to ever get that confused, misinterpreted. We just really push and we grind on development. So when a guy does earn it, we just find a way to get him on the field. So I think that bodes well for us. And really down the stretch here, the big difference was, call it what it is. There was a point in time where Carson was under center, freshman wide receiver, sophomore tight end, freshman wide receiver, freshman running back behind him. 6-year quarterback, right? Freshman safety on the other side. So all that stuff is, again, I think it's a testament to the players first, but also they're buying to a blueprint that's designed to get guys developed and on the field as soon as possible.
Can you comment on the defensive backs and maybe even to what you just said? You played a couple of young guys the last couple of years in OJ and Brighton. That group, the 6 guys you guys on that.
we expect all these guys to come in and compete, you know, and, you know, you start at safety, Cortez Redding, you know, from Jonesboro in Atlanta, two-sport athlete, basketball player. In fact, you know, I'm sure his basketball coach would love for him to play, but we need him down here. All-region player, defensive player of the year, smart, tough, physical, ball hawk. JJ Dunnigan, I mean, that was one that we were hoping to get in on him, and it just worked out where the timing was, it just worked out. It was great. 6'3" plus 195 pounds, fast, explosive, rangy, can play man-to-man, plays on the offensive side of the ball as well. Selected to the Under Armour All-American game, first state title, okay, in the school's history, two-sport athlete. I think what you're going to see, most of our guys are 2- and 3-sport athletes and team captains and playing for state titles. Camden Portis, you know, and we don't take it for granted that he's a legacy. You know, that's the last, I mean, I was a brother of a guy that was playing here, and I never want to be taken, I hated that. Hey, you're so-and-so's brother, whatever. No, we recruit guys independently of whatever their legacy might or might not be. And Camden Portis had one of the best seasons of anybody we saw on senior tape. And he could do it all. He could play nickel. He could play corner. He could jump back there at safety. His body's continuing to grow. He's developing. One of the fastest risers in the class. Two-sport athlete as well. Jalen Waters, one of the best in the entire country. Had an injury late, but recovering well. Two-sport athlete also. Track and field guy. Always leading the past 2 years to the finals and the playoffs. One of the best players in the country. John Tavius Wyman was committed to Georgia, ended up flipping to Miami. Another Georgia Region Player of the Year, track and field guy also, explosive, fast, ball skills, great man-to-man guy. Brody Jennings, right, named a Super 11 by the Florida Times Union, 4-star cornerback, Mandarin in the playoffs. Big reason why was because of him. Just an unbelievable human being, unbelievable player, and a guy we expect to come in and make an impact right away. So who am I missing? I know I'm missing one. James, Cam. I think I got 6 of them right there. Is that correct? Yeah, I think I got them. You know, you got it, brother.
Fourth straight cycle that you guys have the top ranked class in the ACC. Just what does that mean to you?
It means we're getting to where Miami needs to be. You know, you always want to land somewhere in the top 10. For us, it's I think if you go by the ratings by player, it's a top 6 class. As good as 6 or between 6 and 9 or 8, whatever it may be. But that's not what's important to us. On our board, you want to always land within a range of guys you feel could help you win a conference championship and a national championship. And everybody we signed was above that line. We're not going to sign a guy to provide just depth. There's no value in that. The day and age of the transfer portal, if a guy's sitting behind somebody for too long and not contributing, you're not going to keep him. And with the way NIL works, all you're doing is burning cash. So we always want to mitigate those expenses by taking guys and bringing in guys that understand they have to work and earn a position, but also guys that have the ability and mentality to be able to get on the field.
Just a 30-person class, it's a big class. How did you guys navigate just with the new roster construction and building it out and still putting together a really decent, solid class? Just how different was this cycle for you and your personnel department coaching staff?
You talk about now versus back then.
Well, just like this is the biggest class you guys have signed, and all across the country.
Yeah, it's probably not done. No doubt. You never saw, like, you've seen some numbers last year. I think you saw one class had 60 plus members, if I'm not mistaken, including portal guys. And then the smallest class you saw was probably total high school and portal was probably 30. So somebody said it best earlier. I've copied the line a couple of times. It's you may be coaching a 1-year team every single year, you know, or at least half of one, right? Because of the numbers and because of how just transient it is. It just, the game has changed and the rules have changed. And so the challenge behind it, I think football is football. And people always say, well, you know, kids have changed. That's a bunch of bull. Adults have changed, right? Right is right and wrong is wrong. Doing things with integrity, having coaching at the forefront of what you want to call, we call it a vocation, right? For us, this is like life. Our families are married to the University of Miami because of the amount of time that has to be invested to give your student athletes the best chance at being successful, and everyone understanding that we're part of a giant team. Everyone depends on each other. There's no room for independent contractors. So that being said, when you get that large of a group of guys, when you're recruiting, you hope that 80 to 90%, you're already getting those guys in a form kind of galvanizing throughout the process by connecting them from the time you recruit them to the time they show up. While they're doing that and all their visits, you connect them with your players as well, because your players there's got to be a connection there, right? And our players are great with that. And our players always let us know exactly, hey, coach, we really want this guy to join the class. And every now and then they'll tell you, I don't know about that guy, coach, And that's great because they know the standards here. They know what the expectation is, and they want to win. They want people in the seats beside them that fit that description, right? That fit that mold. So, but those first 3 and 4 weeks are critical, right? Because guys are away from home, right? This is a national brand. We recruit, nationally, and people come from all over the place. I mean, every size, shape, color, ethnicity is represented in our locker room and upstairs in the offices. And I think that's awesome. That's what the real world is. That's what the city of Miami is. It's what the NFL locker room looks like, right? And those first 3 to 4 weeks, you have to do a lot of activities at your own home, the homes of the actual position coaches, team activities, whether it be, an obstacle course and an opportunity to go and eat on the beach or bowling, or the simplicity of just having an activity on campus and down the street at a movie theater. You just want guys around each other, investing time in each other so they can get to really know each other. When they get to know each other, they can work harder together and then respect this form. So I know that's a long answer to your question, but it really is. Those first 3 to 4 weeks are everything, man. And we learned that over the years, because in those 3 to 4 weeks, it could go a couple different ways. You want it to come this way, but you want it to come together.
Are you shifting a little bit away from the portal with the class, the steep, and the quality you're speaking about? Are you looking to shift a little bit more away from the portal?
I don't think you shift away from anything that'll make your program better. And sometimes it comes in the form of high school and sometimes in the form of the portal. So that's hard to say until the dust is settled, right? And you have a really clear idea of what your roster is going to look like. We obviously have invested a lot in the high school cycle because it's always the more homegrown, the better. But you can't deny the fact that we have taken some unbelievable players and people from the portal. And if someone can make your roster better, whether they come from the portal, come from Canada, come from overseas, the junior college ranks, come in the form of a preferred walk-on, you never, ever, ever deny your program the opportunity to get better by bringing in the right people. And that's at the player level, that's at the coaching level, administration, recruiting, development, training room, doctors, anything. So I guess my answer is we don't shy away from anything that helps the program get better.
And what are you thinking in terms of numbers? Are you
not even thinking about that right now?
About
Absolutely not. And would never pin ourselves in a corner where we're married to this or going to take this amount or that. We're going to do what's the very best for the program and for our players.
All right. What do you like about the 2 tight ends in this class? They both seem like very versatile guys who play kind of multiple positions in high school.
My Lord, these guys are special now. They can stretch the field. They can knock you back in the run game. They're athletic enough to play outside at wide receiver and big and tough and strong enough to play in the core and close out that C gap, get involved in the run game, play in the backfield as well as an extra fullback. And they can stretch the field now. I mean, they really can. They've both played every position imaginable. They've touched the ball as quarterbacks, as running backs, as wide receivers, and as tight ends. They're just really, really explosive. And they're big bodies. These are 6'4", 6'5" plus guys that could flat out go. And they love physicality. These are twitchy, explosive guys that they love contact. They're fearless. And they are really, really high-level tight ends. I couldn't be more excited about the tight end group.
All right, could you speak of defensive line, and I know you spoke about Jordan, but the linebacker as well. I think that would be the rest of the guys.
Yes, obviously starting with Jordan Campbell, who has multi-position value because not only is he a great linebacker, you're talking about a super explosive guy now. Collisions, when he hits something, it goes the other way and goes that way fast. He'll play in the Under Armour All-American game, but watch him at the line of scrimmage as an edge rusher as well in certain situations. He does a phenomenal job, 2-sport athlete. Can't say enough great things about him. The Anthony Lafayette, he's playing defensive end. So let me go to the linebackers. I know that J.J. Edwards was a guy that really caught our eye in the springtime. And we felt that he had all the tangibles and intangibles that fit exactly what, just like Jordan and just like Karsten, all the intangibles and tangibles that Coach Heatherman was looking for. Very important for Coach Heatherman and his system to be all the way involved in the body types, the type of, or